Chapter 17 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 17. How Asmund the Priest wedded Una, Thorod's daughter. Now the story goes back to Iceland. When Brighteyes was gone, for a while Gudruda the Fair moved sadly about the stead, like one new widowed. Then came tidings. Men told how Ospakar Blacktooth had waylaid Eric on the seas with two long ships, dragons of war, and how Eric had given him battle and sunk one dragon with great loss to Ospakar. They told also how Blacktooth's other dragon, the Raven, had sailed away before the wind, and Eric had sailed after it in a rising gale. But of what befell these ships no news came for many a month, and it was rumoured that this had befallen them, that both had sunk in the gale and that Eric was dead. But Gudruda would not believe this. When Asmund the Priest, her father, asked her why she did not believe it, she answered that, had Eric been dead, her heart would surely have spoken to her of it. To this Asmund said that it might be so. Hay harvest being done, Asmund made ready for his wedding with Una, Thorod's daughter, and Eric's cousin. Now it was agreed that the marriage feast should be held at Middalhof, for Asmund wished to ask a great company to the wedding, and there was no place at Coldback to hold so many. Also, some of the kin of Thorod, Una's father, were bidden to the feast from the east and north. At length all was prepared and the guests came in great companies, for no such feast had been made in this quarter for many years. On the eve of the marriage Asmund spoke with Groa. The witch wife had borne herself humbly since she was recovered from her sickness. She passed about the stead like a rat at night, speaking few words and with downcast eyes. She was busy also making all things ready for the feasting. Now, as Asmund went up the hall, seeing that everything was in order, Groa drew near to him and touched him gently on the shoulder. "Are things to thy mind, lord?" she said. "Yes, Groa," he answered. "More to my mind than to thine, I fear." "Fear not, lord. Thy will is my will." "Say, Groa, is it thy wish to bide here in Middalhof, when Una is my housewife?" "It is my wish to serve thee as aforetime," she answered softly, "if so be that Una wills it." "That is her desire," said Asmund, and went his ways. But Groa stood looking after him, and her face was fierce and evil. "While bane has virtue, while runes have power, and while hand has cunning, never, Una, shalt thou take my place at Asmund's side. Out of the water I came to thee, Asmund, into the water I go again. Unquiet shall I lie there, unquiet shall I wend through Hela's halls, but Una shall rest at Asmund's side, in Asmund's cairn." Then again she moved about the hall, making all things ready for the feast. But at midnight, when the light was low and folk slept, Groa rose and, veiled in a black robe, with a basket in her hand, passed like a shadow through the mists that hang about the river's edge, and in silence, always looking behind her, like one who fears a hidden foe, culled flowers of noisome plants that grow in the marsh. Her basket being filled, she passed round the stead to a hidden dell upon the mountain side. Here a man stood waiting, and near him burned a fire of turf. In his hand he held an iron pot. It was Koll the Half-witted, Groa's thrall. "Are all things ready, Koll?" she said. "Yes," he answered, "but I like not these tasks of thine, mistress. Say now, what wouldst thou do with the fire and the pot?" "This then, Koll. I would brew a love potion for Asmund the Priest, as he has bidden me to do." "I have done many an ill deed for thee, mistress, but of all of them I love this the least," said the thrall doubtfully. "I have done many a good deed for thee, Koll. It was I who saved thee from the doomstone, seeming to prove thee innocent, ay, even when thy back was stretched on it, because thou hadst slain a man in his sleep. Is it not so?" "Yea, mistress." "And yet thou wast guilty, Koll, and I have given thee many good gifts. Is it not so?" "Yes, it is so." "Listen, then. Serve me this once, and I will give thee one last gift, thy freedom, and with it 200 in silver." Koll's eyes glistened. "What must I do, mistress?" "Today at the wedding feast it will be thy part to pour the cups while Asmund calls the toasts. Last of all, when men are merry, thou wilt mix that cup in which Asmund shall pledge Unna his wife, and Unna must pledge Asmund. Now, when thou hast poured, thou shalt pass the cup to me, as I stand at the foot of the high seat, waiting to give the bride greeting on behalf of the serving women of the household. Thou shalt hand the cup to me, as though in error, and that is but a little thing to ask of thee." "A little thing indeed," said Koll, staring at her, and pulling with his hand at his red hair. "Yet I like it not. What if I say no, mistress?" "Say no or speak of this, and I will promise thee one thing only, thou knave, and it is, before winter comes, that crows shall pick thy bones. Now, brave me if thou darest." And straightway Groa began to mutter some witch words. "Nay," said Koll, holding up his hand as though to ward away a blow. "Curse me not. I will do as thou wilt. But when shall I touch the 200 in silver?" "I will give thee half before the feast begins, and half when it is ended, and with it freedom to go where thou wilt. And now leave me, and on thy life see that thou fail me not." "I have never failed thee yet," said Koll, and went his ways. Now Groa set the pot upon the fire, and, placing in it the herbs that she had gathered, poured water on them. Presently they began to boil, and as they boiled she stirred them with a peeled stick and muttered spells over them. For long she sat in that dim and lonely place stirring the pot and muttering spells, till at length the brew was done. She lifted the pot from the fire and smelt at it. Then, drawing a phial from her robe, she poured out the liquor and held it to the sky. The witch water was white as milk, but presently it grew clear. She looked at it, then smiled evilly. "Here is a love draught for a queen. Ah, a love draught for a queen!" she said, and still smiling, she placed the phial in her breast. Then, having scattered the fire with her foot, Groa took the pot and threw it into a deep pool of water, where it could not be found readily, and crept back to the stead before men were awake. Now the day wore on, and all the company were gathered at the marriage feast to the number of nearly 200. Unna sat in the high seat, and men thought her a bonny bride, and by her side sat Asmund the Priest. He was a hale, strong man to look on, though he had some 60 winters. But his mien was sad, and his heart heavy. He drank cup after cup to cheer him, but all without avail. For his thoughts sped back across the years, and once more he seemed to see the face of Gudruda the Gentle as she lay dying, and to hear her voice when she foretold evil to him if he had aught to do with Groa the Witch Wife. And now it seemed to him that the evil was at hand, though whence it should come he knew not. He looked up. There Groa moved along the hall, ministering to the guests, but he saw as she moved that her eyes were always fixed, now on him and now on Unna. He remembered that curse also which Groa had called down upon him when he had told her that he was betrothed to Unna, and his heart grew cold with fear. "Now I will change my counsel," Asmund said to himself. "Groa shall not stay here in this stead, for I will look no longer on that dark face of hers. She goes hence to-morrow." Not far from Asmund sat Björn his son. As Gudruda the Fair, his sister, brought him mead, he caught her by the sleeve, whispering in her ear: "Methinks our father is sad. What weighs upon his heart?" "I know not," said Gudruda, but as she spoke she looked first on Asmund, then at Groa. "It is ill that Groa should stop here," whispered Björn again. "It is ill," answered Gudruda, and glided away. Asmund saw their talk and guessed at its purport. Rousing himself, he laughed aloud and called to Koll the Half-witted to pour the cups that he might name the toasts. Koll filled, and, as Asmund called the toasts one by one, Koll handed the cups to him. Asmund drank deep of each, till at length his sorrow passed from him, and, together with all who sat there, he grew merry. Last of all came the toast of the bride's cup, but before Asmund called it, the women of the household drew near the high seat to welcome Unna when she should have drunk. Gudruda stood foremost, and Groa was next to her. Now Koll filled as before, and it was a great cup of gold that he filled. Asmund rose to call the toast, and with him all who were in the hall. Koll brought up the cup and handed it, not to Asmund, but to Groa, but there were few who noted this, for all were listening to Asmund's toast, and most of the guests were somewhat drunken. "The cup!" cried Asmund. "Give me the cup that I may drink." Then Groa started forward, and as she did so she seemed to stumble, so that for a moment her robe covered up the great bride cup. Then she gathered herself together slowly, and, smiling, passed up the cup. Asmund lifted it to his lips and drank deep. Then he turned and gave it to Unna his wife, but before she drank he kissed her on the lips. Now, while all men shouted such a welcome that the hall shook, and as Unna, smiling, drank from the cup, the eyes of Asmund fell upon Groa, who stood beneath him, and lo! her eyes seemed to flame, and her face was hideous as the face of a troll. Asmund grew white and put his hand to his head, as though to think, then cried aloud: "Drink not, Unna! The draught is drugged!" And he struck at the vessel with his hand. He smote it indeed, and so hard that it flew from her hand far down the hall. But Unna had already drunk deep. "The draught is drugged!" Asmund cried, and pointed to Groa, while all men stood silent, not knowing what to do. "The draught is drugged!" he cried a third time, "and that witch has drugged it!" And he began to tear at his breast. Then Groa laughed so shrilly that men trembled to hear her. "Yes, lord," she screamed, "the draught is drugged, and Groa the witch-wife hath drugged it. Ay, tear thy heart out, Asmund, and Unna, grow thou white as snow. Soon, if my medicine has virtue, thou shalt be whiter yet. Hearken, all men! Asmund the priest is Swanhild's father, and for many a year I have been Asmund's mate. What did I tell thee, lord? That I would see the two of you dead ere Unna should take my place. Ay, and on Gudruda the Fair, thy daughter, and Björn thy son, and Eric Brighteyes, Gudruda's love, and many another man. On them too shall my curse fall. Tear thy heart out, Asmund. Unna, grow thou white as snow. The draught is drugged, and Groa, Ran's gift, Groa the witch-wife, Groa, Asmund's love, hath drugged it." And ere ever a man might lift a hand to stay her, Groa glided past the high seat and was gone. For a space all stood silent. Asmund ceased clutching at his breast. Rising, he spoke heavily. "Now I learn that sin is a stone to smite him who hurled it. Gudruda the Gentle spoke sooth when she warned me against this woman. New wed, new dead. Unna, fare thee well." And straightway Asmund fell down and died there by the high seat in his own hall. Unna gazed at him with ashen face. Then, plucking at her bosom, she sprang from the dais and rushed along the hall screaming. Men made way for her, and at the door she also fell dead. This then was the end of Asmund Asmundson the priest, and Unna, Thorod's daughter, Eric's cousin, his new-made wife. For a moment there was silence in the hall, but before the echoes of Unna's screams had died away, Björn cried aloud, "The witch! Where is the witch?" Then with a yell of rage men leapt to their feet, seizing their weapons, and rushed from the stead. Out they ran. There on the hillside far above them a black shape climbed and leapt swiftly. They gave tongue like dogs set upon a wolf and sped up the hill. They gained the crest of the hill, and now they were at Goldfoss brink. Lo! the witch-wife had crossed the bed of the torrent, for little rain had fallen and the river was low. She stood on Sheep's saddle, the water running from her robes. On Sheep's saddle she stood and cursed them. Björn took a bow and set a shaft upon the string. He drew it, and the arrow sung through the air and smote her, speeding through her heart. With a cry Groa threw up her arms. Then down she plunged. She fell on Wolf's Fang, where Eric once had stood, and, bouncing thence, rushed to the boiling deeps below, and was no more seen for ever. Thus then did Asmund the priest wed Unna, Thorod's daughter, and this was the end of the feasting. Thereafter Björn, Asmund's son, ruled at Middalhof and was priest in his place. He sought for Koll the Half-witted to kill him, but Koll took the fells, and after many months he found passage in a ship that was bound for Scotland. Now Björn was a hard man and a greedy. He was no friend to Eric Brighteyes, and always pressed it on Gudruda that she should wed Ospakar Blacktooth. But to this counsel Gudruda would not listen, for day and night she thought upon her love. Next summer there came tidings that Eric was safe in Ireland, and men spoke of his deeds, and of how he and Skallagrim had swept the ship of Ospakar single-handed. Now after these tidings, for a while Gudruda walked singing through the meads, and no flower that grew in them was half so fair as she. That summer also Ospakar Blacktooth met Björn, Asmund's son, at the Althing, and they talked much together in secret. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 18 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 18. How Earl Atli found Eric and Skallagrim on the southern rocks of Straumey Isle. Swanhild, robed in white as though new risen from sleep, stood, candle in hand, by the bed of Atli the Earl, her lord, crying, "Awake!" "What passes now?" said Atli, lifting himself upon his arm. "What passes, Swanhild, and why dost thou ever wander alone at nights, looking so strangely? I love not thy dark witch ways, Swanhild, and I was wed to thee in an ill hour, wife who art no wife." "An ill hour indeed, Earl Atli," she answered, "an ill hour for thee and me, for, as thou hast said, eld and youth are strange yokefellows, and pull different paths. Arise now, Earl, for I have dreamed a dream." "Tell it to me on the morrow, then," quoth Atli. "There is small joyousness in thy dreams that always point to evil, and I must bear enough evil of late." "Nay, lord, my rede may not be put aside so. Listen now. I have dreamed that a great dragon of war has been cast away upon Straumey's southwestern rocks. The cries of those who drowned rang in my ears, but I thought that some came living to the shore, and lie there senseless, to perish of the cold. Arise, therefore, take men and go down to the rocks." "I will go at daybreak," said Atli, letting his head fall upon the pillow. "I have little faith in such visions, and it is too late for ships of war to try the passage of the Firth." "Arise, I say," answered Swanhild sternly, "and do my bidding, else I will go myself to search the rocks." Then Atli rose grumbling, and shook the heavy sleep from his eyes, for of all living folk he most feared Swanhild his wife. He donned his garments, threw a thick cloak about him, and, going to the hall where men snored around the dying fires, for the night was bitter, he awoke some of them. Now among those men whom he had called was Hall of Lithdale, Hall the mate who had cut the grapnel chain. For this Hall, fearing to return to Iceland, had come hither saying he had been wounded off Fareys in the great fight between Eric and Ospakar's men, and left there to grow well of his hurt or die. Then Atli, not knowing that the carle lied, had bid him welcome for Eric's sake, for he still loved Eric above all men. But Hall loved not labour and night farings to search for shipwrecked men of whom the Lady Swanhild had chanced to dream. So he turned himself upon his side and slept again. Still, certain of Atli's folk rose at his bidding, and they went together down to the southwestern rocks. But Swanhild, a cloak thrown over her night gear, sat herself in the high seat of the hall, and fixing her eyes, now upon the dying fires, and now upon the blood marks in her arm, waited in silence. The night was cold and windy, but the moon shone bright, and by its light Atli and his people made their way to the southwestern rocks, on which the sea beat madly. "What lies yonder?" said Atli, pointing to some black things that lay beneath them upon the rock, cast there by the waves. A man climbed down the cliff side that is here, as though it were cut in steps, and then cried aloud, "A ship's mast, new broken, lord!" "It seems that Swanhild dreams true," muttered Atli, "but I am sure of this, that none have come ashore alive in such a sea." Presently the man who searched the rocks below cried aloud again, "Here lie two great men, locked in each other's arms. They seem to be dead." Now all the men climb down the slippery rocks as best they may, though the spray wets them, and with them goes Atli. The Earl is a brisk man, though old in years, and he comes first to where the two lie. He who was undermost lay upon his back, but his face is hid by the thick golden hair that flowed across it. "Man's body indeed, but woman's locks," said Atli as he put out his hand and drew the hair away, so that the light of the moon fell on the face beneath. He looked, then staggered back against the rock. "By Thor!" he cried, "here lies the corpse of Eric Brighteyes!" And Atli wrung his hands and wept, for he loved Eric much. "Be not so sure that the men are dead, Earl," said one. "I thought I saw yon great carle move but now." "He is Skallagrim Lambstail, Eric's death shadow," said Atli again. "Up with them, lads! See, yonder lies a plank, and away to the hall. I will give 20 in silver to each of you if Eric lives." And he unclasped his cloak and threw it over both of them. Then with much labour they loosed the grip of the two men one from the other, and they set Skallagrim on the plank. But 8 men bore Eric up the cliff between them, and the task was not light, though the Earl held his head, from which the golden hair hung like seaweed from a rock. At length they came to the hall and carried them in. Swanhild, seeing them come, moved down from the high seat. "Bring lamps and pile up the fires," cried Atli. "A strange thing has come to pass, Swanhild, and thou dost dream wisely indeed, for here we have Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail. They were locked like lovers in each other's arms, but I know not if they are dead or living." Now Swanhild started and came on swiftly. Had the familiar tricked her, and had she paid the price for nothing? Was Eric taken from Gudruda and given to her indeed, but given dead? She bent over him, gazing keenly on his face. Then she spoke. "He is not dead, but senseless. Bring dry clothes and make water hot." And kneeling down, she loosed Eric's helm and harness and ungirded Whitefire from his side. For long Swanhild and Atli tended Eric at one fire, and the serving women tended Skallagrim at the other. Presently there came a cry that Skallagrim stirred, and Atli with others ran to see. At this moment also the eyes of Eric were unsealed, and Swanhild saw them looking at her dimly from beneath. Moved to it by her passion and her joy that he yet lived, Swanhild let her face fall till his was hidden in her unbound hair, and kissed him upon the lips. Eric shut his eyes again, sighing heavily, and presently he was asleep. They bore him to a bed and heaped warm wrappings upon him. At daybreak he woke, and Atli, who sat watching at his side, gave him hot mead to drink. "Do I dream?" said Eric, "or is it Earl Atli who tends me, and did I but now see the face of Swanhild bending over me?" "It is no dream, Eric, but the truth. Thou hast been cast away here on my Isle of Straumey." "And Skallagrim, where is Skallagrim?" "Skallagrim lives, fear not." "And my comrades, how went it with them?" "But ill, Eric. Ran has them all. Now sleep." Eric groaned aloud. "I had rather died also than to live to hear such heavy tidings," he said. "Witch work! Witch work! And that fair witch face wrought it." And once again he slept, nor did he wake till the sun was high, but Atli could make nothing of his words. When Swanhild left the side of Eric she met Hall of Lithdale face to face, and his looks were troubled. "Say, lady," he asked, "will Brighteyes live?" "Grieve not, Hall," she answered. "Eric will surely live, and he will be glad to find a messmate here to greet him, having left so many yonder." And she pointed to the sea. "I shall not be glad," said Hall, letting his eyes fall. "Why not, Hall? Fearest thou Skallagrim, or hast thou done ill by Eric?" "Ay, lady, I fear Skallagrim, for he swore to slay me, and that kind of promise he ever keeps. Also, if the truth must out, I have not dealt altogether well with Eric, and of all men I least wish to talk to him." "Speak on," she said. Then, being forced to it, Hall told her something of the tale of the cutting of the cable, being careful to put another colour on it. "Now it seems that thou art a coward, Hall," Swanhild said when he had done, "and I scarcely looked for that in thee." For she had not been deceived by the glozing of his speech. "It will be bad for thee to meet Eric and Skallagrim, and this is my counsel, that thou goest hence before they wake,
for they will sit this winter here in Atli's hall."
"And whither shall I go, lady?" Swanhild gazed on him, and as she did so a dark thought came into her heart. Here was a knave who might serve her ends.
"Hall," she said, "thou art an Icelander, and I have known of thee from a child, and therefore I wish to serve thee in thy strait, though thou deservest it little. See now, Atli the Earl has a farm on the mainland not 2 hours' ride from the sea. Thither thou shalt go, if thou art wise, and thou shalt sit there this winter, and be hidden from Eric and Skallagrim. Nay, thank me not, but listen. It may chance that I shall have a service for thee to do before spring is come."
"Lady, I shall wait upon thy word," said Hall.
"Good. Now, so soon as it is light, I will find a man to sail with thee across the firth, for the sea falls, and bear my message to the steward at Atli's farm. Also, if thou needest faring money, thou shalt have it. Farewell."
Thus then did Hall fly before Eric and Skallagrim. On the morrow Eric and Skallagrim arose, sick and bruised indeed, but not at all harmed, and went down to the shore. There they found many dead men of their company, but never a one in whom the breath of life remained. Skallagrim looked at Eric and spoke.
"Last night the mist came up against the wind. Last night we saw Swanhild's wraith upon the waves, and there is the path it showed, and there," and he pointed to the dead men, "is the witch seed's flower. Now today we sit in Atli's hall, and here we must stay this winter at Swanhild's side. And in all this there lies a riddle that I cannot read."
But Eric shook his head, making no answer. Then, leaving Skallagrim with the dead, he turned, and striding back alone towards the hall, sat down on a rock in the home meadows and, covering his face with his hands, wept for his comrades. As he wept, Swanhild came to him, for she had seen him from afar, and touched him gently on the arm.
"Why weepest thou, Eric?"
she said. "I weep for the dead, Swanhild," he answered.
"Weep not for the dead, they are at peace. If thou must weep, weep for the living. Nay, weep not at all. Rejoice rather that thou art here to mourn. Hast thou no word of greeting for me, who have not heard thy voice these many months?"
"How shall I greet thee, Swanhild, who would never have seen thy face again if I might have had my will? Knowest thou that yesternight, as we laboured in yonder firth, we saw a shape walking the waters to lead us to our doom? How shall I greet thee, Swanhild, who art a witch and evil?"
"And knowest thou, Eric, that yesternight I woke from sleep, having dreamed that thou didst lie upon the shore, and thus I saved thee alive, as perchance I saved thee aforetime. If thou didst see a shape walking the waters, it was that shape which led thee here. Hadst thou sailed on, not only those thou mournest, but Skallagrim and thou thyself had now been numbered with the lost."
"Better so than thus," said Brighteyes. "Knowest thou also, Swanhild, that when last night my life came back again in Atli's hall, methought that Atli's wife leaned over me and kissed me on the lips. That was an ill dream, Swanhild."
"Some have found it none so ill, Eric," she made answer, looking on him strangely. "Still, it was but a dream. Thou didst dream that Atli's wife breathed back the breath of life into thy pale lips. Be sure of it, thou didst but dream. Ah, Eric, fear me no more. Forget the evil I have wrought in the blindness and folly of my youth. Now things are otherwise with me. Now I am a wedded wife, and faithful-hearted to my lord. Now, if I still love thee, it is with a sister's love. Therefore forget my sins. Remember only that as children we played upon Iceland's fells. Remember that, as a boy and girl, we rode along the marshes, while the sea mews clamoured round our heads. The world is cold, Eric, and few are the friends we find in it. Many are already gone, and soon the friendless dark draws near. So put me not away, my brother and my friend, but for a little space, whilst thou art here in Atli's hall, let us walk hand in hand, as we walked long years ago in Iceland, gathering up the fifa bloom and watching the midnight shadows creep up the icy Jökull's crest."
Thus Swanhild spoke to him most sweetly in a low voice of music, while the tears gathered in her eyes, talking ever of Iceland that he loved, and of the days long dead, till Eric's heart softened in him. "Almost do I believe thee, Swanhild," he said, stretching out his hand. But I know thus, that thou art never twice in the same mood, and that is beyond my measuring. Thou hast done much evil, and thou hast striven to do more. Also I love not those who seem to walk the seas of nights. Still, hold thou to this last saying of thine, and there shall be peace between us while I bide here." She touched his hand humbly and turned to go. But as she went, Eric spoke again. "Say, Swanhild, hast thou tidings from Iceland yonder? I have heard no word of Asmund or of Gudruda for 2 long years and more." She stood still, and a dark shadow that he could not see flitted across her face.
"I have a few tidings, Eric," she said, turning, "and those few, if I may trust them, bad enough. For this is the rumour that I have heard: that Asmund the Priest, my father, is dead; that Groa, my mother, is dead, how I know not; and lastly, that Gudruda the Fair, thy love, is betrothed to Ospakar Blacktooth, and weds him in the spring."
Now Eric sprang up with an oath and grasped the hilt of Whitefire. Then he sat down again upon the stone, and covered his face with his hands.
"Grieve not, Eric," she said gently. "I put no faith in this news, for rumour, like the black-backed gull, often changes colour in its flight across the seas. Also, I had it but at fifth hand. I am sure of this, at least, that Gudruda will never forsake thee without a cause."
"It shall go ill with Ospakar if this be true," said Eric, smiling grimly. "For Whitefire is yet left me, and with it one true friend."
"Run not to meet the evil, Eric. Thou shalt come to Iceland with the summer flowers, and find Gudruda faithful, and yet fairer than of yore. Knowest thou that Hall of Lithdale, who was thy mate, has sat here these last 2 months? He is gone but this morning, I know not whither, leaving a message that he returns no more."
"He did well to go," said Eric, and he told her how Hall had cut the cable.
"Ah, well indeed," answered Swanhild. "Had Atli known this, he would have scourged Hall hence with rods of seaweed. And now, Eric, I desire to ask thee one more thing. Why wearest thou thy hair long like a woman's? Indeed, few women have such hair as thine is now."
"For this cause, Swanhild. I swore to Gudruda that none shall cut my hair till she cut it once more. It is a great burden to me, surely, for never did hair grow so fast and strong as mine, and once in a fray I was held fast by it and went near to the losing of my life. Still, I will keep the oath, even if it grows on to my feet," and he laughed a little and shook back his golden locks. Swanhild smiled also, and, turning, went. But when her face was hidden from him she smiled no more.
"As I live," she said in her heart, "before spring rains fall I again will cause thee to break this oath, Eric. Ay, I will cut a lock of that bright hair of thine and send it for a love token to Gudruda."
But Eric still sat upon the rock, thinking. Swanhild had set an evil seed of doubt in his heart, and already it put forth roots. What if the tale were true? What if Gudruda had given herself to Ospakar? Well, if so, she should soon be a widow, that he swore. Then he rose and stalked grimly towards the hall. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 19 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 19. How Koll the Half-Witted brought tidings from Iceland. Presently, as Eric walked, he met Atli the Earl seeking him. Atli greeted him. "I have seen strange things, Eric," he said, "but none more strange than this coming of thine and the manner of it. Swanhild is foresighted, and that was a doom dream of hers." "I think her foresighted also," said Eric. "And now, Earl, knowest thou this, that little good can come to thee at the hands of one whom thou hast saved from the sea." "I set no faith in such old wives' tales," answered Atli. "Here thou art come, and it is my will that thou shouldst sit here. At the least, I will give thee no help to go hence." "Then we must bide in Straumey, it seems," said Eric. "For of all my goods and gear this alone is left me," and he looked at Whitefire. "Thou hast still a gold ring or two upon thy arm," answered the Earl, laughing. But surely, Eric, thou wouldst not be gone?" "I know not, Earl. Listen: it is well that I should be plain with thee. Once, before thou didst wed Swanhild, she had another mind." "I have heard something of that, and I have guessed more, Brighteyes. But methinks Swanhild is little given to gadding now. She is as cold as ice, and no good wife for any man." And Atli sighed. "Snow melts not if sun shines not. So runs the saw. Thou art an honest man, Eric, and no whisperer in the ears of others' wives." "I am not minded indeed to do thee such harm, Earl. But this thou knowest, that woman's guile and beauty are swords few shields can brook. Now I have spoken, and they are hard words to speak, be it as thou wilt." "It is my will that thou shouldst sit here this winter, Eric. Had I my way, indeed, never wouldst thou sit elsewhere. Listen: things have not gone well with me of late. Age hath a grip of me, and foes rise up against one who has no sons. That was an ill marriage, too, which I made with Swanhild yonder, for she loves me not, and I have found no luck since first I saw her face. Moreover, it is in my mind that my days are almost sped. Swanhild has already foretold my death, and, as thou knowest well, she is foresighted. So I pray thee, Eric, bide thou here while thou mayest, for I would have thee at my side." "It shall be as thou wilt, Earl," said Eric. So Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail sat that winter in the hall of Atli the Earl, at Straumey. For many weeks all things went well, and Eric forgot his fears. Swanhild was gentle to him and kindly. She loved much to talk with him, even of Gudruda her rival, but no word of love passed her lips. Nevertheless, she did but bide her time, for when she struck she determined to strike home. Atli and Eric were ever side by side, and Eric gave the Earl much good counsel. He promised to do this also, for now, being simple-minded, his doubts had passed, and he had no more fear of Swanhild. On the mainland lived a certain chief who had seized large lands of Atli's, and held them for a year or more. Now Eric gave his word that, before he sailed for Iceland in the early summer, he would go up against this man and drive him from the lands, if he could. For Brighteyes might not come to Iceland till hard upon midsummer, when his 3 years of outlawry were spent. The winter wore away and the spring came. Then Atli gathered his men and went with Eric in boats to where the chief dwelt who held his lands. There they fell on him, and there was a fierce fight, but in the end the man was slain by Skallagrim, and Eric did great deeds, as was his wont. Now in this fray Eric was wounded in the foot by a spear, so that he must be borne back to Straumey, and he lay there in the hall for many days. Swanhild nursed him, and most days he sat talking with her in her bower. When Eric was nearly healed of his hurt, the Earl went with all his people to a certain island of the Orkneys to gather scat (tribute) that was unpaid, and Skallagrim went with him. But Eric did not go, because of his hurt, fearing lest the wound should open if he walked overmuch. Thus it came to pass, except for some women, that he was left almost alone with Swanhild. Now, when Atli had been gone 3 days, it chanced on an afternoon that Swanhild heard how a man from Iceland sought speech with her. She bade them bring him in to where she was alone in her bower, for Eric was not there, having gone down to the sea to fish. The man came, and she knew him at once for Koll the Half-witted, who had been her mother Groa's thrall. On his shoulders was the cloak that Ospakar Blacktooth had given him. It was much torn now, and he had a worn and hungry look.
"Whence comest thou, Koll?" she asked, "and what are thy tidings?"
"From Scotland last, lady, where I sat this winter. Before that, from Iceland. As for my tidings, they are heavy, if thou hast not heard them. Asmund the priest is dead, and dead is Unna his wife, poisoned by thy mother Groa at their marriage feast. Dead too is thy mother Groa. Björn, Asmund's son, shot her with an arrow, and she lies in Goldfoss pool." Now Swanhild hid her face for a while in her hands. Then she lifted it, and it was white to see.
"Speakest thou truth, fox? If thou liest, this I swear to thee: thy tongue shall be dragged from thee by the roots."
"I speak the truth, lady," he answered, but still he spoke not all the truth, for he said nothing of the part which he had played in the deaths of Asmund and Unna. Then he told her of the manner of their end. Swanhild listened silently, then said:
"What news of Gudruda, Asmund's daughter? Is she wed?"
"Nay, lady, folk spoke of her and Ospakar, that was all."
"Hearken, Koll," said Swanhild. "Bearing such heavy tidings, canst thou not wait the ship a little more? Eric Brighteyes is here. Canst thou not swear to him that, when thou didst leave Iceland, it was said without question that Gudruda had betrothed herself to Ospakar, and that the wedding feast was set for this last Yule? Thou hast a hungry look, Koll, and methinks that things have not gone altogether well with thee of late. Now, if thou canst so charge thy memory, thou shalt lose little by it. But if thou canst not, then thou goest hence from Straumey with never a luck penny in thy purse, and never a sup to stay thy stomach with."
Now of all things Koll least desired to be sent from Straumey, for, though Swanhild did not know it, he was sought for on the mainland as a thief. "That I may do, lady," he said, looking at her cunningly. "Now I remember that Gudruda the Fair charged me with a certain message for Eric Brighteyes, if I should chance to see him as I journeyed." Then Swanhild, Atli's wife, and Koll the Half-witted talked long and earnestly together. At nightfall Eric came in from his fishing. His heart was light, for the time drew near when he should sail for home, and he did not think on evil. For now he feared Swanhild no longer, and, no fresh tidings having come from Iceland about Ospakar and Gudruda, he had almost put the matter from his mind. On he walked to the hall, limping somewhat from his wound, but singing as he came, and bearing his fish slung upon a pole. At the men's door of the hall a woman stood waiting. She told Eric that the Lady Swanhild would speak with him in her bower. Thither he went and knocked. Getting no answer, he knocked again and entered. Swanhild sat on a couch. She was weeping, and her hair fell about her face. "What now, Swanhild?" he said. She looked up heavily.
"Ill news for thee and me, Eric. Koll, who was my mother's thrall, has come hither from Iceland, and these are his tidings: that Asmund is dead, and Unna, thy cousin, Thorod of Greenfell's daughter, is dead, and my mother Groa is dead also."
"Heavy tidings truly," said Eric. "And what of Gudruda? Is she also dead?"
"Nay, Eric, she is wed to Ospakar."
Now Eric reeled against the wall, clutching it, and for a space all things swam round him. "Where is this Koll?" he gasped. "Send me Koll hither." Presently he came, and Eric questioned him coldly and calmly. But Koll could lie full well. It is said that in his day there was no one in Iceland who could lie so well as Koll the Half-witted. He told Eric how it was said that Gudruda was plighted to Ospakar, and how the match had been agreed on at the Althing in the summer that was gone, and indeed there had been some such talk, and how that the feast was to be at Middalhof on last Yule Day. "Is that all thy tidings?" said Eric. "If so, I give no heed to them. For ever, Koll, I have known thee for a liar." "Nay, Eric, it is not all," answered Koll. "As it chanced, 2 days before the ship in which I sailed was bound, I saw Gudruda the Fair. Then she asked me whither I was going, and I told her that I would journey to London, where men said thou wert, and asked her if she would send a message. Then she alighted from her horse, Blackmane, and spoke with me apart. 'Koll,' she said, 'it well may be that thou wilt see Eric Brighteyes in London town. Now, if thou seest him, I charge thee straitly tell him this: tell him that my father is dead, and my brother Björn, who rules in his place, is a hard man, and has ever urged me on to wed Ospakar, till at last, having no choice, I have consented to it. And say to Eric that I grieve much and sorely, and that, though we twain should never meet more, yet I shall always hold his memory dear.'" "It is not like Gudruda to speak thus," said Eric. "She had ever a stout heart, and these are craven words. Koll, I hold that thou liest, and, if indeed I find it so, I'll wring the head from off thee." "Nay, Eric, I lie not. Wherefore should I lie? Hearken: thou hast not heard all my tale. When the Lady Gudruda had made an end of speaking, she drew something from her breast and gave it me, saying, 'Give this to Eric in witness of my words.'" "Show me the token," said Eric. Now many years ago, when they were yet boy and girl, it chanced that Eric had given to Gudruda the half of an ancient gold piece that he had found upon the shore. He had given her half, and half he had kept, wearing it next to his heart. But he knew not this, for she feared to tell him, that Gudruda had lost her half. Nor indeed had she lost it, for Swanhild had taken the love token and hidden it away. Now she brought it forth for Koll to build his lies upon. Then Koll drew out the half piece from a leather purse and passed it to him. Eric plunged his hand into his breast and found his half. He placed the two side by side, while Swanhild watched him. Lo, they fitted well. Then Eric laughed aloud, a hard, bitter laugh. "There will be slaying," he cried, "before all this tale is told. Take thy fee and be gone, thou messenger of ill." And he cast the broken piece at Koll. "For once thou hast spoken the truth." Koll stooped, found the gold and went, leaving Brighteyes and Swanhild face to face. He hid his brow in his arms and groaned aloud. Softly Swanhild crept up to him. Softly she drew his hands away, holding them between her own.
"Heavy tidings, Eric," she said. "Heavy tidings for thee and me. She is a murderess who gave me birth, and she has slain my own father. My father and thy cousin Unna also. Gudruda is a traitress fair and false. I did ill to be born of such a woman. Thou didst ill to put thy faith in such a woman. Together let us weep, for our woe is equal."
"Ay, let us weep together," Eric answered. "Nay, why should we weep? Together let us be merry, for we know the worst. All words are said, all hopes are sped. Let us be merry then, for now we have no more tidings to fear."
"Ay,"
Swanhild answered, looking on him darkly, "we will be merry and laugh our sorrows down. Ah, thou foolish Eric, under what unlucky star wast thou born, that thou knewest not true from false?" And she called the serving women, bidding them bring food and wine. Now Eric sat alone with Swanhild in her bower and made pretence to eat. But he could eat little, though he drank deep of the southern wine. Close beside him sat Swanhild, filling his cup. She was wondrous fair that night, and it seemed to Eric that her eyes gleamed like stars. Sweetly she spoke also, and wisely. She told strange tales and sang strange songs, and ever her eyes shone more and more, and ever she crept closer to him. Eric's brain was afire, though his heart was cold and dead. He laughed loud and mightily. He told great tales of deeds that he had done, growing boastful in his folly. And still Swanhild's eyes shone more and more, and still she crept closer, wooing him in many ways. Now of a sudden Eric thought of his friend Earl Atli, and his mind grew clear. "This may not be, Swanhild," he said. "Yet I would that I had loved thee from the first, and not the false Gudruda, for, with all thy dark ways, at least thou art better than she."
"Thou speakest wisely, Eric,"
Swanhild answered, though she meant not that he should go.
"The Norns have appointed us an evil fate, giving me as wife to an old man whom I do not love, and thee for a lover to a woman who has betrayed thee. Ah, Eric Brighteyes, thou foolish Eric! Why knewest thou not the false from the true while yet there was time? Now are all words said and all things done, nor can they be undone. Go hence, Eric, ere ill come of it. But, before thou goest, drink one cup of parting, and then farewell."
And she slipped from him and filled the cup, mixing in it a certain love potion that she had made ready. "Give it me that I may swear an oath on it," said Eric. Swanhild gave him the cup and stood before him, watching him. "Hearken," he said. "I swear this, that before snow falls again in Iceland, I will see Ospakar dead at my feet, or lie dead at the feet of Ospakar."
"Well spoken, Eric,"
Swanhild answered.
"Now, before thou drinkest, grant me one little boon. It is but a woman's fancy, and thou canst scarce deny me. The years will be long when thou art gone. For from this night it is best that we should meet no more, and I would keep something of thee to call back thy memory, and the memories of our youth when thou hast passed away and I grow old."
"What wouldst thou have then, Swanhild? I have nothing left to give, except Whitefire alone."
"I do not ask Whitefire, Eric, though Whitefire shall kiss the gift. I ask nothing but one tress of that golden hair of thine."
"Once I swore that none should touch my hair again except Gudruda's self."
"It will grow long then, Eric, for now Gudruda tends black locks and thinks little on golden. Broken are all oaths."
Eric groaned. "All oaths are broken in sooth," he said. "Have then thy will," and, loosing the peace strings, he drew Whitefire from its sheath and gave her the great war sword. Swanhild took it by the hilt, and, lifting a tress of Eric's yellow hair, she shorn through it deftly with Whitefire's razor edge, smiling as she shore. With the same war blade on which Eric and Gudruda had pledged their troth, did Swanhild cut the locks that Eric had sworn no hand should clip except Gudruda's. He took back the sword and sheathed it, and, knotting the long tress, Swanhild hid it in her bosom.
"Now drink the cup, Eric," she said. "Pledge me and go."
Eric drank to the dregs and cast the cup down, and lo! all things changed to him, for his blood was afire, and seas seemed to roll within his brain. Only before him stood Swanhild, like a shape of light and glory, and he thought that she sang softly over him, always drawing nearer, and that with her came a scent of flowers like the scent of Iceland's meads in May.
"All oaths are broken, Eric," she murmured. "All oaths are broken indeed, and now must new oaths be sworn, for cut is thy golden hair, Brighteyes, and not by Gudruda's hand."
End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 20 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 20. How Eric was named anew. Eric dreamed. He dreamed that Gudruda stood by him looking at him with soft, sad eyes, while with her hand she pointed to his hair and spake.
"Thou hast done ill, Eric," she seemed to say. "Thou hast done ill to doubt me, and now thou art for ever shamed, for thou hast betrayed Atli thy friend. Thou hast broken thy oath, and therefore hast thou fallen into this pit. For when Swanhild shore that lock of thine, my watching spirit passed, leaving thee to Swanhild and thy fate. Now I tell thee this, that shame shall lead to shame, and many lives shall pay forfeit for thy sin, Eric."
Eric awoke, thinking that this was indeed an evil dream which he had dreamed. He woke, and lo! by him was Swanhild, Atli's wife. He looked upon her beauty, and fear and shame crept into his heart, for now he knew that it was no dream, but he was lost indeed. He looked again at Swanhild, and hatred and loathing of her shook him. She had overcome him by her arts. That cup was drugged which he had drunk, and he was mad with grief. Yes, she had played upon his woe like a harper on a harp, and now he was ashamed. Now he had betrayed his friend who loved him. Had Whitefire been to his hand at that moment, Eric had surely slain himself. But the great sword was not there, for it hung in Swanhild's bower. Eric groaned aloud, and Swanhild turned at the sound. But he sprang away and stood over her, cursing her. "Thou witch!" he cried. "What hast thou done? What didst thou mix in that cup yester evening? Thou hast brought me to this, that I have betrayed Atli my friend, Atli thy lord, who left thee in my keeping." He seemed so terrible in his woe and rage that Swanhild shrank from him, and, throwing her hair about her face, peeped at him through its meshes as once she had peeped at Asmund.
"It is like a man,"
she said, gathering up her courage and her wit.
"'Tis like a man, having won my love, now to turn upon me and upbraid me. Fie upon thee, Eric! Thou hast dealt ill with me to bring me to this."
Now Eric ceased his raving and spoke more calmly. "Well thou knowest the truth, Swanhild," he said.
"Hearken, Eric," she answered. "Let this be secret between us. Atli is old, and methinks that not long shall he bide here in Straumey. Soon he will die. It is upon my mind that he soon will die, and being childless, his lands and goods pass to me. Then, Eric, thou shalt sit in Atli's hall, and in all honour shall Atli's wife become thy bride."
Eric listened coldly. "I can well believe," he said, "that thou hast it in mind to slay thy lord, for all evil is in thy heart, Swanhild. Now know this, that if in honour or dishonour my lips touch that fair face of thine again, may the limbs rot from thy trunk, and may I lie a log for ever in the halls of Hela. If ever my eyes of their own will look again upon thy beauty, may I go blind and beg my meat from homestead to homestead. If ever my tongue whisper word of love into thy ears, may dumbness seize it, and may it wither to the root." Swanhild heard, and sank upon the ground before him, her head bowed almost to her feet. "Now, Swanhild, fare thee well," said Eric. "Living or dead, may I never see thy face again." She gazed up through her falling hair. Her face was wild and white, and her eyes glowed in it as live embers glow in the ashes of burnt wood.
"We are not so easily parted, Eric," she said. "Not for this came I to witchcraft and to sin. Thou fool! Hast thou never heard that, of all the foes a man may have, none is so terrible as the woman he has scorned? Thou shalt learn this lesson, Eric Brighteyes, Thorgrimur's son. For here we have but the beginning of the tale. For its end I will write it in runes of blood."
"Write on," said Eric. "Thou canst do no worse than thou hast done." And he passed thence. For a while Swanhild crouched upon the ground, brooding in silence. Then she rose, and, throwing up her arms, wept aloud.
"Is it for this that I have sold my soul to the Hell hag?" she cried. "Is it for this that I have become a witch, and sunk so low as I sank last night, to be scorned, to be hated, to be betrayed? Now Eric will go to Atli and tell this tale. Nay, there I will be beforehand with him, and with another story, an ancient wile of women truly, but one that never yet has failed them, nor ever will. And then for vengeance! I will see thee dead, Eric, and dead will I see Gudruda at thy side. Afterward let darkness come, ay, though the horror rides it. Swift! I must be swift."
Eric passed into Swanhild's bower, and, finding Whitefire, bore it thence. On the table was food. He took it. Then, going to the place where he was wont to sleep, he armed himself, girding his byrnie on his breast and his golden helm upon his head, and taking shield and spear in his hand. Then he passed out. By the men's door he found some women spreading fish in the sun. Eric greeted them, saying that when the Earl came back, for he was to come on that morning, he would find him on the south-western rocks, nigh to where the Gudruda sank. This he begged of them to tell Atli, for he desired speech with him. The women wondered that Brighteyes should go forth thus, and fully armed, but, holding that he had some deed to do, they said nothing. Eric came to the rocks, and there he sat all day long, looking on the sea, and grieving so bitterly that he thought his heart would burst within him. For of all the days of Eric's life this was the heaviest, except one other only. But Swanhild, going to her bower, caused Koll the Half-witted to be summoned. To him she spoke long and earnestly, and they made a shameful plot together. Then she bade Koll watch for Atli's coming, and, when he saw the Earl leave his boats, to run to him and say that she would speak with him. After this, Swanhild sent a man across the firth to the stead where Hall of Lithdale sat, bidding him to come to her at speed. When the afternoon grew towards the evening, Koll, watching, saw the boats of Atli draw to the landing place. Then he went down, and, going to the Earl, bowed before him. "What wouldst thou, fellow, and who art thou?" asked Atli. "I am a man from Iceland. Perchance, lord, thou sawest me in Asmund's hall at Middalhof. I am sent here by the Lady Swanhild to say that she desires speech with thee, and that at once." Then, seeing Skallagrim, Koll fled back to the house, for he feared Skallagrim. Now Atli was uneasy in his mind, and, saying nothing, he hurried up to the hall, and through it into Swanhild's bower. There she sat on a couch, her eyes red with weeping, and her curling hair unbound. "What now, Swanhild?" he asked. "Why lookest thou thus?"
"Why look I thus, my lord?"
she answered heavily.
"Because I have to tell thee that which I cannot find words to fit."
And she ceased. "Speak on," he said. "Is aught wrong with Eric?" Then Swanhild drew near and told him a false tale. When it was done for a moment or so, Atli stood still, and grew white beneath his ruddy skin, white as his beard. Then he staggered back against the wainscoting of the bower. "Woman, thou liest!" he said. "Never will I believe so vile a thing of Eric Brighteyes, whom I have loved."
"Would that I could not believe it," she answered. "Would that I could think it was but an evil dream. But alas! Nay, I will prove it. Suffer that I summon Koll, the Icelander, who was my mother's thrall, Groa, who is now dead, for I have that tidings also. He saw something of this thing, and he will bear me witness."
"Call the man," said Atli sternly. So Koll was summoned, and told his lies with a bold face. He was so well taught, and so closely did his story tally with that of Swanhild, that Atli could find no flaw in it. "Now I am sure, Swanhild, that thou speakest truth," said the Earl when Koll had gone. "And now also I have somewhat to say to this Eric. For thee, rest thyself. That which cannot be mended must be borne." And he went out. Now when Skallagrim came to the house he asked for Eric. The women told him that Brighteyes had gone down to the sea, fully armed, in the morning, and had not returned.
"Then there must be fighting toward, and that I am loath to miss,"
said Skallagrim, and, axe aloft, he started for the southwestern rocks at a run. Skallagrim came to the rocks. There he found Eric, sitting in his harness, looking out across the sea. The evening was wet and windy. The rain beat upon him as he sat, but Eric took no heed.
"What seekest thou, lord?"
asked the Baresark. "Rest," said Eric, "and I find none."
"Thou seekest rest, helm on head and sword in hand? This is a strange thing, truly."
"Stranger things have been, Skallagrim. Wouldst thou hear a tale?" And he told him all.
"What said I?" asked Skallagrim. "We had fared better in London town. Flying from the dove, thou hast found the falcon."
"I have found the falcon, comrade, and she has pecked out my eyes. Now I would speak with Atli, and then I go hence."
"Hence go the twain of us, lord. The Earl will be here presently, and rough words will fly in this rough weather. Is Whitefire sharp, Brighteyes?"
"Whitefire was sharp enough to shear my hair, Skallagrim. But if Atli would strike, let him lay on. Whitefire will not be aloft for him."
"That we shall see," said Skallagrim. "At least, if thou art harmed because of this loose queen, my axe will be aloft."
"Keep thou thine axe in its place," said Eric, and as he spoke Atli came, and with him many men. Eric rose and turned to meet the Earl, looking on him with sad eyes. For Atli, his face was as the face of a trapped wolf, for he was mad with rage at the shame that had been put upon him and the ill tale that Swanhild had told of Eric's dealings with her.
"It seems the Earl has heard of these tidings," said Skallagrim.
"Then I shall be spared the telling of them," answered Eric. Now they stood face to face. Atli leaned upon his drawn sword, and his wrath was so fierce that for a while he could not speak. At length he found words. "See ye that man, comrades?" he said, pointing at Eric with the sword. "He has been my guest these many months. He has sat in my hall and eaten of my bread, and I have loved him as a son. And wot ye how he has repaid me? He has put me to the greatest shame, me and my wife the Lady Swanhild, whom I left in his guard, to such shame indeed that I cannot speak it." "True words, Earl," said Eric, while folk murmured and handled their swords.
"True, but not all the truth," growled Skallagrim. "Methinks the Earl has heard a garbled tale."
"True words thyself thou sayest it," went on Atli. "Thou hound that I saved from the sea. Ran's gift, Hela's gift, so runs the saw, and now from Ran to Hela thou shalt go, thou mishandler of defenceless women."
"Here is somewhat of which I know nothing," said Eric.
"And here is something of which thou shalt know," answered Atli, and he shook his sword before Eric's eyes. "Guard thyself!" "Nay, Earl, thou art old, and I have done the wrong. I may not fight with thee." "Art thou a coward also?" said the Earl. "Some have deemed otherwise," said Eric, "but it is true that heavy heart makes weak hand. Nevertheless, this is my rede. With thee are 10 men. Stand thou aside and let them fall on me till I am slain."
"The odds are too heavy even for thee," said Skallagrim. "Back to back, lord, as we have stood aforetime, and let us play this game together."
"Not so!" cried Atli. "This shame is mine, and I have sworn to Swanhild that I will wipe it out in Eric's blood. Stand thou before me, and draw!" Then Eric drew Whitefire and raised his shield. Atli the Earl rushed at him and smote a great two-handed blow. Eric caught it on his shield and suffered no harm, but he would not smite back. Atli dropped his point. "Niddering art thou, and coward to the last!" he cried. "See, men, Eric Brighteyes fears to fight. I am not come to this, that I will cut down a man who is too faint-hearted to give blow for blow. This is my word: take ye your spear shafts and push this coward to the shore, then put him in a boat and drive him hence." Now Eric grew red as the red light of sunset, for his manhood might not bear this. "Take shield," he said, "and, Earl, on thine own head be thy blood, for none shall live to call Eric niddering and coward." Atli laughed in his folly and his rage. He took a shield, and, once more springing on Brighteyes, struck a great blow. Eric parried, then whirled Whitefire on high and smote, once and once only. Down rushed the bright blade like a star through the night. Sword and shield did Atli lift to catch the blow. Through shield it sheared, and arm that held the shield, through byrnie mail and deep into Earl Atli's side. He fell prone to earth, while men held their breath, wondering at the greatness of that stroke. But Eric leaned on Whitefire and looked at the old Earl upon the rock. "Now, Atli, thou hast had thy way," he said, "and methinks things are worse than they were before. But I will say this: would that I lay there and thou stoodest to watch me die, for as lief would I have slain my father as thee, Earl Atli. There lies Swanhild's work." Atli gazed upwards into Eric's sad eyes, and, while he gazed so, his rage left him, and of a sudden a light brake upon his mind, as even then the light of the setting sun brake through the driving mist. "Eric," he said, "draw near and speak with me ere I am sped. Methinks that I have been beguiled, and that thou didst not do this thing that Swanhild said and Koll bore witness to." "What did Swanhild say, then, Earl Atli?" The Earl told him. "It was to be looked for from her," said Eric, "though I never thought of it. Now hearken," and he told him all. Atli groaned aloud. "I know this now, Eric," he said, "that thou speakest truth, and once more I have been deceived. Eric, I forgive thee all, for no man may fight against woman's witchcraft and witches' wine. Swanhild is evil to the heart. Yet, Eric, I lay this doom upon thee. I do not lay it of my own will, for I would not harm thee, whom I love, but because of the words that the Norns put in my mouth, for now I am fey in this hour of my death. Thou hast sinned, and that thou didst sin against thy will shall avail thee nothing, for of thy sin fate shall fashion a handle to the spear which pierces thee. Henceforth thou art accursed, for I tell thee that this wicked woman, Swanhild, shall drag thee down to death, and worse than death, and with thee those thou lovest. By witchcraft she brought thee to Straumey, by lies she laid me here before thee. Now by hate and might and cruel deeds shall she bring thee to lie more low than I do. For, Eric, thou art bound to her, and thou shalt never loose the bond." Atli ceased a while, then spoke again more faintly. "Hearken, comrades," he cried. "My strength is well nigh spent. Ye shall swear 4 things to me: that ye will give Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail safe passage from Straumey; that ye will tell Swanhild the Fatherless, Groa's daughter and Atli's wife, that, at last, I know her for what she is, a murderess, a harlot, a witch and a liar, and that I forgive Eric whom she tricked, but that her I hate and spit upon. That ye will slay Koll the Half-witted, Groa's thrall, who came hither about 2 days gone, since by his lies he hath set an edge upon this sword of falsehood. That ye will raise no blood feud against Eric for this my slaying, for I goaded him to the deed. Do ye swear?"
"We swear,"
said the men. "Then farewell, and to thee farewell also, Eric Brighteyes. Now take my hand and hold it while I die. Behold, I give thee a new name, and by that name thou shalt be called in story. I name thee Eric the Unlucky. Of all tales that are told, thine shall be the greatest. A mighty stroke that was of thine, a mighty stroke. Farewell." Then his head fell back upon the rock, and Earl Atli died. And as he died, the last rays of light went out from the sky. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 21 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 21. How Hall of Lithdale took tidings to Iceland. Now on the same night that Atli died at the hand of Eric, Swanhild spake with Hall of Lithdale, whom she had summoned from the mainland. She bade him do this: take passage in a certain ship that should sail for Iceland on the morrow from the island that is called Westra, and there tell all these tidings of the ill doings of Eric, and of the slaying of Atli by his hand. "Thou shalt say this," she went on, "that Eric has been my love for long, but that at length the matter came to the ears of Atli the Earl. Then, holding this the greatest shame, he went on holmgang with Eric and was slain by him. This shalt thou add to thy tale also, that presently Eric and I will wed, and that Eric shall rule as Earl in Orkneys. Now these tidings must soon come to the ears of Gudruda the Fair, and she will send for thee, and question thee straitly concerning them, and thou shalt tell her the tale as thou toldest it at first. Then thou shalt give Gudruda this packet, which I send her as a gift, saying that I bade her remember a certain oath which Eric took as to the cutting of his hair. And when she sees that which is within the packet is somewhat stained, tell her that it is but the blood of Atli that is upon it, as his blood is upon Eric's hands. Now remember thou this, Hall, that if thou fail in the errand, thy life shall pay forfeit, for presently I will also come to Iceland, and hear how thou hast sped." Then Swanhild gave him faring money and gifts of wadmal and gold rings, promising that he should have so much again when she came to Iceland. Hall said that he would do all these things, and went at once, nor did he fail in his tasks. Atli being dead, Eric loosed his hand and called to the men to take up his body and bear it to the hall. This they did. Eric stood and watched them till they were lost in the darkness.
"Whither now, lord?"
said Skallagrim. "It matters little," said Eric. "What is thy counsel?"
"This is my counsel, that we take ship and sail back to the king in London. There we will tell all this tale. It is a far cry from Stromley to London town, and there we shall sit in peace, for the king will think little of the slaying of an Orkney earl in a brawl about a woman. Mayhap, too, the Lady Elfrida will not set great store by it. Therefore I say, let us fare back to London."
"In but one place am I at home, and that is Iceland," said Eric. "Thither I will go, Skallagrim, though it be but to miss friend from stead and bride from bed. At the least I shall find Ospakar there."
"Listen, lord,"
said Skallagrim.
"Was it not my rede that we should bide this winter through in London? Thou wouldst none of it, and what came about? Our ship is sunk, gone are our comrades, thine honour is tarnished, and dead is thy host at thine own hand. Yet I say all is not lost. Let us hence south, and see no more of Swanhild, of Gudruda, of Björn and Ospakar. So shall we break the spell. But if thou goest to Iceland, I am sure of this, that the evil fate which Atli foretold will fall on thee, and the days to come shall be even more unlucky than the days that have been."
"It may be so," said Eric. "Methinks indeed it will be so. Henceforth I am Eric the Unlucky. I will go back to Iceland and there play out the game. I care little if I live or am slain. I have no more joy in my life. I stand alone, like a fir upon a mountain top, and every wind from heaven and every storm of hail and snow beats upon my head. But I say to thee, Skallagrim, go thy road, and leave a luckless man to his ill fate. Otherwise it shall be thine also. Good friend hast thou been to me. Now let us part and wend south and north. The King will be glad to greet thee yonder in London, Lambstail."
"But one severing shall we know, lord," said Skallagrim, "and that shall be swords' work. Nor will it be for long. It is ill to speak such words as these of the parting of lord and thrall. Bethink thee of the oath I swore on Mosfell. Let us go north, since it is thy will. In 50 years it will count for little which way we wended from the isles."
So they went together down to the shore, and, finding a boat and men who as yet knew nothing of what had chanced to Atli, they sailed across the firth at the rising of the moon. 2 days afterwards they found a ship at Wick that was bound for Fareys, and sailed in her, Eric buying a passage with half of a gold ring that the King had given him in London. Here at Fareys they sat a month or more, but not in the Earl's hall as when Eric came with honour in the Gudruda, but in a farmer's stead. For the tale of Eric's dealings with Atli and Atli's wife had reached Fareys, and the Earl there had been a friend of Atli's. Moreover, Eric was now a poor man, having neither ship nor goods nor friends. Therefore all looked coldly on him, though they wondered at his beauty and his might. Still they dared not to speak ill or make a mock of him. For, 2 men having done so, were nearly slain of Skallagrim, who seized the twain by the throat, one in either hand, and dashed their heads together. After that men said little. They sat there a month, till at length a chapman put in at Fareys, bound for Iceland, and they took passage with him, Eric paying the other half of his gold ring for ship room. The chapman was not willing to give them place at first, for he, too, had heard the tale, but Skallagrim offered him choice, either to do so or to go on holmgang with him. Then the chapman gave them passage. Now it is told that when his thralls and housecarls bore the corpse of Atli the Earl to his hall in Straumey, Swanhild met it and wept over it, and when the spokesman among them stood forward and told her those words that Atli had bidden them to say to her, sparing none, she spoke thus: "My lord was distraught and weak with loss of blood when he spoke thus. The tale I told him was true, and now Eric has added to his sin by shedding the blood of him whom he wronged so sorely." And thereafter she spoke so sweetly and with so much gentleness, craft and wisdom, that though they still doubted them, all men held her words weighty. For Swanhild had this art, that she could make the false sound true in the ears of men and the true sound false. Still, being mindful of their oath, they hunted for Koll and found him, and when the thrall knew that they would slay him he ran thence screaming. Nor did Swanhild lift a hand to save his life, for she desired that Koll should die, lest he should bear witness against her. Away he ran towards the cliffs, and, after him, sped Atli's housecarls, till he came to the great cliffs that edge in the sea. Now they were close upon him, and their swords were aloft. Then, sooner than know the kiss of steel, the liar leapt from the cliffs, and was crushed, dying miserably on the rocks below. This was the end of Koll the Half-witted, Groa's thrall. Swanhild sat in Straumey for a while, and took all Atli's heritage into her keeping, for he had no male kin, nor did any say her nay. Also she called in the moneys that he had out at interest, and that was a great sum, for Atli was a careful and a wealthy man. Then Swanhild made ready to go to Iceland. Atli had a great dragon of war, and she manned that ship and filled it with stores and all things needful. This done, she set stewards and grieves over the Orkney lands and farms, and, when the Earl was 6 weeks dead, she sailed for Iceland, giving out that she went thither to set a blood suit on foot against Eric for the death of Atli, her lord. There she came in safety, just as folk rode to the Althing. Now Hall of Lithdale came to Iceland and told his tale of the doings of Eric and the death of Atli. Oft and loud he told it, and soon people gossiped of it in field and fair and stead. Björn, Asmund's son, heard this talk and sent for Hall. To him also Hall told the tale. "Now," said Björn, "we will go to my sister Gudruda the Fair and learn how she takes these tidings." So they went in to where Gudruda sat spinning in the hall, singing as she spun. "Greeting, Gudruda," said Björn. "Say, hast thou tidings of Eric Brighteyes, thy betrothed?"
"I have no tidings," said Gudruda.
"Then here is one who brings them." Now for the first time Gudruda the Fair saw Hall of Lithdale. Up she sprang.
"Thou hast tidings of Eric, Hall? Ah, thou art welcome, for no tidings have come of him for many a month. Speak on."
And she pressed her hand against her heart and leaned towards him. "My tidings are ill, lady."
"Is Eric dead? Say not that my love is dead."
"He is worse than dead," said Hall. "He is shamed."
"There thou liest, Hall," she answered. "Shame and Eric are things apart."
"Mayest thou think so, when thou hast heard my tale, lady?" said Hall. "For I am sad at heart to speak it of one who was my mate."
"Speak on, I say,"
answered Gudruda, in such a voice that Hall shrank from her.
"Speak on. But of this I warn thee, that if in one word thou liest, that shall be thy death when Eric comes."
Now Hall was afraid, thinking of the axe of Skallagrim. Still, he might not go back upon his word. So he began at the beginning, telling the story of how he was wounded in the fight with Ospakar's ships and left Faery Isles, and how he came thence to Scotland and sat in Atli's hall on Orkneys. Then he told how the Gudruda was wrecked on Straumey, and, of all aboard, Eric and Skallagrim alone were saved because of Swanhild's dream.
"Herein I see witch work,"
said Gudruda. Then Hall told that Eric became Swanhild's love, but of the other tale which Swanhild had whispered to Atli he said nothing, for he knew that Gudruda would not believe this, and, moreover, if it were so, Swanhild had not sent the token which he should give.
"It may well be,"
said Gudruda proudly.
"Swanhild is fair and light of mind. Perchance she led Brighteyes into this snare."
But though she spoke thus, bitter jealousy and anger burned in her breast, and she remembered the sight which she had seen when Eric and Swanhild met on the morn of Atli's wedding. Then Hall told of the slaying of Atli the Good by Eric, but he said nothing of the Earl's dying words, nor of how he goaded Brighteyes with his bitter words.
"It was an ill deed in sooth," said Gudruda, "for Eric to slay an old man whom he had wronged. Still, it may chance that he was driven to it for his own life's sake."
Then Hall said that he had seen Swanhild after Atli's slaying, and that she told him that she and Eric should wed shortly, and that Eric would rule in Orkneys by her side. Gudruda asked if that were all his tale. "Yes, lady," answered Hall, "that is all my tale, for after that I sailed, and know not what happened. But I am charged to give something to thee, and that by the Lady Swanhild. She bade me say this also, that, when thou lookest on the gift, thou shalt think on a certain oath which Eric took as to the cutting of his hair." And he drew a linen packet from his breast and gave it to her. Thrice Gudruda looked on it, fearing to open it. Then, seeing the smile of mockery on Björn's cold face, she took the shears that hung at her side and cut the thread with them. And as she cut, a lock of golden hair rose from the packet, untwisting itself like a living snake. The lock was long, and its end was caked with gore.
"Whose hair is this?"
said Gudruda, though she knew the hair well. "Eric's hair," said Hall, "that Swanhild cut from his head with Eric's sword." Now Gudruda put her hand to her bosom. She drew out a satchel, and from the satchel a lock of yellow hair. Side by side she placed the locks, looking first at one and then at the other.
"This is Eric's hair in sooth," she said. "Eric's hair that he swore none but I should cut. Eric's hair that Swanhild shore with Whitefire from Eric's head. Whitefire whereon we plighted troth. Say now, whose blood is this that stains the hair of Eric?"
"It is Atli's blood, whom Eric first dishonoured and then slew with his own hand," answered Hall. Now there burned a fire on the hearth, for the day was cold. Gudruda the Fair stood over the fire, and with either hand she let the 2 locks of Eric's hair fall upon the embers. Slowly they twisted up and burned. She watched them burn, then she threw up her hands and with a great cry fled from the hall. Björn and Hall of Lithdale looked on each other. "Thou hadst best go hence," said Björn, "and of this I warn thee, Hall, though I hold thy tidings good, that if thou hast spoken one false word, that will be thy death. For then it would be better for thee to face all the wolves in Iceland than to stand before Eric in his rage." Again Hall bethought himself of the axe of Skallagrim, and he went out heavily. That day a messenger came from Gudruda to Björn, saying that she would speak with him. He went to where she sat alone upon her bed. Her face was white as death, and her dark eyes glowed. "Eric has dealt badly with thee, sister, to bring thee to this sorrow," said Björn.
"Speak no evil of Eric to me," Gudruda answered. "The evil that he has done will be paid back to him. There is little need for thee to heap words upon his head. Hearken, Björn my brother. Is it yet thy will that I should wed Ospakar Blacktooth?"
"That is my will, surely. There is no match in Iceland as this Ospakar, and I should win many friends by it."
"Do this then, Björn. Send messengers to Swinefell, and say to Ospakar that if he would still wed Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter, let him come to Middalhof when folk ride from the Althing, and he shall not go hence alone. Nay, I have done. Now, I pray thee speak no more to me of Eric or of Ospakar. Of the one I have seen and heard enough, and of the other I shall hear and see enough in the years that are to come."
End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 22 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 22. How Eric Came Home Again. Swanhild made a good passage from the Orkneys, and was in Iceland 35 days before Eric and Skallagrim set foot there. But she did not land by Westman Isles, for she had no wish to face Gudruda at that time, but by Reginus. Now she rode thence with her company to Thingvalla, for here all men were gathered for the Althing. At first people hung aloof from her, notwithstanding her wealth and beauty. But Swanhild knew well how to win the hearts of men, for now she told the same story of Eric that she had told to Atli, and there were none to say her nay. So it came to pass that she was believed, and Eric Brighteyes held to be shamed indeed. Now, too, she set a suit on foot against Eric for the death of Atli at his hand, claiming that sentence of the greater outlawry should be passed against him, and that his lands at Coldback in the marsh on Ran River should be given, half to her in atonement for the Earl's death, and half to the men of Eric's quarter. On the day of the opening of the Althing, Ospakar Blacktooth came from the north, and with him his son Gizur and a great company of men. Ospakar was blithe, for from the Althing he should ride to Middalhof, there to wed Gudruda the Fair. Then Swanhild clad herself in beautiful attire, and, taking men with her, went to the booth of Ospakar. Blacktooth sat in his booth, and by him sat Gizur his son, the lawman. When he saw a beauteous lady, very richly clad, enter the booth, he did not know who it might be, but Gizur knew her well, for he could never put Swanhild from his mind. "Lo, here comes Swanhild the Fatherless, Atli's widow," said Gizur, flushing red with joy at the sight of her. Then Ospakar greeted her heartily, and made place for her by him at the top of the booth.
"Ospakar Blacktooth," she said, "I am come to ask this of thee, that thou shalt befriend me in the suit which I have against Eric Brighteyes for the slaying of Earl Atli, my husband."
"Thou couldst have come to no man who is more willing," said Ospakar, "for, if thou hast something against Eric, I have yet more."
"I would ask this too, Ospakar, that thy son Gizur should take up my suit and plead it, for I know well that he is the most skilful of all lawmen."
"I will do that," said Gizur, his eyes yet fixed upon her face.
"I looked for no less from thee," said Swanhild, "and be sure of this, that thou shalt not plead for nothing," and she glanced at him meaningly. Then she set out her case with a lying tongue, and afterwards went back to her booth, glad at heart. For now she learned that Hall had not failed in his errand, seeing that Gudruda was about to wed Ospakar. Gizur gave warning of the blood suit, and the end of it was that, though he had no notice and was not there to answer the charge, against all right and custom, Eric was declared outlaw, and his lands were given, half to Swanhild and half to the men of his quarter.
for now all held that Swanhild's was a true tale, and Eric the most shameful of men, and therefore they were willing to stretch the law against him. Also, being absent, he had few friends, and those men of small account, whereas Ospakar, who backed Swanhild's suit, was the most powerful of the northern chiefs, as Gizur was the most skilled lawman in Iceland. Moreover, Björn the priest, Asmund's son, was among the judges, and, though Swanhild's tale seemed strange to him after that which he had heard from Hall of Lithdale, he loved Eric little. He feared also that if Eric came a free man to Iceland before Gudruda was wed to Ospakar, her love would conquer her anger, for he could see well that she still loved Brighteyes. Therefore he strove with might and main that Eric should be brought in guilty, nor did he fail in this. So the end of it was that Eric Brighteyes was outlawed, his lands declared forfeit, and his head a wolf's head, to be taken by him who might, should he set foot in Iceland. Thereafter, the Althing being ended, Björn, Gizur, and Ospakar, with all their company, rode away to Middalhof to sit at the marriage feast. But Swanhild and her folk went by sea in the long warship to Westmans. For this was her plan, to seize on Coldback and to sit there for a while, till she saw if Eric came out to Iceland. Also, she desired to see the wedding of Ospakar and Gudruda, for she had been bidden to it by Björn, her half-brother. Now Ospakar came to Middalhof and found Gudruda waiting his coming. She stood in the great hall, pale and cold as April snow, and greeted him courteously. But when he would have kissed her, she shrank from him, for now he was more hideous in her sight than he had ever been, and she loathed him in her heart. That night there was feasting in the hall, and at the feast Gudruda heard that Eric had been made outlaw. Then she spoke.
"This is an ill deed, thus to judge an absent man."
"Say, Gudruda," said Björn in her ear, "hast thou not also judged Eric who is absent?" She turned her head and spoke no more of Eric, but Björn's words fixed themselves in her heart like arrows. The tale was strange to her, for it seemed that Eric had been made outlaw at Swanhild's suit, and yet Eric was Swanhild's love, for Swanhild's self had sent the lock of Brighteyes' hair by Hall, saying that he was her love and soon would wed her. How, then, did Swanhild bring a suit against him who should be her husband? Moreover, she heard that Swanhild sailed down to Coldback, and was bidden to the marriage feast, that should be on the third day from now. Could it be, then, when all was said and done, that Eric was less faithless than she deemed? Gudruda's heart stood still and the blood rushed to her brow when she thought on it. Also, even if it were so, it was now too late. And surely it was not so, for had not Eric been made outlaw? Men were not made outlaw for a little thing. Nay, she would meet her fate, and ask no more of Eric and his doings. On the morrow, as Gudruda sat in her chamber, it was told her that Saevuna, Thorgrimur's widow and Eric's mother, had come from Coldback to speak with her. For, after the death of Asmund and of Unna, Saevuna had moved back to Coldback on the Marsh.
"Nay, how can this be?"
said Gudruda, astonished, for she knew well that Saevuna was now both blind and bedridden.
"She has been born here in a chair," said the woman who told her, "and that is a strange sight to see."
At first Gudruda was minded to say her nay, but her heart softened, and she bade them bring Saevuna in. Presently she came, being set in a chair upon the shoulders of 4 men. She was white to see, for sickness had aged her much, and she stared about her with sightless eyes. But she was still tall and straight, and her face was stern to look on. To Gudruda it seemed like that of Eric when he was angered.
"Am I nigh to Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter?" asked Saevuna. "Methinks I hear her breathe." "I am here, mother," said Gudruda. "What is thy will with me?" "Sit down, carles, and begone," quoth Saevuna. "That which I have to say I would say alone. When I summon you, come."
The carles set down the chair upon the floor and went.
"Gudruda," said the dame, "I am risen from my deathbed, and have caused myself to be borne on my last journey here across the meads, that I may speak with thee and warn thee. I hear that thou hast put away my son, Eric Brighteyes, to whom thou art sworn in marriage, and art about to give thyself to Ospakar Blacktooth. I hear also that thou hast done this deed because a certain man, Hall of Lithdale, whom from his youth up I have known for a liar and a knave, and whom thou thyself didst mistrust in years gone by, has come hither to Iceland from Orkneys, bearing a tale of Eric's dealings with thy half-sister Swanhild. This I hear further, that Swanhild, Atli's widow, hath come out to Iceland and laid a suit against Eric for the slaying of Atli the Earl, her husband, and that Eric has been outlawed, and his lands at Coldback are forfeit. Tell me now, Gudruda, Asmund's daughter, if these tales be true." "The tales are true, mother," said Gudruda. "Hearken to me, girl. Eric sprang from my womb, who of all living men is the best and first, as he is the bravest and most strong. I have reared this Eric from a babe, and I know his heart well. Now I tell thee this, that whatever Eric has done or left undone, naught of dishonour is on his hands. Mayhap Swanhild has deceived him. Thou art a woman, and thou knowest well the arts which women have, and the strength that Freya gives them. Well thou knowest also of what breed this Swanhild came, and perchance thou canst remember how she dealt with thee, and with what mind she looked on Eric. Perchance thou canst remember how she plotted against thee and Eric, ay, how she thrust thee from Goldfoss brink. Say then, wilt thou take her word? Wilt thou take the word of this witch-daughter of a witch? Wilt thou not think on Groa, her mother, and of Groa's dealings with thy father and with Unna, my kinswoman? As the mother is, so shall the daughter be. Wilt thou cast Eric aside, and that unheard?" "There is no more room for doubt, mother," said Gudruda. "I have proof of this, that Eric has forsaken me." "So thou thinkest, child, but I tell thee that thou art wrong. Eric loves thee now as he loved thee aforetime, and will love thee always." "Would that I could believe it," said Gudruda. "If I could believe that Eric still loved me, ay, even though he had been faithless to me, I would die ere I wed Ospakar." "Thou art foolish, Gudruda, and thou shalt rue thy folly bitterly. I am outworn and death draws near to me. Far from me now are hates and loves, hopes and fears. But I know this, that woman is mad who, loving a man, weds where she loves not. Shame shall be her portion and bitterness her bread. Unhappy shall she live, and when she comes to die, but as a wilderness, but as the desolate winter snow, shall be the record of her days." Now Gudruda wept aloud. "What is done," she cried. "The bridegroom sits within the hall, the bride awaits him in the bower. What is done is done. I may hope no more to be saved from Ospakar." "What is done, yet it can be brought to nothing. But soon that shall be done which may never be undone. Gudruda, fare thee well. Never shall I listen to thy voice again. I hold thee shameless, thou unfaithful woman, who in thy foolish jealousy art ready to sell thyself to the arms of one thou hatest. Ho, carles, come hither, bear me hence." Now the men came in and took up Saevuna's chair. Gudruda watched them bear her forth. Then suddenly she sprang from her seat and ran after her into the hall, weeping bitterly. Now, as Saevuna, Eric's mother, was carried out, she was met by Ospakar and Björn. "Stay," said Björn. "What does this carline here? And why weeps Gudruda, my sister?" The men halted. "Who calls me carline?" said Saevuna. "Is the voice I hear the voice of Björn, Asmund's son?" "It is my voice truly," said Björn. "And I would know this, and this would Ospakar, who stands at my side, know also: why thou comest here, carline, and why Gudruda weeps." "Gudruda weeps because she has good cause to weep, Björn. She weeps because she has betrayed her love, Eric Brighteyes, my son, and is about to be sold in marriage. To be sold to thee, Ospakar Blacktooth, like a heifer at a fair." Then Björn grew angry and cursed Saevuna, nor did Ospakar spare to add his ill words. But the old dame sat in her chair, listening silently till all their curses were spent. "Ye are evil, the twain of you," she said, "and ye have told lies of Eric my son, and ye have taken his bride for lust and greed, playing on the jealous folly of a maid like harpers on a harp. Now I tell you this, Björn and Ospakar: my blind eyes are opened, and I see this hall of Middalhof, and lo! it is but a gore of blood. Blood flows upon the board, blood streams along the floor, and ye twain, lie dead thereon. And about your shapes are shrouds, and on her feet are hellshoon. Eric comes, and Whitefire is aloft, and no more shall ye stand before him, whom ye have slandered, than stands the birch before the lightning stroke. Eric comes! I see his angry eyes! I see his helm flash in the door-place! Red was that marriage feast at which sat Unna my kinswoman, and Asmund thy father. Redder shall be the feast where sit Gudruda thy sister and Ospakar. The wolf howls at the door, Björn. The grave worm opens his mouth. Trolls run to and fro upon thy threshold, and the ghosts of men speed hellwards. Ill were the deeds of Groa, worse shall be the deeds of Groa's daughter. Red is thy hall with blood, Björn, for Whitefire is aloft, and, I tell thee, Eric comes!" And with one great cry she fell back, dead. Now they stood amazed and trembling in their fear.
"Saevuna hath spoken strange words," said Björn. "Shall we be frightened by a dead hag?" quoth Ospakar, drawing his breath again. "Fellows, bear this carrion forth, or we fling it to the dogs."
Then the men tied the body of Saevuna, Thorgrimur's widow, Eric's mother, fast in the chair, and bore it thence. But when at length they came to Coldback, they found that Swanhild was there with all her following, and had driven Eric's grieve and his folk to the fells. But one old carline, who had been nurse to Eric, was left there, and she sat wailing in an outhouse, being too weak to move. Then the men set down the corpse of Saevuna in the outhouse, and, having told all their tale to the carline, they fled also. That night passed, and passed the morrow, but on the next day at dawn Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail landed near Westman Isles. They had made a bad passage from Fareys, having been beat about by contrary winds, but at length they came safe and well to land. Now this was the day of the marriage feast of Gudruda the Fair and Ospakar, but Eric knew nothing of these tidings.
"Where to now, lord?"
said Skallagrim. "To Coldback first, to see my mother, if she yet lives, and to learn tidings of Gudruda, then as it may chance." Near to the beach was a yeoman's house. Thither they went to hire horses, but none were in the house, for all had gone to Gudruda's marriage feast. In the home meadow ran 2 good horses, and in the outhouses were saddles and bridles. They caught the horses, saddled them, and rode for Coldback. When they had ridden for something over an hour, they came to the crest of a height whence they could see Coldback in the marsh. Eric drew rein and looked, and his heart swelled within him at the sight of the place where he was born. But as he looked he saw a great train of people ride away from Coldback towards Middalhof, and in the company of a woman wearing a purple cloak. "Now, what may this mean?" said Eric.
"Ride on and we shall learn,"
answered Skallagrim. So they rode on, and as they rode Eric's breast grew heavy with fear. Now they passed up the banked way through the home meadows of the house, but they could see no one, and now they were at the door. Down sprang Eric and walked into the hall, but none were there to greet him, though a fire yet burned upon the hearth. Only a gaunt hound wandered about the hall, and seeing him, sprang towards him, growling. Eric knew him for his old wolf-hound, and called him by his name. The dog listened, then ran up and smelt his hands, and straightway howled with joy and leapt upon him. For a while he leapt thus, while Eric stared around him, wondering and sad at heart. Then the dog ran to the door and stopped, whining. Eric followed after him. The hound passed through the entrance, across the yard till he came to an outhouse. Here the dog stopped and scratched at the door, still whining. Eric thrust it open. Lo, there before him sat Saevuna, his mother, dead in a chair, and at her feet crouched the carline, she who had been Eric's nurse. Now he grasped the doorpost to steady himself, and his shadow fell upon the white face of his mother and the old carline at her feet. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 23 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 23. How Eric was a guest at the wedding feast of Gudruda the Fair. Eric looked, but said nothing. "Who art thou?" whined the carline, gazing up at him with tear-blinded eyes. But Eric's face was in the shadow, and she only saw the glint of his golden hair and the flash of the golden helm, for Eric could not speak yet a while. "Art thou one of the Swanhild's folk, come to drive me hence with the rest? Good sir, I cannot go to the fells, my limbs are too weak. Slay me if thou wilt, but drive me not from this," and she pointed to the corpse. "Say now, wilt thou not help me give it burial? It is unmeet that she, who in her time had husband, and goods, and son, should lie unburied like a dead cow on the fells. I have still 100 in silver, if I might but come at it. It is hidden, sir, and I will pay thee, if thou wilt help me bury her. These old hands are too feeble to dig a grave, nor could I bear her there alone if it were dug. Thou wilt not help me? Then may thine own mother's bones lie uncovered, and be picked of gulls and ravens. Oh, that Eric Brighteyes would come home again! Oh, that Eric was here! There is work to do, and never a man to do it."
Now Eric gave a great sob and cried, "Nurse, nurse, knowest thou me not? I am Eric Brighteyes." She uttered a loud cry, and, clasping him by the knees, looked up into his face. "Thanks be to Odin! Thou art Eric! Eric comes home again! But alas, thou hast come too late."
"What has happened, then?" said Eric.
"What has happened? All evil things. Thou art outlawed, Eric, at the suit of Swanhild for the slaying of Atli the Earl. Swanhild sits here in Coldback, for she hath seized thy lands. Saevuna, thy mother, died 2 days ago in the hall of Middalhof, whither she went to speak with Gudruda."
"Gudruda? What of Gudruda?" cried Eric.
"This, Brighteyes. To-day she weds Ospakar Blacktooth."
Eric covered his face with his hand. Presently he lifted it.
"Thou art rich in evil tidings, nurse, though it would seem poor in all besides. Tell me at what hour is the wedding feast?"
"An hour after noon, Eric. But now Swanhild has ridden thither with her company."
"Then room must be found at Middalhof for one more guest," said Eric, and laughed aloud. "Go on, pour out thy evil news and spare me not, for nothing has any more power to harm me now. Come hither, Skallagrim, and see and hearken." Skallagrim came and looked on the face of dead Saevuna. "I am outlawed at Swanhild's suit, Lambstail. My life lies in thy hand, if so be thou wouldst take it. Hew off my head, if thou wilt, and bear it to Gudruda the Fair. She will thank thee for the gift. Lay on, Lambstail, lay on with that axe of thine."
"Child's talk,"
said Skallagrim. "Child's talk, but man's work. Thou hast not heard the tale out. Swanhild hath seized my lands, and sits here at Coldback, and, what thinkest thou, Skallagrim? But now she has ridden a guesting to the marriage feast of Ospakar Blacktooth, with Gudruda the Fair. Swanhild at Gudruda's wedding! The eagle in the wild swan's nest! But there will be another guest," and again he laughed aloud.
"2 other guests,"
said Skallagrim. "More of thy tale, old nurse, more of thy tale," quoth Eric. "No better didst thou ever tell me when, as a lad, I sat by thee in the ingle o' winter nights, and the company is fitting to the tale," and he pointed to dead Saevuna. Then the carline told on. She told how Hall of Lithdale had come out to Iceland, and of the story that he bore to Gudruda, and of the giving of the lock of hair.
"What did I say, lord?"
broke in Skallagrim.
"That in Hall thou hadst let a weasel go who would live to nip thee."
"Him I will surely live to shorten by a head," quoth Eric.
"Nay, lord, this one for me. Ospakar for thee, Hall for me."
"As thou wilt, Baresark. Among so many there is room to pick and choose. Tell on, nurse." Then she told how Swanhild came out to Iceland, and, having won Ospakar Blacktooth and Gizur to her side, had laid a suit against Eric at the Althing, and there bore false witness against him, so that Brighteyes was declared outlaw, being absent. She told, too, how Gudruda had betrothed herself to Ospakar, and how Swanhild had moved down to Coldback and seized the lands. Lastly, she told of the rising of Saevuna from her deathbed, of her going to Middalhof, of the words she spoke to Björn and Ospakar, and of her death in the hall at Middalhof. When all was told, Eric stooped and kissed the cold brow of his mother. "There is little time to bury thee now, my mother," he said, "and perchance before 6 hours are sped there will be one to bury at thy side. Nevertheless, thou shalt sit in a better place than this."
Then he cut loose the cords that bound the body of Saevuna to the chair, and, lifting it in his arms, bore it to the hall. There he set the corpse in the high seat of the hall. "We need not start yet awhile, Skallagrim," said Eric, "if thou indeed wouldst go a guesting with me to Middalhof. Therefore let us eat and drink, for there are deeds to do this day." So they found meat and mead and ate and drank. Then Eric washed himself, combed out his golden locks, and looked well to his harness and to Whitefire's edge. Skallagrim also ground his great axe upon the whetstone in the yard, singing as he ground. When all was ready, the horses were caught, and Eric spoke to the carline. "Hearken, nurse. If it may be that thou canst find any of our folk, and perchance now that they see that Swanhild has ridden to Middalhof some one of them will come down to spy, thou shalt say this to them. Thou shalt say that, if Eric Brighteyes yet lives, he will be at the foot of Mosfell tomorrow before midday, and if, for the sake of old days and fellowship, they are minded to befriend a friendless man, let them come thither with food, for by then the food will be needed, and I will speak with them. And now farewell." And Eric kissed her and went, leaving her weeping. As it chanced, before another hour was sped, Jon, Eric's thrall, who had stayed at home in Iceland, seeing Coldback empty, crept down from the fells and looked in. The carline saw him and told him these tidings. Then he went thence to find the other men. Having found them, he told them Eric's words, and a great gladness came upon them when they learned that Brighteyes still lived, and was in Iceland. Then they gathered food and gear, and rode away to the foot of Mosfell that is now called Ericsfell. Ospakar sat in the hall at Middalhof, near to the high seat. He was fully armed, and a black helm with a raven's crest was on his head. For, though he said nothing of it, not a little did he fear that Saevuna spoke sooth, that her words would come true, and, before this day was done, he and Eric should once more stand face to face. At his side sat Gudruda the Fair, robed in white, a worked headdress on her head, golden clasps upon her breast, and golden rings about her arms. Never had she been more beautiful to see, but her face was whiter than her robes. She looked with loathing on Blacktooth at her side, rough like a bear, and hideous as a troll. But he looked on her with longing, and laughed from side to side of his great mouth when he thought that at last he had got her for his own.
"Ah, if Eric would but come, faithless though he be! If Eric would but come!"
thought Gudruda, but no Eric came to save her. The guests gathered fast, and presently Swanhild swept in with all her company, wrapped about in her purple cloak. She came up to the high seat where Gudruda sat, and bent the knee before her, looking on her with lovely mocking face and hate in her blue eyes.
"Greetings, Gudruda, my sister," she said. "When last we met I sat, Atli's bride, where today thou sittest the bride of Ospakar. Then Eric Brighteyes held thy hand, and little thou didst think of wedding Ospakar. Now Eric is afar, so strangely do things come about, and Blacktooth, Brighteyes' foe, holds that fair hand of thine."
Gudruda looked on her and turned whiter yet in her pain, but she answered never a word.
"What, no word for me, sister?" said Swanhild. "And yet it is through me that thou comest to this glad hour. It is through me that thou art rid of Eric, and it is I who have given thee to the arms of mighty Ospakar. No words of thanks for so great a service. Fie on thee, Gudruda, fie!"
Then Gudruda spoke.
"Strange tales are told of thee and Eric, Groa's daughter. I have done with Eric, but I have done with thee also. Thou hast thrust thyself here against my will, and, if I may, I would see thy face no more." "Wouldst thou see Eric's face, Gudruda? Say, wouldst see Eric's face? I tell thee it is fair."
But Gudruda answered nothing, and Swanhild fell back, laughing. Now the feast began, and men waxed merry. But ever Gudruda's heart grew heavier, for in it echoed those words that Saevuna had spoken. Her eyes were dim, and she seemed to see naught but the face of Eric, as it had looked when he came back to her that day on the brink of Goldfoss Falls, and she had thought him dead. Oh, what if he still loved her, and were yet true at heart? Swanhild mocked her. What if this was a plot of Swanhild's? Had not Swanhild plotted aforetime? And could a wolf cease from ravening, or a witch from witch work? Nay, she had seen Eric's hair.
that he had sworn none save she should touch. Perchance he had been drugged, and the hair shorn from him in his sleep. Too late to think. Of what use was thought? Beside her sat Ospakar. In one short hour she would be his. Ah, that she could see him dead, the troll who had trafficked her to shame, the foe she had summoned in her wrath and jealousy. She had done ill. She had fallen into Swanhild's snare, and now Swanhild came to mock her. The feast went on. Cup followed cup. Now they poured the bride cup. Before her heart beat 200 times, she would be the wife of Ospakar. Blacktooth took the cup, pledged her in it, and drank deep. Then he turned and strove to kiss her, but Gudruda shrank from him with horror in her eyes, and all men wondered. Still, she must drink the bridal cup. She took it. Dimly she saw the upturned faces. Faintly she heard the murmur of 100 voices. What was that voice she caught above them all, there, without the hall? Holding the cup in her hand, Gudruda bent forward, staring down the skali. Then she cried aloud, pointing to the door, and the cup fell, clattering from her hand, and rolled along the ground. Men turned and looked. They saw this. There on the threshold stood a man, glorious to look at, and from his winged helm of gold the rays of light flashed through the dusky hall. The man was great and beautiful to see. He had long yellow hair bound in about his girdle, and in his left hand he held a pointed shield, in his right a spear, and at his thigh there hung a mighty sword. Nor was he alone, for by his side, a broadaxe on his shoulder and a shield in his hand, stood another man, clad in black-hued mail, a man well nigh as broad and big, with hawk's eyes, eagle beak, and black hair streaked with grey. For a moment there was silence. Then a voice spoke. "Lo, here be the gods Baldur and Thor, come from Valhalla to grace the marriage feast." Then the man with golden hair cried aloud in a voice that made the rafters ring. "Here are Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail, his thrall, come from over sea to grace the feast indeed." "I could have looked for no worse guest," said Björn, beneath his breath, and rose to bid men thrust them out. But before he could speak, lo, gold-helmed Eric and black-helmed Skallagrim were stalking up the length of that great hall. Side by side they stalked, with faces fierce and cold. Nor stayed they till they stood before the high seat. Eric looked up and round, and the light of his eyes was as the light of a sword. Men marvelled at his greatness and his wonderful beauty, and to Gudruda he seemed like a god. "Here I see faces that are known to me," said Eric. "Greetings, comrades!"
"Greetings, Brighteyes!"
shouted the Middalhof folk and the company of Swanhild. But the carles of Ospakar laid hand on sword. They too knew Eric, for still all men loved Eric, and the people of his quarter were proud of the deeds he had done over sea. "Greetings, Björn, Asmund's son," quoth Eric. "Greeting, Ospakar Blacktooth. Greeting, Swanhild the Fatherless, Atli's witch-wife, Groa's witch-bairn. Greeting, Hall of Lithdale, Hall the liar, Hall who cut the grapnel chain. And to thee, sweet bride, to thee, Gudruda the Fair, greeting." Now Björn spoke. "I will take no greeting from a shamed and outlawed man. Get thee gone, Eric Brighteyes, and take thy wolfhound with thee, lest thou bitest here stiff and cold."
"Speak not so loud, rat, lest hound's fang worry thee,"
growled Skallagrim. But Eric laughed aloud and cried, "Words must be said, and perchance men shall die ere ever I leave this hall, Björn." End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 24 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 24. How the Feast Went. "Hearken, all men," said Eric.
"Thrust him out,"
quoth Björn.
"Nay, cut him down,"
said Ospakar.
"He is an outlawed man."
"Words first, then deeds,"
answered Skallagrim.
"Thou shalt have thy fill of both, Blacktooth, before day is done."
"Let Eric say his say," said Gudruda, lifting her head. "He has been doomed unheard, and it is my will that he shall say his say."
"What hast thou to do with Eric?" snarled Ospakar.
"The bright cup is not yet drunk, lord," she answered.
"To thee, then, I will speak, lady," quoth Eric. "How comes it that, being betrothed to me, thou dost sit there, the bride of Ospakar?"
"Ask of Swanhild," said Gudruda in a low voice. "Ask also of Hall of Lithdale yonder, who brought me Swanhild's gift from Straumey."
"I must ask much of Hall, and he must answer much," said Eric. "What tale, then, did he bring thee of Straumey?"
"He said this, Eric," Gudruda answered, "that thou wast Swanhild's love, that for Swanhild's sake thou hadst basely killed Atli the Good, and that thou wast about to wed Swanhild's self and take the Earl's seat in Orkneys."
"And for what cause was I made outlaw at the Althing?" "For this cause, Eric," said Björn, "that thou hast dealt evilly with Swanhild, bringing her to shame against her will, and thereafter thou hadst slain the Earl, her husband." "Which then of these tales is true? For both cannot be true," said Brighteyes. "Speak, Swanhild."
"Thou knowest well that the last is true,"
said Swanhild boldly. "How then comes it that thou didst charge Hall with that message to Gudruda? How then comes it that thou didst send her the lock of hair which thou didst cozen me to give thee?"
"I charged Hall with no message. I sent no lock of hair," Swanhild answered.
"Stand thou forward, Hall," said Eric, "and, liar and coward though thou art, dare not to speak other than the truth. Nay, look not at the door, for, if thou stirrest, this spear shall find thee before thou hast gone a pace." Now Hall stood forward, trembling with fear, for he saw the eye of Skallagrim watching him close, and while Lambstail watched, his fingers toyed with the handle of his axe. "It is true, lord, that Swanhild charged me with that message, which I gave to Lady Gudruda. Also, she bade me give the lock of hair." "And for this service thou didst take money, Hall?" "Ay, lord, she gave me money for my faring." "And all the while thou knewest the tidings false?" Hall made no reply. "Answer!" thundered Eric. "Answer the truth, knave, or by every God that passes the 100 gates I will not spare thee twice." "It is so, lord," said Hall.
"Thou liest, fox!"
cried Swanhild, white with wrath and casting a fierce look upon Hall. But men took no heed of Swanhild's words, for all eyes were bent on Eric. "Is it now your pleasure, comrades, that I should tell you the truth?" said Brighteyes. The most part of the company shouted "Yea!" but the men of Ospakar stood silent.
"Speak on, Eric,"
quoth Gudruda. "This is the truth, then. Swanhild the Fatherless, Atli's wife, has always sought my love, and she has ever hated Gudruda, whom I loved. From a child she has striven to work mischief between us. Ay, and she did this, though till now it has been hidden. She strove to murder Gudruda. It was on the day that Skallagrim and I overcame Ospakar and his band on Horsehead Heights. She thrust Gudruda from the brink of Golden Falls while she sat looking on the waters, and as she hung there I dragged her back. Is it not so, Gudruda?"
"It is so,"
said Gudruda. Now men murmured and looked at Swanhild, but she shrank back, plucking at her purple cloak. "It was for this cause," said Eric, "that Asmund, Swanhild's father, gave her choice to wed Atli the Earl and pass over sea, or to take her trial in the Doom Ring. She wedded Atli and went away. Afterwards, by witchcraft, she brought my ship to wreck on Straumey's Isle. Ay, she walked the waters like a shape of light and lured us on to ruin, so that all were drowned except Skallagrim and myself. Is it not so, Skallagrim?"
"It is so, lord. I saw her with my eyes."
Again folk murmured. "Then we must sit in Atli's hall," said Eric, "and there we dwelt last winter. For a while Swanhild did no harm, till I feared her no more. But some 3 months ago I was left with her, and a man called Koll, Groa's thrall, of whom ye know, came out from Iceland, bringing news of the death of Asmund the Priest, of Unna my cousin, and of Groa the Witch. To these ill tidings Swanhild bribed him to add something. She bribed him to add this, that thou, Gudruda, wast betrothed to Ospakar, and wouldst wed him on the last Yule Day. Moreover, he gave me a certain message from thee, Gudruda, and, in token of its truth, the half of that coin which I broke with thee long years ago. Say now, lady, didst thou send the coin?"
"Nay, never!" cried Gudruda. Many years ago I lost the half thou gavest me, though I feared to tell thee."
"Perchance one stands there who found it," said Eric, pointing with his spear at Swanhild. "At the least I was deceived by it. Now the tale is short. Swanhild mourned with me, and in my sorrow I mourned bitterly. Then it was she asked a boon, that lock of mine, Gudruda, and, thinking thee faithless, I gave it, holding all oaths broken. Then, too, when I would have left her, she drugged me with a witch draught. Ay, she drugged me, and I woke to find myself false to my oath, false to Atli, and false to thee, Gudruda. I cursed her and left her, waiting for the Earl to tell him all, but Swanhild outwitted me. She told him the other tale of shame that ye have heard, and brought Koll to him as witness of the tale. Atli was deceived by her, and, not until I cut him down in anger at the bitter words he spoke, calling me coward and niddering, did he know the truth. But before he died he knew it, and he died, holding my hand and bidding those about him find Koll and slay him. Is it not so, ye who were Atli's men?"
"It is so, Eric," they cried. "We heard it with our own ears, and we slew Koll. But afterwards Swanhild brought us to believe that Earl Atli was distraught when he spoke thus, and that things were indeed as she had said." Again men murmured, and a strange light shone in Gudruda's eyes. "Now, Gudruda, thou hast heard all my story," said Eric. "Say, dost thou believe me?"
"I believe thee, Eric."
"Say then, wilt thou still wed Jan Ospakar?" Gudruda looked on Blacktooth. Then she looked at golden Eric and opened her lips to speak. But, before a word could pass them, Ospakar rose in wrath, laying his hand upon his sword.
"Thinkest thou thus to lure away my dove, outlaw? First I will see thee food for crows."
"Well spoken, Blacktooth," laughed Eric. "I waited for such words from thee. Thrice have we striven together, once out yonder in the snow, once on Horsehead Heights, and once by Westman Isles, and still we live to tell the tale. Come down, Ospakar, come down from that soft seat of thine, and here and now let us put it to the proof who is the better man. When we met before, the stake was Whitefire set against my eye. Now the stake is our lives and fair Gudruda's hand. Talk no more, Ospakar, but fall to it."
"Gudruda shall never wed thee while I live," said Björn.
"Thou art a landless loon, a brawler, and an outlaw. Get thee gone, Eric, with thy wolf-hound."
"Squeak not so loud, rat! Squeak not so loud, lest hound's fang worry thee," said Skallagrim.
"Whether I wed Gudruda or whether I wed her not is a matter that shall be known in its season," said Eric. "For thy words I say this, that it is risky to hurl names at such as I am, Björn, lest perchance I answer them with spear thrusts. Thy answer, Ospakar! What need to wait? Thy answer!" Now Ospakar looked at Brighteyes and grew afraid. He was a mighty man, but he knew the weight of Eric's arm.
"I will not fight thee, carle," he said, "who hast naught to lose."
"Then thou art coward and niddering," said Eric. "Ospakar Niddering, I name thee here before all men. What? Thou couldst plot against me? Thou couldst waylay me 10 to 1 and 2 ships to 1, but, face to face with me, alone, thou dost not dare to stand? Comrades, look on your lord! Look at Ospakar the Niddering!" Now the swarthy brow of Blacktooth grew red with rage, and his breath came in great gasps.
"Ho, men!" he cried. "Drive this knave away! Strip his harness off him and whip him hence with rods!"
"Let but a man stir towards me, and this spear flies through thy heart, Niddering!" cried Eric. "Gudruda, what thinkest thou of thy lord?"
"I know this," said Gudruda, "that I will not wed a man who is named Niddering in the face of all and lifts no sword."
Gudruda spoke thus because she was mad with love and fear and shame, and she desired that Eric should stand face to face with Ospakar Blacktooth, for thus alone she might perhaps be rid of Ospakar. "Such words do not come well from gentle lips," said Björn.
"Is it to be borne, brother," answered Gudruda, "that the man who would call me wife should be named Ospakar the Niddering? When that shame is washed away, and then only, can I think on marriage. I will never be Niddering's bride."
"Thou hearest, Ospakar Niddering?" said Eric. Then he gave the spear in his hand to Skallagrim, and, gripping Whitefire's hilt, he burst the peace strings and tore it from the scabbard. Now the great sword shone on high like lightning leaping from a cloud, and as it shone men shouted
Ospakar! Ospakar Niddering! Come, win back Whitefire from Eric's hand, or be forever shamed!" Blacktooth could endure this no more. He snatched sword and shield, and, like a bear from a cave, like a wolf from his lair, rushed roaring from his seat. On he came, and the ground shook beneath his bulk. "At last, Niddering!" cried Eric, and sprang to meet him.
"Back, all men back!"
shouted Skallagrim.
"Now we shall see blows!"
As he spoke the great swords flashed aloft and clanged upon the iron shields. So heavy were the blows that fire leaped out from them. Ospakar reeled back beneath the shock, and Eric was beaten to his knee. Now he was up, but as he rushed, Ospakar struck again and swept away half of Brighteyes' pointed shield, so that it fell upon the floor. Eric smote also, but Ospakar dropped his knee to the earth, and the sword hissed over him. Blacktooth cut at Eric's legs, but Brighteyes sprang from the ground and took no harm. Now some cried, "Eric! Eric!" and some cried, "Ospakar! Ospakar!" for no one knew how the fight would go. Gudruda sat watching in the high seat, and as blows fell her colour came and went. Swanhild drew near, watching also, and she desired in her fierce heart to see Eric brought to shame and death, for, should he win, then Gudruda would be rid of Ospakar. Now by her side stood Gizur, Ospakar's son, and near to her was Björn. These two held their breath, for, if Eric conquered, all their plans were brought to nothing. Even as he sprang into the air, Eric smote down with all his strength. The blow fell on Ospakar's shield. It shore through the shield and struck on the shoulder beneath. But Blacktooth's byrnie was good, nor did the sword bite into it. Still the stroke was so heavy that Ospakar staggered back 4 paces beneath it, and then fell upon the ground. Now folk raised a shout of "Eric! Eric!" for it seemed that Ospakar was sped. Brighteyes, too, cried aloud, then rushed forward. Now, as he came, Swanhild whispered an eager word into the ear of Björn. By Björn's foot lay that half of Eric's shield which had been shorn away by the sword of Ospakar. Gudruda, watching, saw Björn push it with his shoe so that it slid before the feet of Brighteyes. His right foot caught on it, and he stumbled heavily, stumbled again, then fell prone on his face, and, as he fell, stretched out his sword hand to save himself, so that Whitefire flew from his grasp. The blade struck its hilt against the ground, then circled in the air and fixed itself, point downwards, in the clay of the flooring. The hand of Ospakar, rising from the ground, smote against the hilt of Whitefire. He saw it, and with a shout he cast his own sword away and clasped Whitefire. Away circled the sword of Ospakar, and of that cast this strange thing is told, false or true. Far in the corner of the hall lurked Thorunna, she who had betrayed Skallagrim when he was named Ounound. She had come with a heavy heart to Middalhof in the company of Ospakar. But when she saw Skallagrim her husband, whom she had betrayed, and who had turned Baresark because of her wickedness, shame smote her, and she crept away and hid herself behind the hangings of the hall. The sword sped along point first. It rushed like a spear through the air. It fell on the hangings, piercing them, piercing the heart of Thorunna, who cowered behind them, so that with one cry she sank dead to earth, slain by her lover's hand. Now when men saw that Ospakar once more held Whitefire in his hand, Whitefire that Brighteyes had won from him, they called aloud that it was an omen. The sword of Blacktooth had come back to Blacktooth, and now Eric would surely be slain of it. Eric sprang from the ground. He heard the shouts and saw Whitefire blazing in Ospakar's hand. "Now thou art weaponless! Fly! Brighteyes, fly!" cried some. Gudruda's cheek grew white with fear, and for a moment Eric's heart failed him.
"Fly not!"
roared Skallagrim.
"Björn tripped thee, yet hast thou half a shield."
Ospakar rushed on, and Whitefire flickered over Eric's helm. Down it came and shore one wing from the helm. Again it shone and fell, but Brighteyes caught the blow on his broken shield. Then, while men waited to see him slain, Eric gave a great war shout and sprang forward. "Thou art mad!" shouted the folk.
"Ye shall see! Ye shall see!"
screamed Skallagrim. Again Ospakar smote, and again Eric caught the blow, and behold! he struck back, thrusting with the point of the shorn shield straight at the face of Ospakar.
"Peck, eagle, peck!"
cried Skallagrim. Once more Whitefire shone above him. Eric rushed in beneath the sword, and with all his mighty strength thrust the buckler point at Blacktooth's face. It struck fair and full, and lo! the helm of Ospakar burst asunder. He threw wide his giant arms, then fell as a pine falls upon the mountain edge. He fell back, and he lay still. But Eric, stooping over him, took Whitefire from his hand. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 25 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 25. How the Feast Ended. For a moment there was silence in the hall, for men had known no such fight as this.
"Why then do ye gape?"
laughed Skallagrim, pointing with the spear.
"Dead is Ospakar, slain by the swordless man. Eric Brighteyes hath slain Ospakar Blacktooth."
Then there went up such a shout as never was heard in the hall of Middalhof. Now, when Gudruda knew that Ospakar was sped, she looked at Eric as he rested, leaning on his sword, and her heart was filled with awe and love. She sprang from her seat, and, coming to where Brighteyes stood, she greeted him.
"Welcome to Iceland, Eric," she said. "Welcome, thou glory of the south."
Now Swanhild grew wild, for she saw that Eric was about to take Gudruda in his arms and kiss her before all men.
"Say, Björn," she cried, "wilt thou suffer that this outlaw, having slain Ospakar, should lead Gudruda hence as wife?"
"He shall never do so while I live!" cried Björn, nearly mad with rage. "This is my command, sister, that thou dost see Eric no more."
"Say, Björn," answered Gudruda, "did I dream, or did I indeed see thee thrust the broken buckler before Eric's feet, so that he stumbled on it and fell?"
"That thou sawest, lady," said Skallagrim, "for I saw it also."
Now Björn grew white in his anger. He did not answer Gudruda, but called aloud to his men to slay Eric and Skallagrim. Gizur called also to the folk of Ospakar, and Swanhild to those who came with her. Then Gudruda fled back to her seat. But Eric cried aloud also. "Ye who love me, cleave to me! Suffer it not that Brighteyes be cut down of northerners and outland men! Hear me, Atli's folk! Hear me, carles of Coldback and of Middalhof!" And so greatly did many love Eric that half of the thralls of Björn, and almost all of the company of Swanhild who had been Atli's shieldmen and Brighteyes' comrades, drew swords shouting, "Eric! Eric!" But the carles of Ospakar came on to make an end of him. Björn saw, and, drawing sword, smote at Brighteyes, taking him unawares. But Skallagrim caught the blow upon his axe, and before Björn could smite again, Whitefire was aloft, and down fell Björn, dead. That was the end of Björn, Asmund's son.
"Thou hast squeaked thy last, rat! What did I tell thee?"
cried Skallagrim.
"Take Björn's shield, and back to back, lord, for here comes foes."
"There goes one," answered Eric, pointing to the door. Now Hall of Lithdale slunk through the doorway, Hall the liar, who cut the grapnel chain, for he wished to see the last of Skallagrim. But the Baresark still held Eric's spear in his hand. He whirled it aloft, and it hissed through the air. The aim was good, for, as he crept away, the spear struck Hall between neck and shoulder, pinning him to the doorpost, and there the liar died.
"Now the weasel is nailed to the beam," said Skallagrim.
"Hall of Lithdale, what did I promise thee?" "Guard thy head and my back," quoth Eric. "Blows fall!" Now men smote at Eric and Skallagrim, nor did they spare to smite in turn, and, as foes fell before him, Eric stepped one pace forwards towards the door, and Skallagrim, who, back to back with him, held off those who pressed behind, took one step rearwards. Thus, a foe for every step, they won their way down the long hall. Fierce raged the fray around them, for, mad with hate and drink and the lust of fight, Swanhild's folk, Eric's friends, remembering the words of Atli, fell on Ospakar's, and the people of Björn fell on each other, brother on brother and father on son. Nor might the fray be stayed. The boards were overthrown, dead men lay among the meats and mead, and the blood of freeman, lord and thrall ran down the floor. Everywhere through the dusky hall glittered the sheen of flashing swords, and rose the clang of war.
Darts clove the air like tongues of flame, and the clamour of battle beat against the roof. Blinded of the Norns who brought these things to pass, men sought no mercy, and they gave none, but smote and slew till few were left to slay. And still Gudruda sat in her bride's seat, and, with eyes fixed in horror, watched the waxing of the war. Near to her stood Swanhild, marking all things with a fierce-set face, and calling down curses on her folk, who, one and all, cried "Eric! Eric!" and swept the thralls of Ospakar as corn is swept of the sickle. And there, nigh to the door, pale of face and beautiful to see, golden Eric clove his way, and with him went black Skallagrim. Terrible was the flame of Whitefire as he flicked aloft like the levin in the cloud. Terrible was the flare of Whitefire, but more terrible was the light of Eric's eyes, for they seemed to flame in his head, and wherever that fire fell it lighted men the way to death. Whitefire sung and flickered, and crashed the axe of Skallagrim. And still through the press of war they won their way. Now Gizur stands before them, spear aloft, and Whitefire leaps up to meet him. Lo, he turns and flies! The coward son of Ospakar does not seek the fate of Ospakar. The door is won. They stand without but little harmed, while women wail aloud.
"To horse!" cried Skallagrim. "To horse, ere our luck fail us!"
"There is no luck in this," gasped Eric, "for I have slain many men, and among them is Björn, the brother of her whom I would make my bride."
"Better one such fight than many brides," said Skallagrim, shaking his red axe. "We have won great glory this day, Brighteyes, and Ospakar is dead, slain by a swordless man."
Now Eric and Skallagrim ran to their horses, none hindering them, and, mounting, rode towards Mosfell. All that evening and all the night they rode, and at morning they came across the black sand to Mosfell slopes that are by the Hecla. Here they rested, and, taking off their armour, washed themselves in the stream, for they were very weary and foul with blood and wounds. When they had finished washing and had buckled on their harness again, Skallagrim, peering across the plain with his hawk's eyes, saw men riding fast towards them.
"Foes are soon afoot, lord," he said. "I thought we had stayed their hunger for a while."
"Would that I might stay mine," quoth Eric. "I am weary and unfit for fight."
"I still have strength for one or two," said Skallagrim, "and then good night. But these are no foes. They are of the Coldback folk. The carline has kept her word."
Then Eric was glad, and presently 6 men, headed by Jon his thrall, the same man who had watched on Mosfell when Eric went up to slay the Baresark, rode to them and greeted them. Beggar women, said Jon, whom they had met at Ran River, had told them of the death of Ospakar, and of the great slaying at Middalhof, and they would know if the tidings were true. "It is true, Jon," said Eric, "but first give us food, if ye have it, for we are hungered and spent. When we have eaten we will speak." So they led up a pack-horse, and from it took stockfish and smoked meat, of which Eric and Skallagrim ate heartily, till their strength came back to them. Then Eric spoke. "Comrades," he said, "I am an outlawed man, and, though I have not sought it, much blood is on my head. Atli is dead at my hand. Ospakar is dead at my hand. Björn the priest, Asmund's son, is dead at my hand, and with them many another man. Nor may the matter stay here, for Gizur, Blacktooth's son, yet lives, and Björn has kin in the south, and Swanhild will buy friends with gold, and all of these will set on me to slay me, so that at the last I die by the sword."
"No need for that,"
said Skallagrim.
"Our vengeance is wrought, and now, as before, the sea is open. I think that a welcome awaits us in London."
"Now Gudruda is widowed before she was fully wed," said Eric. "Therefore I bide, an outlawed man, here in Iceland. I go hence no more, though it be death to stay, unless indeed Gudruda the Fair goes with me."
"It will be death, then,"
said Skallagrim.
"and the swords are forged that we shall feel. The odds are too heavy, lord."
"Mayhap," answered Eric. "No man may flee his fate, and I shall not altogether grieve when mine finds me. Hearken, comrades. I go up to Mosfell height, and there I stay, till those be found who can drag me from my hole. But this is my counsel to you, that ye leave me to my doom, for I am an unlucky man who always chooses the wrong road."
"That will not I,"
said Skallagrim.
"Nor we," said Eric's folk. "Swanhild holds Coldback, and we are driven to the fells. To the fells then we will go with thee, Eric Brighteyes, and become cave dwellers and outlaws for thy sake. Fear not, thou shalt still find many friends." "I did not look for such a thing at your hands," said Eric, "but stormy waters show how the boat is built. May no bad luck come to you from your good fellowship. And now let us to our nest." Then they caught the horses and rode with Brighteyes up the steep side of Mosfell, till at length they came to that secret dell which Skallagrim had once shown to Eric. Here they turned the horses loose to feed, and, going forward on foot, reached the dark and narrow pass that Brighteyes had trod when he sought for the Baresark foe. Skallagrim led the way along it, then came Eric and the rest. One by one they stepped on to the giddy point of rock, and, catching at the birch bush, entered the hole. So they gained the platform and the great cave beyond, and they found that no man had set foot there since the day when Eric had striven with Skallagrim. For there on the rock, rotten with the weather, lay that haft of wood which Brighteyes had hewed from the axe of Skallagrim, and in the cave were many things beside, as the Baresark had left them. So they took up their dwelling in the cave, Eric, Skallagrim, and the 6 Coldback men, and there they dwelt many months. But Eric sent out his men one at a time and got together food and a store of sheepskins and other needful things. For he knew this well, that Gizur and Swanhild would before long come up against them, and, if they could not take them by force, would set themselves to watch the mountain path and starve them out. When Eric and Skallagrim rode away from Middalhof the fight still raged fiercely in the hall, and nothing but death might stay it. The minds of men were mad, and they smote one another and slew each other, till at length of all that marriage company few were left unharmed except Gizur, Swanhild, and Gudruda. For the serving thralls and womenfolk had fled the hall, and with them some peaceful men. Then Gudruda spoke as one in a dream.
"Saevuna's prophecy was true," she said. "Red was the marriage feast of Asmund my father. Redder has been the marriage feast of Ospakar. She saw the hall of Middalhof one gore of blood, and lo, it is so. Look upon thy work, Swanhild," and she pointed to the piled up dead. "Look upon thy work, witch sister, and grow fearful, for all this death is on thy head."
Swanhild laughed aloud.
"I think it a merry sight," she cried. "The marriage feast of Asmund our father was red, and thy marriage feast, Gudruda, has been redder. Would that thy blood and the blood of Eric ran with the blood of Björn and Ospakar. That tale must yet be told, Gudruda. There shall be binding on of Hell shoes at Middalhof, but I bind them not. My task is still to come, for I will live to fasten the Hell shoes on the feet of Eric, and on thy feet, Gudruda. At the least I have brought about this much, that thou canst scarcely wed Eric the outlaw, for with his own hand he slew Björn our brother, and because of this I count all that death as nothing. Thou canst not mate with Brighteyes, lest the wide wounds of Björn thy brother should take tongues and cry thy shame from sea to sea."
Gudruda made no answer, but sat as one carved in stone. Then Swanhild spoke again.
"Let us away to the north, Gizur, there to gather strength to make an end of Eric. Say, wilt thou help us, Gudruda? The blood feud for the death of Björn is thine." "Ye are enough to bring about the fall of one unfriended man," Gudruda said. "Go, and leave me with my sorrow and the dead. Nay, before thou goest, listen, Swanhild, for there is that in my heart which tells me I shall never look again upon thy face. From evil to evil thou hast ever gone, Swanhild, and from evil to evil thou wilt go. It may well chance that thy wickedness will win. It may well chance that thou wilt crown thy crimes with my slaying and the slaying of the man who loves me. But I tell thee this, traitress, murderess as thou art, that here the tale ends not. Not by death, Swanhild, shalt thou escape the deeds of life. There they shall rise up against thee, and there every shame that thou hast worked, every sin that thou hast sinned, and every soul that thou hast brought to Hela's halls shall come to haunt thee and to drive thee on from age to age. That witchcraft which thou lovest shall mesh thee. Shadows shall bewilder thee. From the bowl of empty longings thou shalt drink and not be satisfied. Yea, lust shall mock and madden thee. Thou shalt ride the winds, Thou shalt sail the seas, but thou shalt find no harbour, and never shalt thou set foot upon a shore of peace. Go on, Swanhild, dye those hands in blood, wade through the river of shame, seek thy desire, and finding, lose. Work thy evil, and winning, fail. I yet shall triumph, I yet shall trample thee, and, in a place to come, with Eric at my side, I shall make a mock of Swanhild the murderess, Swanhild the liar, and the wanton, and the witch. Now get thee gone."
Swanhild heard. She looked up at Gudruda's face, and it was alight as with a fire. She strove to answer, but no words came. Then Groa's daughter turned and went, and with her went Gizur. Now women and thralls came in and drew out the wounded, and those who still breathed from among the dead, taking them to the temple. They bore away the body of Ospakar also, but they left the rest. All night long Gudruda sat in the bride's seat. There she sat in the silver summer midnight, looking on the slain who were strewn about the great hall. All night she sat alone in the bride's seat, thinking, ever thinking. How then would it end? There her brother Björn lay a cold, Björn the justly slain of Brighteyes. Yet how could she wed the man who slew her brother? From Ospakar she was divorced by death. From Eric she was divorced by the blood of Björn her brother. How might she unravel this tangled skein and float to weal upon this sea of death? All things went amiss. The doom was on her. She had lived to an ill purpose. Her love had wrought evil. What availed it to have been born to be fair among women and to have desired that which might not be? And she herself had brought these things to pass. She had loosed the rock which crushed her. Why had she hearkened to that false tale? Gudruda sat on high in the bride seat, asking wisdom of the piled up dead, while the cold blue shadows of the nightless night gathered over her and them, gathered and waned, and grew at last to the glare of day. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 26 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 26. How Eric ventured down to Middalhof and what he found. Gizur went north to Swinefell, and Swanhild went with him. For now that Ospakar was dead at Eric's hand, Gizur ruled in his place at Swinefell, and was the greatest lord in all the north. He loved Swanhild, and desired to make her his wife, but she played with him, talking darkly of what might be. Swanhild was not minded to be the wife of any man except of Eric. To all others she was cold as the winter earth. Still she fooled Gizur as she had fooled Atli the Good, and he grew blind with love of her. For still the beauty of Swanhild waxed as the moon waxes in the sky, and her wicked eyes shone as the stars shine when the moon has set. Now they came to Swinefell, and there Gizur buried Ospakar Blacktooth, his father, with much state. He set him in a chamber of rock and timbers on a mountain top, whence he might see all the lands that once were his, and built up a great mound of earth above him. To this day people tell that here on Yule night black Ospakar bursts out, and golden Eric rides down the blast to meet him. Then come the clang of swords, and groans, and the sound of riven helms, till presently Brighteyes passes southward on the wind, bearing in his hand the half of a cloven shield. So Gizur bound the hell shoes on his father, and swore that he would neither rest nor stay till Eric Brighteyes was dead, and dead was Skallagrim Lambstail. Then he gathered a great force of men and rode south to Coldback, to the slaying of Eric, and with him went Swanhild. Gudruda sat alone in the haunted hall of Middalhof, and brooded on her love and on her fate. Eric, too, sat in Mosfell cave and brooded on his evil chance. His heart was sick with sorrow, and there was little that he could do except think about the past. He would not go to foray, after the fashion of outlaws, and there was no need of this. For the talk of his mighty deeds spread through the land, so that the people spoke of little else. And the men of his quarter were so proud of these deeds of Eric's that, though some of their kind had fallen at his hands in the great fight of Middalhof, and some at the hands of Skallagrim, yet they spoke of him as men speak of a god. Moreover, they brought him gifts of food and clothing and arms, as many as his people could carry away, and laid them in a booth that is on the plain near the foot of Mosfell, which thenceforth was named Ericsfell. Further, they bade his thralls tell him that, if he wished it, they would find him a good ship of war to take him from Iceland, ay, and man it with loyal men and true. Eric thanked them through Jon his thrall, but answered that he wished to die here in Iceland. Now, when Eric had sat 2 months and more in Mosfell cave, and autumn was coming, he learned that Gizur and Swanhild had moved down to Coldback, and with them a great company of men who were sworn to slay him. He asked if Gudruda the Fair had also gathered men for his slaying. They told him no, that Gudruda stayed with her thralls and women at Middalhof, mourning for Björn her brother. From these tidings Eric took some heart of hope. At the least Gudruda laid no blood feud against him. For he waited, thinking, if indeed she yet loved him, that Gudruda would send him some word or token of her love. But no word came, since between them ran the blood of Björn. On the morrow of these tidings Skallagrim spoke to Eric.
"This is my counsel, lord," he said, "that we ride out by night and fall on the folk of Gizur at Coldback, and burn the stead over them, putting them to the sword. I am weary of sitting here like an eagle in a cage."
"Such is no counsel of mine, Skallagrim," answered Brighteyes. "I am weary of sitting here indeed, but I am yet more weary of bringing men to their death. I will shed no more blood, unless it is to save my own head. When the people of Gizur come to seek me on Mosfell, they shall find me here, but I will not go to them."
"Thy heart is out of thee, lord," said Skallagrim. "Thou wast not wont to speak thus."
"Ay, Skallagrim," said Eric, "the heart is out of me. Yet I ride from Mosfell today."
"Whither, lord?"
"To Middalhof, to have speech with Gudruda the Fair."
"Like enough, then, thou wilt be silent thereafter."
"It well may be," said Eric. "Yet I will ride. I can bear this doubt no longer."
"Then I shall come with thee,"
said Skallagrim. "As thou wilt," answered Eric. So at midday Eric and Skallagrim rode away from Mosfell in a storm of rain. The rain was so heavy that those of Gizur's spies who watched the mountain did not see them. All that day they rode, and all the night, till by morning they came to Middalhof. Eric told Skallagrim to stay with the horses and let them feed, while he went on foot to see if by chance he might get speech with Gudruda. This the Baresark did, though he grumbled at the task, fearing lest Eric should be done to death and he not there to die with him. Now Eric walked to within 2 bowshots of the house, then sat down in a dell by the river, from the edge of which he could see those who passed in and out. Presently his heart gave a leap, for there came out of the women's door a lady tall and beautiful to see, and with golden hair that flowed about her breast. It was Gudruda, and he saw that she bore a napkin in her hand. Then Eric knew, according to her custom on the warm mornings, that she came alone to bathe in the river, as she had always done from a child. It was her habit to bathe here in this place, for at the bottom of the dell was a spot where reeds and bushes grew thick, and the water lay in a basin of rock and was clear and still. For at this spot a hot spring ran into the river. Eric went down the dell, hid himself close in the bushes and waited, for he feared to speak with Gudruda in the open field. A while passed, and presently the shadow of the lady crept over the edge of the dell, and she came herself in that beauty which since her day has not been known in Iceland. Her face was sad and sweet, her dark and lovely eyes were sad. On she came till she stood within a spear's length of where Eric lay, crouched in the bush, and looking at her through the hedge of reeds. Here a flat rock overhung the water, and Gudruda sat herself on this rock, and, shaking off her shoes, dipped her white feet in the water. Then suddenly she threw aside her cloak, baring her arms, and, gazing upon the shadow of her beauty in the mirror of the water, sighed and sighed again, while Eric looked at her with a bursting heart, for as yet he could find no words to say. Now she spoke aloud. "Of what use to be so fair?" she said. "Oh, wherefore was I born so fair to bring death to many and sorrow on myself and him I love?" And she shook her golden hair about her arms of snow, and, holding the napkin to her eyes, wept softly. But it seemed to Eric that between her sobs she called upon his name. Now Eric could no longer bear the sight of Gudruda weeping. While she wept, hiding her eyes, he rose from behind the screen of reeds and stood beside her in such fashion that his shadow fell upon her. She felt the sunlight pass and looked up. Lo, it was no cloud, but the shape of Eric, and the sun glittered on his golden helm and hair.
"Eric!" Gudruda cried. "Eric!"
Then remembering how she was attired, snatching her cloak, she threw it about her arms and thrust her wet feet into her shoes.
"Out upon thee!" she said. "Is it not enough, then, that thou shouldst break thy troth for Swanhild's sake, that thou shouldst slay my brother and turn my hall to shambles? Wouldst now steal upon me thus?"
"Methought that thou didst weep and call upon my name, Gudruda," he said humbly.
"By what right art thou here to hearken to my words?" she answered. "Is it, then, strange that I should speak the name of him who slew my brother? Is it strange that I should weep over that brother whom thou didst slay? Get thee gone, Brighteyes, before I call my folk to kill thee."
"Call on, Gudruda. I set little price upon my life. I laid it in the hands of chance when I came from Mosfell to speak with thee, and now I will pay it down if it so pleases thee. Fear not, thy thrall shall have an easy task, for I shall scarcely care to hold my own. Say, shall I call for thee?"
"Hush! Speak not so loud. Folk may hear thee, Eric, and then thou wilt be in danger. I would say that, then shall ill things be told of me, because I am found with him who slew my brother."
"I slew Ospakar too, Gudruda. Surely the death of him by whose side thou didst sit as wife is more to thee than the death of Björn."
"The bride cup was not yet drunk, Eric. Therefore I have no blood feud for Ospakar."
"Is it, then, thy will that I should go, lady?"
"Yes, go, go! Never let me see thy face again."
Brighteyes turned without a word. He took 3 paces, and Gudruda watched him as he went.
"Eric!" she called. "Eric! Thou mayest not go yet, for at this hour the thralls bring down the kine to milk, and they will see thee. Liest thou hid here? I will go, for though, indeed, thou dost deserve to die, I am not willing to bring thee to thy end. Because of old friendship, I am not willing."
"If thou goest, I will go also," said Eric. "Thralls or no thralls, I will go, Gudruda."
"Thou art cruel to drive me to such a choice, and I have a mind to give thee to thy fate."
"As thou wilt," said Eric, but she made as though she did not hear his words.
"Now," she said, "if we must stay here, it is better that we hide where thou didst hide, lest some come upon thee."
And she passed through the screen of rushes, and sat down in a grassy place beyond, and spoke again.
"Nay, sit not near me, sit yonder. I would not touch thee, nor look upon thee, who wast Swanhild's love, and didst slay Björn, my brother."
"Say, Gudruda," said Eric, "did I not tell thee of the magic arts of Swanhild? Did I not tell thee before all men yonder in the hall, and didst thou not say that thou didst believe my words? Speak."
"It is true," said Gudruda.
"Wherefore, then, dost thou taunt me with being Swanhild's love, with being the love of her whom of all alive I hate the most, and whose wicked guile has brought these sorrows on us?" But Gudruda did not answer. "And for this matter of the death of Björn at my hands, think, Gudruda, was I to blame in it? Did not Björn thrust the cloven shield before my feet, and thus give me into the hand of Ospakar? Did he not afterwards smite at me from behind, and would he not have slain me if Skallagrim had not caught the blow? Was I then to blame if I smote back, and if the sword flew home? Wilt thou let the needful deed rise up against our love? Speak, Gudruda."
"Talk no more of love to me, Eric," she answered. "The blood of Björn has blotted out our love. It cries to me for vengeance. How may I speak of love with him who slew my brother? Listen," she went on, looking on him sidelong as one who wished to look and yet not seem to see. "Here thou must hide an hour, and, since thou wilt not sit in silence, speak no tender words to me, for it is not fitting, but tell me of those deeds thou didst in the Southlands over sea, before thou wentest to woo Swanhild and came hither to kill my brother. For till then thou wast mine, till then I loved thee, who now love thee not. Therefore I would hear of the deeds of that Eric whom I once loved, before he became as one dead to me."
"Heavy words, lady," said Eric, "words to make death easy."
"Speak not so," she said. "It is unmanly thus to work upon my fears. Tell me those tidings of which I ask."
So Eric told her all his deeds, though he showed small boastfulness about them. He told her how he had smitten the war dragons of Ospakar, how he had boarded the Raven, and, with Skallagrim, slain those who sailed in her. He told her also of his deeds in Ireland, and of how he took the viking ships and came to London town. And as he told, Gudruda listened as one who hung upon her lover's dying words, and there was but one light in the world for her, the light of Eric's eyes, and there was but one music, the music of his voice. Now she looked upon him sidelong no longer, but with open eyes and parted lips she drank in his words, and always, though she knew it not herself, she crept closer to his side. Then he told her how he had been greatly honoured of the King of England, and of the battles he had fought in at his side. Lastly, Eric told her how the king would have given him a certain great lady of royal blood in marriage, and how Edmund had been angered because he would not stay in England.
"Tell me of this lady," said Gudruda quickly. "Is she fair, and how is she named?"
"She is fair, and her name is Elfrida," said Eric.
"And didst thou have speech with her on this matter?"
"Somewhat." Now Gudruda drew herself away from Eric's side.
"What was the purport of thy speech?" she said, looking down. "Speak truly, Eric."
"It came to little," he answered. "I told her that there was one in Iceland to whom I was betrothed, and to Iceland I must go."
"And what said this Elfrida then?"
"She said that I should get little luck at the hands of Gudruda the Fair. Moreover, she asked, should my betrothed be faithless to me, or put me from her, if I should come again to England." Now Gudruda looked him in the face and spoke.
"Say, Eric, is it in thy mind to sail for England in the spring, if thou canst escape thy foes so long?"
Now Eric took counsel with himself, and in his love and doubt grew guileful as he had never been before. For he knew well that Gudruda had this weakness: she was a jealous woman. "Since thou dost put me from thee, that is in my mind, lady," he answered. Gudruda heard. She thought on the great and beauteous Lady Elfrida, far away in England, and of Eric walking at her side, and sorrow took hold of her. She said no word, but fixed her dark eyes on Brighteyes' face, and lo! they filled with tears. Eric might not bear this sight, for his heart beat within him as though it would burst the byrnie over it. Suddenly he stretched out his arms and swept her to his breast. Soft and sweet he kissed her, again and yet again, and she struggled not, though she wept a little.
"It is small blame to me," she whispered, "if thou dost hold me on thy breast and kiss me, for thou art more strong than I. Björn must know this, if his dead eyes see aught. Yet for thee, Eric, it is the greatest shame of all thy shames."
"Talk not, my sweet, talk not," said Eric, "but kiss thou me, for thou knowest well that thou lovest me yet as I love thee." Now the end of it was that Gudruda yielded and kissed him whom she had not kissed for many years.
"Loose me, Eric," she said. "I would speak with thee."
And he loosed her, though unwillingly.
"Hearken,"
she went on, hiding her fair face in her hands.
"It is true that for life and death I love thee now as ever. How much thou mayest never know. Though Björn be dead at thy hands, yet I love thee. But how I may wed thee and not win the greatest shame, that I know not. I am sure of one thing, that we may not bide here in Iceland. Now if, indeed, thou lovest me, listen to my rede. Get thee back to Mosfell, Eric, and sit there in safety through this winter, for they may not come at thee yonder on Mosfell. Then, if thou art willing, in the spring I will make ready a ship, for I have no ship now, and moreover it is too late to sail. Then, perchance, leaving all my lands and goods, I will take thy hand, Eric, and we will fare together to England, seeking such fortune as the Norns may give us. What sayest thou?"
"I say it is a good rede, and would that spring were come."
"Ay, Eric, would that the spring were come. Our lot has been hard, and I doubt much if things will go well with us at the last. And now thou must hence, for presently the serving women will come to seek me. Guard thyself, Eric, as thou lovest me. Guard thyself, and beware of Swanhild."
Then once more they kissed, soft and long, and Eric went. But Gudruda sat a while behind the screen of reeds, and was very happy for a space. For it was as though the winter were past, and summer shone upon her heart again. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 27 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 27. How Gudruda Went Up to Mosfell. Eric walked warily till he came to the dell where he had left Skallagrim and the horses. It was the same dell in which Groa had brewed the poisoned draught for Asmund the priest and Unna, Thorod's daughter.
"What news, lord?"
said Skallagrim.
"Thou wast gone so long that I thought of seeking thee. Hast thou seen Gudruda?"
"Ay," said Eric, "and this is the upshot of it, that in the spring we sail for England and bid farewell to Iceland and our ill luck."
"Would then that it were spring,"
said Skallagrim, speaking Brighteyes' own words.
"Why not sail now and make an end?"
"Gudruda has no ship, and it is late to take to the sea. Also, I think that she would let a time go by because of the blood feud which she has against me for the death of Björn."
"I would rather risk these things than stay the winter through in Iceland,"
said Skallagrim.
"It is long now to spring, and yon wolf's den is cold lying in the dark months, as I know well."
"There is light beyond the darkness," said Eric, and they rode away. Everything went well with them till late at night they came to the slopes of Mosfell. They were half asleep on their horses, being weary with much riding, and the horses were weary also. Suddenly Skallagrim, looking up, caught the faint gleam of light from swords hidden behind some stones.
"Awake, lord!"
he cried.
"Here are foes ahead."
Gizur's folk behind the stones heard his voice and they came out from their ambush. There were 6 of them, and they formed in a line before the pair. They were watching the mountain, for a rumour had reached them that Eric was abroad, and seeing him they had hidden hastily behind the stones. "Now what counsel shall we take?" said Eric, drawing Whitefire.
"We have often stood against men more than 6, and sometimes we have left more men than 6 to mark where we stood," answered Skallagrim. "It is my counsel that we ride at them."
"So be it," said Eric, and he spurred his weary horse with his heels. Now when the 6 saw Eric and Skallagrim charge on them boldly, they wavered, and the end of it was that they broke and fled to either side before a blow was struck. For it had come to this pass, so great was the terror of the names of Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail, that no 6 men dared to stand before them in open fight. So the path being clear they rode on up the slope. But when they had gone a little way, Skallagrim turned his horse and mocked those who had lain in ambush, saying:
"Ye fight well, ye carles of Gizur, Ospakar's son. Ye are heroes surely. Say now, mighty men, will ye stand there if I come down alone against you?"
At these words the men grew mad with wrath and flung their spears. Skallagrim caught one on his shield and it fell to the earth, but another passed over his head and struck Eric on the left shoulder near the neck, making a deep wound. Feeling the spear fast in him, Eric grasped it with his right hand, drew it forth, and turning, hurled it so hard that the man before it got his death from the blow, for his shield did not serve to stay it. Then the rest fled. Skallagrim bound up Eric's wound as well as he could, and they went on to the cave. But when Eric's folk, watching above, saw the fight, they ran down and met him. Now the hurt was bad, and Eric bled much. Still, within 10 days it healed up for the time. But a little while after Eric's wound was skinned over, the snow set in on Mosfell, and the days grew short and the nights long. Once Gizur's men to the number of 50 came halfway up the mountain to take it, but when they saw how strong the place was, they feared, and went back, and after that returned no more, though they always watched the fell. It was very dark and lonesome there upon the fell. For a while Eric kept in good heart, but as the days went by he grew troubled. For since he was wounded this had come upon him, that he feared the dark, and the death of Atli at his hand, and Atli's words, weighed more and more upon his mind. They had no candles on the fell, yet, rather than stay in the blackness of the cave, Eric would wrap sheepskins about him and sit by the edge of that gulf down which the head of the Baresark had foretold his fall, and look out at the wide plains and fells and ice mountains, gleaming in the silver shine of the northern lights, or in the white beams of the stars. It chanced that Eric had bidden the men who stayed with him to build a stone hut upon the flat space of rock before the cave, and to roof it with turves. He had done this that work might keep them in heart, also that they might have a place to store such goods as they had gathered. Now there was one stone lying near that no two men of their number could move, except Skallagrim and one other. One day, while it was light, Eric watched these two rolling the stone along to where it must stand, and it was slow work. Presently they stayed to rest. Then Eric came, and, putting his hands beneath the stone, lifted, and while men wondered, he rolled the mass alone, to where it should be set as the corner stone of the hut. "Ye are all children," he said, and laughed merrily.
"Ay, when we set our strength against thine, lord," answered Skallagrim. "But look, the blood runs from thy neck. The spear wound has broken out afresh."
"So it is, surely," said Eric. Then he washed the wound and bound it up, thinking little of the matter. But that night, according to his custom, Eric sat on the edge of the gulf and looked at the winter lights as they played over Hecla's snows. He was sad and heavy at heart, for he thought of Gudruda and wondered much if they should live to wed. Remembering Atli's words, he had little faith in his good luck. Now, as Eric sat and thought, the bandage on his neck slipped, so that the hurt bled, and the frost got hold of the wound and froze it, and froze his long hair to it also, in such fashion that when he went to the cave where all men slept, he could not loose his hair from the sore, but lay down with it frozen to him. On the morrow the hair was caked so fast about his neck that it could only be freed by shearing it. But this Eric would not suffer. None, he said, should shear his hair except Gudruda. Thus he had sworn, and when he broke the oath misfortune had come of it. He would break that vow no more, if it cost him his life. For sorrow and his ill luck had taken so great a hold of Eric's mind that in some ways he was scarcely himself. So it came to pass that he fell more and more sick, till at length he could not rise from his bed in the cave, but lay there all day and night, staring at the little light which pierced the gloom. Still he would not suffer that any one should touch his hair, and when one stole upon him sleeping, thinking so to cut it before he woke and come at the wound, suddenly he sat up and dealt the man such a buffet on the head that he went near to death from it. Then Skallagrim spoke.
"On this matter," he said, "it seems that Brighteyes is mad. He will not suffer that any touch his hair except Gudruda, and yet, if his hair is not shorn, he must die, for the wound will fester under it. Nor may we cut it by strength, for then he will kill himself in struggling. It is come to this, then. Either Gudruda must be brought hither, or Eric will shortly die."
"That may not be," they answered.
"How can the Lady Gudruda come here across the snows, even if she will come?" "Come she can, if she has the heart," said Skallagrim, "though I put little trust in women's hearts. Still, I ride down to Middalhof, and thou, Jon, shalt go with me. For the rest, I charge you watch your lord, for if I come back and find anything amiss, that shall be the death of some. And if I do not come back, but perish on the road, yet I will haunt you."
Now Jon liked not this task. Still, for love of Eric and fear of Skallagrim, he set out with the Baresark. They had a hard journey through the snowdrifts and the dark, but on the third day they came to Middalhof, knocked upon the door, and entered. Now it was supper time, and people, sitting at meat, saw a great black man, covered with snow and rime, stalk up the hall, and after him another smaller man, who groaned with the cold, and they wondered at the sight. Gudruda sat on the high seat, and the firelight beat upon her face. "Who comes here?" she said.
"One who would speak with thee, lady,"
answered Skallagrim.
"Here is Skallagrim the Baresark," said a man. "He is an outlaw. Let us kill him." "Ay, it is Skallagrim," he answered, "and if there is killing to be done, why here's that which shall do it."
And he drew out his axe and smiled grimly. Then all held their peace, for they feared the axe of Skallagrim.
"Lady," he said, "I do not come for slaying or such child's play. I come to speak a word in thine ear. But first I ask a cup of mead and a morsel of food, for we have spent 3 days in the snows."
So they ate and drank. Then Gudruda bade the Baresark draw near and tell her his tale.
"Lady," he said, "Eric, my lord, lies dying on Mosfell."
Gudruda turned white as the snow. "Dying? Eric lies dying?" she said. "Why then art thou here?"
For this cause, lady, I think that thou canst save him, if he is not already sped."
And he told her all the tale. Now Gudruda thought a while.
"This is a hard journey," she said, "and it does not become a maid to visit outlaws in their caves. Yet I am come to this, that I will die before I shrink from anything that may save the life of Eric. When must we ride, Skallagrim?"
"This night,"
said the Baresark.
"This night while the men sleep, for now night and day are almost the same. The snow is deep, and we have no time to lose if we would find Brighteyes living."
"Then we will ride tonight,"
answered Gudruda. Afterwards, when people slept, Gudruda the Fair summoned her women, and bade them say to all who asked for her that she lay sick in bed. But she called 3 trusty thralls, bidding them bring 2 pack horses laden with hay, food, drugs, candles made of sheep's fat, and other goods, and ride with her. Then, all being ready, they rode away secretly up Stonefell, Gudruda on her horse Blackmane, and the others on good geldings that had been hay-fed in the yard, and by daylight they passed up Horsehead Heights. They slept 2 nights in the snow, and on the second night almost perished there, for much soft snow fell. But afterwards came frost and a bitter northerly wind, and they passed on. Gudruda was a strong woman and great of heart and will, and so it came about that on the 3rd day she reached Mosfell, weary but little harmed, though the fingers of her left hand were frostbitten. They climbed the mountain, and when they came to the dell where the horses were kept, certain of Eric's men met them and their faces were sad.
"How goes it now with Brighteyes?"
said Skallagrim, for Gudruda could scarcely speak because of doubt and cold.
"Is he dead, then?"
"Nay," they answered, "but like to die, for he is beside himself and raves wildly."
"Push on," quoth Gudruda. "Push on, lest it be too late."
So they climbed the mountain on foot, won the pass, and came to that giddy point of rock where he must tread who would reach the platform that is before the cave. Now, since she had hung by her hands over Goldfoss Gulf, Gudruda had feared to tread upon a height with nothing to hold to. Skallagrim went first, then called her to follow. Thrice she looked, and turned away, trembling, for the place was awful and the fall bottomless. Then she spoke aloud to herself.
"Eric did not fear to risk his life to save me when I hung over Golden Falls. Less then should I fear to risk mine to save him."
And she stepped boldly down upon the point. But when she stood there, over the giddy height, shivers ran along her body, and her mind grew dark. She clutched at the rock, gave one low cry, and began to fall. Indeed, she would have fallen and been lost, had not Skallagrim, lying on his breast in the narrow hole, stretched out his arms, caught her by the cloak and kirtle, and dragged her to him. Presently her senses came back.
"I am safe," she gasped, "but by a very little. Methinks that here in this place I must live and die, for I can never tread yonder rock again."
"Thou shalt pass it safe enough, lady, with a rope round thee,"
said Skallagrim, and led the way to the cave. Gudruda entered, forgetting all things in her love of Eric. A great fire of turf burned in the mouth of the cave to temper the bitter wind and frost, and by its light Gudruda saw her love through the smoke reek. He lay upon a bed of skins at the far end of the cave, and his bright grey eyes were wild. His wan face was white, and now of a sudden it grew red with fever, and then it was white again. He had thrown the sheepskin from his mighty chest, the bones of which stood out grimly. His long arms were thrust through the locks of his golden hair, and on one side of his neck the hair clung to him, and it was but a black mass. He raved loudly in his madness. "Touch me not, carles! Touch me not! Ye think me spent and weak, but, by Thor! if ye touch my hair, I will loosen the knees of some. Gudruda alone shall shear my hair. I have sworn, and I will keep the oath that I once broke. Give me snow! Snow! My throat burns! Heap snow upon my head, I bid you. Ye will not? Ye mock me, thinking me weak? Where then is Whitefire? I have yet a deed to do. Who comes yonder? Is it a woman's shape, or is it but a smoke wraith? 'Tis Swanhild the Fatherless, who walks the waters. Begone, Swanhild, thou witch! Thou hast worked evil enough upon me. Nay, it is not Swanhild. It is Elfrida. Lady, here in England I may not stay. In Iceland I am at home. Yea, yea, things go crossly. Perchance in this garden we may speak again." Now Gudruda could bear his words no longer, but ran to him and knelt beside him.
"Peace, Eric," she whispered. "Peace! It is I, thy love. It is Gudruda, who am come to thee."
He turned his head and looked upon her strangely. "No, no," he said, "it is not Gudruda the Fair. She will have little to do with outlaws, and this is too rough a place for her to come to. It is dark also, and Atli speaks in the darkness. If thou art Gudruda, give me a sign. Why comest thou here, and where is Skallagrim? Ah, that was a good fight! Down among the ballast tumbling, Ospakar's shield carles were rolled. But he should never have slain the steersman. The axe goes first, and Skallagrim follows after. Ha ha! I, Swanhild, will mingle tears. Give me the cup. Why, what is this? Thou art afire. A glory glows about thee, and from thee floats a scent like the scent of the Iceland meads in May.
"Eric! Eric!" cried Gudruda. "I am come to shear thy hair, as thou didst swear that I alone should do."
"Now I know thou art Gudruda," said the crazed man. "Cut! Cut! But let not those knaves touch my head, lest I should slay them." Then Gudruda drew out her shears, and without more ado shore off Brighteyes' golden locks. It was no easy task, for they were thick as a horse's mane and glued to the wound. Yet when she had cut them, she loosened the hair from the flesh with water which she heated upon the fire. The wound was in a bad state and blue. Still Eric never winced while she dragged the hair from it. Then she washed the sore clean, and put sweet ointment on it and covered it with napkins. This done, she gave Eric broth and he drank. Then, laying her hand upon his head, she looked into his eyes and bade him sleep. And presently he slept, which he had scarcely done for many days, slept like a little child. Eric slept for a day and a night, but at that same hour of the evening, when he had fallen asleep, Gudruda, watching him by the light of a taper that was set upon a rock, saw him smile in his dreams. Presently he opened his eyes and stared at the fire which glowed in the mouth of the cave and the great shadows that fell upon the rocks. "Strange," she heard him murmur. "It is very strange, but I dreamed I slept, and that Gudruda the Fair leaned over me as I slept. Where then is Skallagrim? Perhaps I am dead, and that is Hela's fire." And he tried to lift himself upon his arm, but fell back from faintness, for he was very weak. Then Gudruda took his hand, and, leaning over him, spoke.
"Hush, Eric," she said. "That was no dream, for I am here. Thou hast been sick to death, Eric, but now, if thou wilt rest, things will go well with thee."
"Thou art here?" said Eric, turning his white face towards her. "Do I still dream, or how comest thou to Mosfell, Gudruda?"
"I came through the snows, Eric, to cut thy hair, which clung to the festering wound, for in thy madness thou wouldst not suffer any one to touch it."
"Thou camest through the snows, over the snows, to nurse me, Gudruda? Thou must love me much, then." And he was so weak that, as he spoke, the tears rolled down Eric's cheeks. Then Gudruda kissed him, weeping also, and, laying her face by his, bade him be at peace, for she was there to watch him. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 28 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 28. How Swanhild Won Tidings of Eric. Now Eric's strength came back to him, and his heart opened in the light of Gudruda's eyes like a flower in the sunshine. For all day long she sat by his side, holding his hand and talking to him, and they found much to say. But on the 5th day from the day of his awakening she spoke thus.
"Eric, now I must go back to Middalhof. Thou art safe, and it is not well that I should stay here."
"Not yet, Gudruda," he said. "Leave me not yet."
"Yes, love, I must leave thee. The moon is bright, the sky is cleared, and the snow is hard with frost and fit for the hoofs of horses. I must go before more storms come. Listen now. In the 2nd week of spring, if all is well, I will send thee a messenger with words of token. Then shalt thou come down secretly to Middalhof. And there, Eric, we will be wed. Then on the next day we will sail for England in a trading ship that I shall get ready, to seek our fortune there."
"It will be a good fortune if thou art by my side," said Eric. "So good that I doubt greatly if I may find it, for I am Eric the Unlucky. Swanhild must yet be reckoned with, Gudruda. Yes, thou art right. Thou must go hence, Gudruda, and swiftly, though it grieves me much to part with thee." Then Eric called Skallagrim and bade him make things ready to ride down to Middalhof with the Lady Gudruda. This Skallagrim did swiftly, and afterwards Eric and Gudruda kissed and parted, and they were sad at heart to part. Now on the 5th day after the going of Gudruda, Skallagrim came back to Mosfell somewhat cold and weary, and he told Eric, who could now walk and grew strong again, that he and Jon had ridden with Gudruda the Fair to Horsehead Heights, seeing no man, and had left her there to go on with her thralls. He had come back also seeing no one, for the weather was too cold for the men of Gizur to watch the fell in the snows. Now Gudruda came safely to Middalhof, having been 11 days gone, and found that few had visited the house, and that these had been told that she lay sick abed. Her secret had been well kept, and, though Swanhild had no lack of spies, many days went by before she learned that Gudruda had gone up to Mosfell to nurse Eric. After this Gudruda began to make ready for her flight from Iceland. She called in the moneys that she had out at interest, and with them bought from a certain chapman a good trading ship which lay in its shed under the shelter of Westman Isles. This ship she began to make ready for sea so soon as the heart of winter was broken, putting it about that she intended to send her on a trading voyage to Scotland in the spring. And also to give colour to this tale she bought many pelts and other goods, such as chapmen deal in. Thus the days passed on, not so badly for Gudruda, who strove to fill their emptiness in making ready for the full and happy time. But for Eric in his cave they were very heavy, for he could find nothing to do except to sleep and eat and think of Gudruda, whom he might not see. For Swanhild also, sitting at Coldback, the days did not go well. She was weary of the courting of Gizur, whom she played with as a cat plays with a rat, and her heart was sick with love, hate, and jealousy. For she well knew that Gudruda and Eric still clung to each other, and found means of greeting, if not of speech. At that time she wished to kill Eric if she could, though she would rather kill Gudruda if she dared. Still, she could not come at Eric, for her men feared to try the narrow way of Mosfell, and when they met him in the open they fled before him. Presently it came to her ears that Gudruda made a ship ready to sail to Scotland on a trading voyage, and she was perplexed by this tale, for she knew that Gudruda had no love of trading and never thought of gain. So she set spies to watch the ship. Still the slow days drew on, and at length the air grew soft with spring and flowers showed through the snow. Eric sat in his mountain nest waiting for tidings, and watched the nesting eagles wheel about the cliffs. At length news came, for one morning as he rose Skallagrim told him that a man wanted to speak with him. He had come to the mountain in the darkness, and had lain in a dell till the breaking of the light, for, now that the snows were melting, the men of Gizur and Swanhild watched the ways. Eric bade them bring the man to him. When he saw him he knew that he was a thrall of Gudruda's and welcomed him heartily. "What tidings?" he asked. "This, lord," said the thrall. "Gudruda the Fair bids me say that she is well, and that the snow melts on the roof of Middalhof." Now this was the signal word that had been agreed upon between Eric and Gudruda, that she should send him when all was ready. "Good," said Eric. "Ride back to Gudruda the Fair and say that Eric Brighteyes is well, but on Hecla the snows melt not." By this answer he meant that he would be with her presently, though the thrall could make nothing of it. Then Skallagrim asked tidings of the man, and learned that Swanhild was still at Middalhof, and with her Gizur, and that they gave out that they wished to make an end of waiting and slay Eric.
"First snare your bird, then wring his neck,"
laughed Skallagrim. Then Eric did this. Among his men were some whom he knew were not willing to sail from Iceland, and Jon, his thrall, was one of them, for Jon did not love the angry sea. He bade these bide a while on Mosfell and make fires nightly on the platform of rock, which is in front of the cave, that the spies of Gizur and Swanhild might be deceived by them, and think that Eric was still on the fell. Then, when they heard that he had sailed,
they were to come down and hide themselves with friends till Gizur and his following rode north. But he told two of the men who would sail with him to make ready. That night, before the moon rose, Eric said farewell to Jon and the others who stayed on Mosfell, and rode away with Skallagrim and the two who went with him. They passed the plain of black sand in safety, and so on to Horsehead Heights. Now at length, as the afternoon drew on to evening, from Stonefell's crest they saw the hall of Middalhof before them, and Eric's heart swelled in his breast. Yet they must wait till darkness fell before they dared enter the place, lest they should be seen and notice of their coming should be carried to Gizur and Swanhild. And this came into the mind of Eric, that of all the hours of his life that hour of waiting was the longest. Scarcely indeed could Skallagrim hold him back from going down the mountain side, he was so set on coming to Gudruda whom he should wed that night. At length the darkness fell, and they went on. Eric rode swiftly down the rough mountain path, while Skallagrim and the two men followed grumbling, for they feared that their horses would fall. At length they came to the place, and riding into the yard, Eric sprang from his horse and strode to the women's door. Now Gudruda stood in the porch, listening, and while he was yet some way off, she heard the clang of Brighteyes' harness, and the colour came and went upon her cheek. Then she turned and fled to the high seat of the hall, and sat down there. Only two women were left in Middalhof with her, and some thralls who tended the kine and horses. But these slept, not in the hall, but in an outhouse. Gudruda had sent the rest of her people down to the ship to help in the lading, for it was given out that the vessel sailed on the morrow. She had done this that there might be no talk of the coming of Eric to Middalhof. Now Brighteyes came to the porch, and, finding the door wide, walked in. But Skallagrim and the men stayed without a while and tended the horses. A fire burned upon the centre hearth in the hall, and threw shadows on the panelling. Eric walked on by its light, looking to left and right, but seeing neither man nor woman. Then a great fear took him, lest Gudruda should be gone, or perhaps slain of Swanhild, Groa's daughter, and he trembled at the thought. He stood by the fire, and Gudruda, watching from the shadow of the high seat, saw the dull light glow upon his golden helm, and a sigh of joy broke from her lips. Eric heard the sigh and looked, and as he looked a stick of pitchy driftwood fell into the fire and flared up fiercely. Then he saw, there, in the carved high seat, robed all in bridal white, sat Gudruda the Fair, his love. Her golden hair flowed about her breast, her white arms were stretched towards him, and on her sweet face shone such a look of love as he had never seen. "Eric!" she whispered softly, and the breath of her voice ran down the empty panelled hall, that from all sides seemed to answer, "Eric!" Slowly he drew near to her. He saw nothing but the glory of Gudruda's face and the light shining on Gudruda's hair. He heard nothing, save the sighing of her breath. He knew nothing, except that before him sat his fair bride, won after many years. Now he had climbed the high seat, and now, wrapped in each other's arms, they sat and gazed into each other's eyes, and lo! the air of the great hall rolled round them a sea of glory, and sweet voices whispered in their ears. Now Freya smiled upon them, and led them through her gates of love, and they were glad that they had been born. Thus then they were wed. Now the story tells that Swanhild spoke with Gizur, Ospakar's son, in the house at Coldback. "I tire of this slow play," she said. "We have tarried here for many weeks, and Atli's blood yet cries out for vengeance, and cries for vengeance the blood of black Ospakar, thy father, and the blood of many another, dead at great Eric's hand."
"I tire also," said Gizur, "and I am much needed in the north. I say this to thee, Swanhild, that, hadst thou not so strictly laid it on me that Eric must die ere thou weddest me, I had flitted back to Swinefell before now, and there bided my time to bring Brighteyes to his end."
"I will never wed thee, Gizur, till Eric is dead," said Swanhild fiercely.
"How shall we come at him, then?" he answered. "We may not go up that mountain path, for two men can hold it against all our strength, and folk do not love to meet Eric and Skallagrim in a narrow way."
"The place has been badly watched," said Swanhild. "I am sure of this, that Eric has been down to Middalhof and seen Gudruda, my half-sister. She is shameless, who still holds commune with him who slew her brother and my husband. Death should be her reward, and I am minded to slay her because of the shame that she has brought upon our blood."
"That is a deed which thou wilt do alone, then," said Gizur, "for I will have no hand in the murder of that fair maid, no, nor will any who live in Iceland." Swanhild glanced at him strangely.
"Hearken, Gizur," she said. "Gudruda makes a ship ready to sail with goods to Scotland and bring a cargo thence before winter comes again. Now I find this strange, for never before did I know Gudruda turn her thoughts to trading. I think that she has it in her mind to sail from Iceland with this outlaw Eric, and seek a home overseas, and that I will not bear."
"It may be," said Gizur, "and I should not be sorry to see the last of Brighteyes, for I think that more men will die at his hand before he stiffens in his barrow."
"Thou art cowardly hearted, thou son of Ospakar," Swanhild said. "Thou sayest thou lovest me and wouldst win me to wife. I tell thee that there is but one road to my arms, and it leads over the corpse of Eric. Now this is my counsel: that we send the most of our men to watch that ship of Gudruda's, and, when she lifts anchor, to board her and search, for she is already bound for sea. Also among the people here I have a carl who was born near Hecla, and he swears this to me, that, when he was a lad, searching for an eagle's eyrie, he found a path by which Mosfell might be climbed from the north, and that in the end he came to a large, flat place, and, looking over, saw that platform where Eric dwells with his thralls. But he could not see the cave, because of the overbrow of the rock. Now we will do this: thou and I, and the carle alone, no more, for I do not wish that our search should be noised abroad. Tomorrow at the dawn we will ride away from Mosfell, and, passing under Hecla, come round the mountain and see if this path may still be scaled. For if so, we will return with men and make an end of Brighteyes."
This plan pleased Gizur, and he said that it should be so. So very early on the following morning Swanhild, having sent many men to watch Gudruda's ship, rode away secretly with Gizur and the thrall, and before it was again dawn they were on the northern slopes of Mosfell. It was on this same night that Eric went down from the mountain to wed Gudruda. For a while the climbing was easy, but at length they came to a great wall of rock, 100 fathoms high, on which no fox might find a foothold, nor anything that had not wings. "Here now is an end of our journey," said Gizur. "I only pray this, that Eric may not ride round the mountain before we are down again." For he did not know that Brighteyes already rode hard for Middalhof. "Not so," said the thrall. "If only I can find the place by which, some 30 summers ago, I won yonder rift, and through it the crest of the fell," and he pointed to a narrow cleft in the face of the rock high above their heads that was clothed with grey moss. Then he moved to the right and searched, peering behind stones and birch bushes, till presently he held up his hand and whistled. They passed along the slope and found him standing by a little stream of water which welled from beneath a great rock. "Here is the place," the man said.
"I see no place," answered Swanhild.
"Still, it is there, lady," and he climbed on to the rock, drawing her after him. At the back of it was a hole, almost overgrown with moss. "Here is the path," he said again.
"Then it is one that I have no mind to follow," answered Swanhild. "Gizur, go thou with the man and see if his tale is true. I will stay here till ye come back."
Then the thrall let himself down into the hole, and Gizur went after him. But Swanhild sat there in the shadow of the rock, her chin resting on her hand, and waited. Presently, as she sat, she saw 2 men ride round the base of the fell and strike off to the right towards a turf booth which stood the half of an hour's ride away. Now Swanhild was the keenest sighted of all women of her day in Iceland, and when she looked at these 2 men she knew one of them for Jon, Eric's thrall, and she knew the horse also. It was a white horse with black patches, that Jon had ridden for many years. She watched them go till they came to the booth, and it seemed to her that they left their horses and entered. Swanhild waited upon the side of the fell for nearly 2 hours in all. Then, hearing a noise above her, she looked up, and there, black with dirt and wet with water, was Gizur, and with him was the thrall.
"What luck, Gizur?" she asked.
"This, Swanhild: Eric may hold Mosfell no more, for we have found a way to bolt the fox."
"That is good news, then," said Swanhild. "Say on."
"Yonder hole, Swanhild, leads to the cleft above,
having been cut through the cliff by fire or perhaps by water. Now up that cleft a man may climb, though hardly, as by a difficult stair, till he comes to the flat crest of the fell. Then, crossing the crest, on the further side, perhaps 6 fathoms below him, he sees that space of rock where is Eric's cave. But he cannot see the cave itself, because the brow of the cliff hangs over. And so it is that, if any come from the cave on to the space of rock, it will be an easy matter to roll stones upon them from above and crush them. Now when Swanhild heard this she laughed aloud.
"Eric shall mock us no more," she said, "and his might can avail nothing against rocks rolled on him from above. Let us go back to Coldback and summon men to make an end of Brighteyes."
So they went down the mountain till they came to the place where they had hidden their horses. Then Swanhild remembered Jon and the other man whom she had seen riding to the booth, and she told Gizur of them.
"Now," she said, "we will snare these birds, and perchance they will twitter tidings when we squeeze them."
So they turned and rode for the booth, and drawing near, they saw 2 horses grazing without. Now they got off their horses, and creeping up to the booth, looked in through the door which was ajar. Then they saw this, that one man sat on the ground with his back to the door eating stockfish, while Jon made bundles of fish and meal ready to tie on the horses. For it was here that those of his quarter who loved Eric brought food to be carried by his men to the cave on Mosfell. Now Swanhild touched Gizur on the arm, pointing first to the man who sat eating the fish, and then to the spear in Gizur's hand. Gizur thought a while, for he shrank from this deed. Then Swanhild whispered in his ear,
"Slay the man and seize the other. I would learn tidings from him."
So Gizur cast the spear, and it passed through the man's heart, and he was dead at once. Then he and the thrall leapt into the booth, and threw themselves on Jon, hurling him to the ground, and holding swords over him. Now Jon was a man of small heart, and when he saw his plight and his fellow dead, he was afraid, and prayed for mercy.
"I will spare thee, knave," said Swanhild. "Thou shalt do this: thou shalt lead me up Mosfell to speak with Eric."
"I may not do that, lady," groaned Jon, "for Eric is not on Mosfell."
"Where is he then?"
asked Swanhild. Now Jon saw that he had said an unlucky thing, and answered,
"Nay, I know not. Last night he rode from Mosfell with Skallagrim Lambstail."
"Thou liest, knave," said Swanhild. "Speak, or thou shalt be slain."
"Slay on," groaned Jon, glancing at the swords above him and shutting his eyes, for, though he feared much to die, he had no will to make known Eric's plans.
"Look not at the swords: thou shalt not die so easily. Hearken: speak, and speak truly, or thou shalt seek Hela's lap after this fashion."
And, bending down, she whispered in his ear, then laughed aloud. Now Jon grew faint with fear, his lips turned blue, and his teeth chattered at the thought of how he should be made to die. Still he would say nothing. Then Swanhild spoke to Gizur and the thrall, and bade them bind him with a rope, tear the garments from him, and bring snow. This they did, and pushed the matter to the drawing of knives. But when he saw the steel, Jon cried aloud that he would tell all.
"Now thou takest good counsel,"
said Swanhild. Then in his fear Jon told how Eric had gone down to Middalhof to wed Gudruda, and thence to fly with her to England. Now Swanhild was mad with wrath, for she had sooner died than that this should come about.
"Let us away," she said to Gizur, "but first kill this man."
"Nay," said Gizur, "I will not do that. He has told his tidings. Let him go free."
"Thou art chicken-hearted,"
said Swanhild, who, after the fashion of witches, had no mercy in her.
"At the least, he shall not go hence to warn Eric and Gudruda of our coming. If thou wilt not kill him, then bind him and leave him."
So Jon was bound, and there in the booth he sat 2 days before any one came to loose him. "Whither away?" said Gizur to Swanhild.
"To Middalhof first,"
Swanhild answered. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 29 of Eric Brighteyes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 29. How Went the Bridal Night. Now Eric and Gudruda sat silent in the high seat of the hall at Middalhof till they heard Skallagrim enter by the women's door. Then they came down from the high seat and stood hand in hand by the fire on the hearth. Skallagrim greeted Gudruda, looking at her askance, for Skallagrim stood in fear of women alone.
"What counsel now, lord?"
said the Baresark. "Tell us thy plans, Gudruda," said Eric, for as yet no word had passed between them of what they should do.
"This is my plan, Eric," she answered. "First, that we eat; then that thy men take horse and ride hence through the night to where the ship lies, bearing word that we will be there at dawn when the tide serves, and bidding the mate make everything ready for sailing. But thou and I and Skallagrim will stay here till tomorrow is 3 hours old, and this because I have tidings that Gizur's folk will search the ship tonight. Now, when they search and do not find us, they will go away. Then, at the dawning, thou and I and Skallagrim will row on board the ship as she lies at anchor, and, slipping the cable, put to sea before they know we are there, and so bid farewell to Swanhild and our woes."
"Yet it is a risk for us to sleep here alone," said Eric.
"There is little danger," said Gudruda. "Nearly all of Gizur's men watch the ship, and I have learned this from a spy, that, 2 days ago, Gizur, Swanhild, and one thrall rode from Coldback towards Mosfell, and they have not come back yet. Moreover, the place is strong, and thou and Skallagrim are here to guard it."
"So be it, then," answered Eric, for indeed he had little thought left for anything except Gudruda. After this the women came in and set meat on the board, and all ate. Now, when they had eaten, Eric bade Skallagrim fill a cup, and bring it to him as he sat on the high seat with Gudruda. Skallagrim did so, and then, looking deep into each other's eyes, Eric Brighteyes and Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter, drank the bride's cup.
"There are few guests to grace our marriage feast, husband,"
said Gudruda. "Yet shall our vows hold true, wife," said Eric.
"Ay, Brighteyes," she answered, "in life and in death, now and for ever."
And they kissed.
"It is time for us to be going, methinks,"
growled Skallagrim to those about him.
"We are not wanted here."
Then the men who were to go on to the ship rose, fetched their horses, and rode away. Also they caught the horses of Skallagrim, Eric, and Gudruda, saddled them, and, slipping their bridles, made them fast in a shed in the yard, giving them hay to eat. Afterwards Skallagrim barred the men's door and the women's door, and, going to Gudruda, asked where he should stay the night till it was time to ride for the sea.
"In the store chamber," she answered, "for there is a shutter of which the latch has gone. See that thou watch it well, Skallagrim, though I think none will come to trouble thee."
"I know the place. It shall go badly with the head that looks through yonder hole,"
said Skallagrim, glancing at his axe. Now Gudruda forgot this, that in the store chamber were casks of strong ale. Then Gudruda told him to wake them when the morrow was 2 hours old, for Eric had neither eyes nor words except for Gudruda alone, and Skallagrim went. The women went also to their shut bed at the end of the hall, leaving Brighteyes and Gudruda alone. Eric looked at her. "Where do I sleep tonight?" he asked.
"Thou sleepest with me, husband," she answered soft, "for nothing, except death, shall come between us any more."
Now Skallagrim went to the storeroom and sat down with his back against a cask. His heart was heavy in him, for he boded no good of this marriage. Moreover, he was jealous. Skallagrim loved but one thing in the world truly, and that was Eric Brighteyes his lord. Now he knew that henceforth he must take a second place, and that for one thought which Eric gave to him he would give 10 to Gudruda. Therefore Skallagrim was very sad at heart.
"A pest upon the women,"
he said to himself,
"for from them comes all evil. Brighteyes owes his ill luck to Swanhild and this fair wife of his, and that is scarcely done with yet. Well, well, 'tis nature. But would that we were safe at sea. Had I my will, we had not slept here tonight. But they are newly wed, and—well, 'tis nature. Better the bride loves to lie abed than to ride the cold wolds and seek the common deck."
Now, as Skallagrim grumbled, fear gathered in his heart, he knew not of what. He began to think on trolls and goblins. It was dark in the storeroom, except for a little line of light that crept through the crack of the shutter. At length he could bear the darkness and his thoughts no longer, but, rising, threw the shutter wide and let the bright moonlight pour into the chamber, whence he could see the hillside behind, and watch the shadows of the clouds as they floated across it. Again Skallagrim sat down against his cask, and as he sat it moved, and he heard the wash of ale inside it.
"That is a good sound,"
said Skallagrim, and he turned and smelt at the cask.
"Ay, and a good smell too. We tasted little ale yonder on Mossfell, and we shall find less at sea."
Again he looked at the cask. There was a spigot in it, and lo, on the shelf stood horn cups.
"It surely is on draught," he said, "and now it will stand till it goes sour. 'Tis a pity, but I will not drink. I fear ale. Ale is another man. No, I will not drink."
And all the while his hand went up to the cups upon the shelf.
"Eric is better lain yonder in Gudruda's chamber than I am here alone with my evil thoughts and trolls," he said. "Why, what fish was that we ate at supper? My throat is cracked with thirst. If there were water now I'd drink it, but I see none. Well, one cup to wish them joy. There is no harm in a cup of ale."
And he drew the spigot from the cask and watched the brown drink flow into the cup. Then he lifted it to his lips and drank, saying,
"Skoll! Skoll!"
meaning health, health. Nor did he cease till the horn was drained.
"This is wondrous good ale,"
said Skallagrim as he wiped his grizzled beard.
"One more cup, and evil thoughts shall cease to haunt me."
Again he filled, drank, sat down, and for a while was merry. But presently the black thoughts came back into his mind. He rose, looked through the shutter hole to the hillside. He could see nothing on it except the shadows of the clouds.
"Trolls walk the winds tonight,"
he said.
"I feel them pulling at my beard. One more cup to frighten them."
He drank another draught of ale and grew merry. Then ale called for ale, and Skallagrim drained cup on cup, singing as he drained, till at last heavy sleep overcame him, and he sank drunken on the ground there by the barrel, while the brown ale trickled round him. Now Eric Brighteyes and Gudruda the Fair slept side by side, locked in each other's arms. Presently Gudruda was wide awake. "Rouse thee, Eric," she said. "I have dreamed an evil dream." He awoke and kissed her. "What then was thy dream, sweet?" he said. "This is no hour for bad dreams." "No hour for bad dreams, truly, husband. Yet dreams do not weigh the hour of their coming. I dreamed this, that I lay dead beside thee and thou knewest it not, while Swanhild looked at thee and mocked." "An evil dream, truly," said Eric. "But see, thou art not dead. Thou hast thought too much on Swanhild of late." Now they slept once more, till presently Eric was wide awake. "Rouse thee, Gudruda," he said. "I too have dreamed a dream, and it is full of evil." "What then was thy dream, husband?" she asked. "I dreamed that Atli the Earl, whom I slew, stood by the bed. His face was white, and white as snow was his beard, and blood from his great wound ran down his byrnie. 'Eric Brighteyes,' he said, 'I am he whom thou didst slay, and I come to tell thee this, that before the moon is young again thou shalt lie stiff, with hell shoes on thy feet. Thou art Eric the Unlucky. Take thy joy and say thy say to her who lies at thy side, for wet and cold is the bed that waits thee, and soon shall thy white lips be dumb.' Then he was gone, and lo, in his place stood Asmund thy father, and he also spoke to me, saying, 'Thou, who dost lie in my bed and at my daughter's side, know this: the words of Atli are true, but I add these to them: ye shall die, yet is death but the gate of life and love and rest.' And he was gone." Now Gudruda shivered with fear and crept closer to Eric's side. "We are surely fey, for the Norns speak with the voices of Atli and of Asmund," she said. "Oh, Eric, Eric, whither go we when we die? Will Valhalla take thee, being so mighty a man? And must I away to Hela's halls, where thou art not? Oh, that would be death indeed! Say, Eric, whither do we go?" "What said the voice of Asmund?" answered Brighteyes. "That death is but the gate of life, and love and rest. Hearken, Gudruda, my May. Odin does not reign over all the world. For when I was out yonder in England, a certain holy man taught me of another God, a God who loves not slaughter, a God who died that men might live for ever in peace with those they love.
How is this God named, Eric?
They name him the White Christ, and there are many who cling to him.
Would that I knew this Christ, Eric. I am weary of death, and blood, and evil deeds, such as are pleasing to our gods. Oh, Eric, if I am taken from thee, swear this to me, that thou wilt slay no more, save for thy life's sake only.
I swear that, sweet, he made answer. For I too am weary of death and blood, and desire peace most of all things. The world is sad, and sad have been our days, yet it is well to have lived, for through many heavy days we have wandered to this happy night.
Yea, Eric, it is well to have lived, though I think that death draws on. Now this is my counsel, that we rise, and that thou dost put on thy harness and summon Skallagrim, so that, if evil comes, thou mayest meet it armed. Surely I thought I heard a sound yonder in the hall.
There is little use in that, said Eric, for things will befall as they are fated. We may do nothing of our own will, I am sure of this. And it is no good to struggle with the Norns, yet I will rise. So he kissed her and made ready to leave the bed, when suddenly, as he lingered, a great heaviness seized him. "Gudruda," he said, "I am pressed down with sleep."
"That I am also, Eric," she said. "My eyes shut of themselves, and I can scarcely stir my limbs. Ah, Eric, we are fey indeed, and this is death that comes."
"Perchance," he said, speaking heavily.
"Eric, wake, Eric! Thou canst not move? Yet hearken to me. Ah, this weight of sleep! Thou lovest me, Eric, is that not so?"
"Yea," he answered.
"Now and for ever thou lovest me, and wilt cleave to me always wherever we go."
"Surely, sweet, oh, sweet, farewell," he said, and his voice sounded like the voice of one who speaks across the water.
"Farewell, Eric Brighteyes, my love, farewell,"
she answered very slowly, and together they sank into a sleep that was heavy as death. Now Gizur, Ospakar's son, and Swanhild, Atli's widow, rode fast and hard from Mosfell, giving no rest to their horses, and with them rode that thrall who had showed the secret path to Gizur. They stayed a while on Horsehead Heights till the moon rose. Now one path led hence to the shore that is against the Westmans, where Gudruda's ship lay bound. Then Swanhild turned to the thrall. Her beautiful face was fierce, and she had said few words all this while, but in her heart raged a fire of hate and jealousy which shone through her blue eyes.
"Listen," she said to the thrall. "Thou shalt ride hence to the bay, where the ship of Gudruda the Fair lies at anchor. Thou knowest where our folk are in hiding. Thou shalt speak thus to them: before it is dawn they must take boats and board Gudruda's ship and search her. And if they find Eric, the outlaw, aboard, they shall slay him, if they may."
"That will be no easy task," said the thrall.
"And if they find Gudruda, they shall keep her prisoner. But if they find neither the one nor the other, they shall do this: they shall drive the crew ashore, killing as few as may be, and burn the ship."
"It is an ill deed thus to burn another's ship," said Gizur.
"Good or ill, it shall be done,"
answered Swanhild fiercely.
"Thou art a lawman, and well canst thou meet the suit. Moreover, Gudruda has wedded an outlaw, and shall suffer for her sin. Now go, and see thou tarry not, or thy back shall pay the price."
The man rode away swiftly. Then Gizur turned to Swanhild, asking, "Whither, then, go we?"
"I have said to Middalhof."
"That is into the wolf's den, if Eric and Skallagrim are there," he answered. "I have little chance against the two of them."
"Nay, nor against the one, Gizur. Why, if Eric's right hand were hewn from him, and he stood unarmed, he would still slay thee with his left, as, swordless, he slew Ospakar thy father. Yet I shall find a way to come at him, if he is there."
Then they rode on, and Gizur's heart was heavy for fear of Eric and Skallagrim the Baresark. So fiercely did they ride that, within 1 hour after midnight, they were at the stead of Middalhof.
"We will leave the horses here in the field,"
said Swanhild. So they leaped to earth, and, tying the reins of the horses together, they left them to feed on the growing grass. Then they crept into the yard and listened. Presently there came a sound of horses stamping in the far corner of the yard. They went thither, and there they found a horse and two geldings saddled, but with the bits slipped, and on the horse was such a saddle as women use.
"Eric Brighteyes, Skallagrim Lambstail, and Gudruda the Fair," whispered Swanhild, naming the horses and laughing evilly. "The birds are within. Now to snare them."
"Were it not best to meet them by the ship?" asked Gizur.
"Nay, thou fool, if once Eric and Skallagrim are back to back, and Whitefire is aloft, how many shall be dead before they are down, thinkest thou? We shall not find them sleeping twice."
"It is shameful to slay sleeping men," said Gizur.
"They are outlaws," she answered. "Hearken, Ospakar's son: thou sayest thou dost love me and wouldst wed me. Know this, that if thou dost fail me now, I will never look upon thy face again, but will name thee Niddering in all men's ears."
Now Gizur loved Swanhild much, for she had thrown her glamour on him as once she did on Atli, and he thought of her day and night. For there was this strange thing about Swanhild that, though she was a witch and wicked, being both fair and gentle she could lead all men, except Eric, to love her. But of men she loved Eric alone. Then Gizur held his peace, but Swanhild spoke again.
"It will be of no use to try the doors, for they are strong. Yet when I was a child before now, I have passed in and out of the house at night by the store-room casement. Follow me, Gizur."
Then she crept along the shadow of the wall, for she knew its every stone, till she came to the store-room, and lo! the shutter stood open, and through it the moonlight poured into the chamber. Swanhild lifted her head above the sill and looked, then started back.
"Hush!" she said. "Skallagrim lies asleep within."
"Pray the gods he wake not," said Gizur beneath his breath, and turned to go. But Swanhild caught him by the arm, then gently raised her head and looked again, long and steadily. Presently she turned and laughed softly.
"Things go well for us," she said. "The sot lies drunk. We have nothing to fear from him. He lies drunk in a pool of ale."
Then Gizur looked. The moonlight poured into the little room, and by it he saw the great shape of Skallagrim. His head was thrown back, his mouth was wide, he snored loudly in his drunken sleep, and all about him ran the brown ale, for the spigot of the cask lay upon the floor. In his left hand was a horn cup, but in his right he still grasped his axe.
"Now we must enter,"
said Swanhild. Gizur hung back, but she sprang upon the sill lightly as a fox, and slid thence into the store-room. Then Gizur must follow, and presently he stood beside her in the room, and at their feet lay drunken Skallagrim. Gizur looked first at his sword, then on the Baresark, and lastly at Swanhild.
"Nay," she whispered, "touch him not. Perchance he would cry out, and we seek higher game. He has that within him which will hold him fast for a while. Follow where I shall lead."
She took his hand, and, gliding through the doorway, passed along the passage till she came to the great hall. Swanhild could see well in the dark, and moreover she knew the road. Presently they stood in the empty hall. The fire had burnt down, but two embers yet glowed upon the hearth, like red and angry eyes. For a while Swanhild stood still listening, but there was nothing to hear. Then she drew near to the shut bed where Gudruda slept, and, with her ear to the curtain, listened once more. Gizur came with her, and as he came his foot struck against a bench and stirred it. Now Swanhild heard murmured words and the sound of kisses. She started back, and fury filled her heart. Gizur also heard the voice of Eric saying, "I will rise." Then he would have fled, but Swanhild caught him by the arm.
"Fear not," she whispered. "They shall soon sleep sound."
He felt her stretch out her arms, and presently he saw this wonderful thing: the eyes of Swanhild glowing in the darkness as the embers glowed upon the hearth. Now they glowed brightly, so brightly that he could see the outstretched arms and the hard white face beneath them, and now they grew dim, of a sudden to shine bright again. And all the while she hissed words through her clenched teeth. Thus she hissed, fierce and low:
"Gudruda, sister mine, hearken and sleep. By the bond of blood I bid thee sleep. By the strength that is in me I bid thee sleep. Sleep, sleep sound. Eric Brighteyes, hearken and sleep. By the bond of sin I charge thee sleep. By the blood of Atli I charge thee sleep. Sleep, sleep sound."
Then thrice she tossed her hands aloft, saying,
"From love to sleep, from sleep to death, from death to Hela. Say, lovers, where shall ye kiss again?"
Then the light went out of her eyes and she laughed low. And ever as she whispered, the spoken words of the two in the shut bed grew fainter and more faint, till at length they died away and a silence fell upon the place.
"Thou hast no cause to fear the sword of Eric, Gizur," she said. "Nothing will wake him now till daylight comes."
"Thou art awesome," answered Gizur, for he shook with fear. "Look not on me with those flaming eyes, I pray thee."
"Fear not," she said. "The fire is out. Now to the work."
"What must we do, then?"
"Thou must do this. Thou must enter and slay Eric."
"That I cannot, that I will not," said Gizur. She turned and looked at him, and lo! her eyes began to flame again. Upon his eyes they seemed to burn.
"Thou wilt do as I bid thee," she said. "With Eric's sword thou shalt slay Eric, else I will curse thee where thou art, and bring such evil on thee as thou knowest not of."
"Look not so, Swanhild," he said. "Lead on, I come." Now they creep into the shut chamber of Gudruda. It is so dark that they can see nothing, and nothing can they hear except the heavy breathing of the sleepers. This is to be told, that at this time Swanhild had it in her mind to kill, not Eric, but Gudruda, for thus she would smite the heart of Brighteyes. Moreover, she loved Eric, and while he lived she might yet win him. But Eric dead must be Eric lost. But on Gudruda she would be bitterly avenged. Gudruda, who, for all her scheming, had yet been a wife to Eric. Now they stood by the bed. Swanhild puts out her hand, draws down the clothes, and feels the breast of Gudruda beneath, for Gudruda slept on the outside of the bed. Then she searches by the head of the bed and finds Whitefire which hung there, and draws the sword.
"Here lies Eric on the outside," she says to Gizur, "and here is Whitefire. Strike, and strike home, leaving Whitefire in the wound."
Gizur takes the sword and lifts it. He is sore at heart that he must do such a coward deed. But the spell of Swanhild is upon him, and he may not flinch from it. Then a thought takes him, and he also puts down his hand to feel. It lights upon Gudruda's golden hair that hangs about her breast and falls from the bed to the ground. "Here is woman's hair," he whispers.
"No," Swanhild answers. "It is Eric's hair. The hair of Eric is long, as thou hast seen."
Now neither of them knows that Gudruda cut Eric's locks when he lay sick on Mosfell, though Swanhild knows well that it is not Brighteyes whom she bids Gizur slay. Then Gizur, Ospakar's son, lifts the sword, and the faint starlight struggling into the chamber gathers and gleams upon the blade. Thrice he lifts it, and thrice he draws it back. Then with an oath he strikes, and drives it home with all his strength. From the bed beneath there comes one long sigh and a sound as of limbs trembling against the bed-gear. Then all is still. "It is done," he says faintly. Swanhild puts her hand down once more. Lo, it is wet and warm. Then she bends herself and looks, and behold, the dead eyes of Gudruda glare up into her eyes. She can see them plainly, but none know what she read there. At the least it was something that she loved not, for she reels back against the panelling, then falls upon the floor. Presently, while Gizur stands as one in a dream, she rises, saying,
"I am avenged of the death of Atli. Let us hence. Ah, let us hence swiftly. Give me thy hand, Gizur, for I am faint."
So Gizur gives her his hand and they pass thence. Presently they stand in the storeroom, and there lies Skallagrim still plunged in his drunken sleep. "Must I do more murder?" asks Gizur hoarsely.
"Nay," Swanhild says, "I am sick with blood. Leave the knave."
They pass out by the casement into the yard, and so on till they find their horses.
"Lift me, Gizur. I can no more,"
says Swanhild. He lifts her to the saddle. "Whither away?" he asks.
"To Coldback, Gizur, and thence to cold death."
Thus did Gudruda, Eric's bride and Asmund's daughter, the fairest woman who ever lived in Iceland, die on her marriage night by the hand of Gizur, Ospakar's son, and through the hate and witchcraft of Swanhild the Fatherless, her half-sister. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 30 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 30. How the Dawn Came. The dawn broke over Middlehof. Slowly the light gathered in the empty hall. It crept slowly into the little chamber where Eric slept, and Gudruda slept also, with a deeper sleep. Now the two women came from their chamber at the far end of the hall, and drew near the hearth, shivering, for the air was cold. They knelt by the fire, blowing at the embers till the sticks they cast upon them crackled to a blaze.
"It seems that Gudruda is not yet gone," said one to the other. "I thought she should ride away with Eric before the dawn."
"Newly wed lie long abed," laughed the other.
"I am glad to see the blessed light," said the first woman, "for last night I dreamed that once again this hall ran red with blood, as at the marriage feast of Ospakar."
"Ah," answered the other, "it will be well for the south when Eric Brighteyes and Gudruda are gone over sea, for their loves have brought much bloodshed upon the land."
"Well, indeed," sighed the first. "Had Asmund the priest never found Groa, Ran's gift, singing by the sea, Valhalla had not been so full to-day. Mindest thou the day he brought her here?"
"I remember it well," she answered, "though I was but a girl at the time. Still, when I saw those dark eyes of hers, just such eyes as Swanhild's, I knew her for a witch, as all Finn women are. It is an evil world. My husband is dead by the sword. Dead are both my sons, fighting for Eric. Dead is Unna, Thorod's daughter. Asmund my lord is dead, and dead is Björn. And now Gudruda the Fair, whom I have rocked to sleep, leaves us to go over sea. I may not go with her, for my daughter's sake. Yet I almost wish that I too were dead."
"That will come soon enough," said the other, who was young and fair.
Now the witch sleep began to roll from Eric's heart, though his eyes were not yet open. But the talk of the women echoed in his ears, and the words, "Dead, dead, dead," fell heavily on his slumbering sense. At length he opened his eyes, only to shut them again, because of a bright gleam of light that ran up and down something at his side. Heavily he wondered what this might be, that shone so keen and bright, that shone like a naked sword. Now he looked again. Yes, it was a sword which stood by him upon the bed, and the golden hilt was like the hilt of Whitefire. He lifted up his hand to touch it, thinking that he dreamed. Lo, his hand and arm were red! Then he remembered, and the thought of Gudruda flashed through his heart. He sat up, gazing down into the shadow at his side. Presently the women at the fire heard a sound as of a great man falling to earth.
"What is that noise?"
said one.
"Eric leaping from his bed," answered the other. "He has slept too long, as we have also."
As they spoke the curtain of the shut bed was pushed away, and through it staggered Eric in his night gear, and lo! the left side of it was red. His eyes were wide with horror, his mouth was open, and his face was white as ice. He stopped, looking at them, made as though to speak, and could not. Then, while they shrank from him in terror, he turned, and, walking like a drunken man, staggered from the hall down that passage which led to the store chamber. The door stood wide, the shutter was wide, and on the floor, soaked in the dregs of ale, Skallagrim yet lay snoring, his axe in one hand and a cup in the other. Eric looked and understood. "Awake, drunkard!" he cried, in so terrible a voice that the room shook. "Awake, and look upon thy work!" Skallagrim sat up, yawning.
"Forsooth, my head swims," he said. "Give me ale, I am thirsty."
"Never wilt thou look on ale again, Skallagrim, when thou hast seen that which I have to show," said Eric in the same dread voice. Then Skallagrim rose to his feet and gaped upon him.
"What means this, lord? Is it time to ride? And say, why is thy shirt red with blood?"
"Follow me, drunkard, and look upon thy work," said Eric again. Then Skallagrim grew altogether sober, and grasping his axe, followed after Brighteyes, sore afraid of what he might see. They went down the passage, past the high seat of the hall, till they came to the curtain of the shut bed, and after them followed the women. Eric seized the curtain in his hand, rent it from its fastenings, and cast it upon the ground. Now the light flowed in and struck upon the bed. It fell upon the bed, it fell upon Whitefire's hilt, and ran along the blade. It gleamed on a woman's snowy breast and golden hair, and shone in her staring eyes. A woman who lay stiff and cold upon the bed, the great sword fixed within her heart. "Look upon thy work, drunkard!" Eric cried again, while the women who peeped behind sent their long wail of woe echoing down the panelled hall. "Hearken!" said Eric. "While thou didst lie wallowing in thy swine's sleep, foes crept across thy carcass, and this is their handiwork. Yonder she lies who was my bride, and now is Gudruda the Fair a death wife who last night was my bride. This is thy work, drunkard, and now what meed for thee?" Skallagrim looked, and then he spoke in a hoarse, slow voice.
"What meed, lord? But one—death."
Then with one hand he covered his eyes, and with the other held out his axe to Eric Brighteyes. Eric took the axe, and while the women ran thence screaming, he whirled it thrice about his head. Then he smote down towards the skull of Skallagrim. But as he smote, it seemed to him that a voice whispered in his ear, "Thy oath!" and he remembered that he had sworn to slay no more, save for his own life's sake. The mighty blow was falling, and he might only do this: loose the axe before it clove Skallagrim in twain. He loosed it, and away the great axe flew. It passed over the head of Skallagrim, and sped like light across the wide hall, till it crashed through the panelling on the further side, and buried itself to the haft in the wall beyond. "It is not for me to kill thee, drunkard! Go, die in thy drink!"
"Then I will kill myself!"
cried the Baresark, and, rushing across the hall, he tore the great axe from its bed. "Hold!" said Eric. "Perhaps there is yet a deed for thee to do. Then thou mayest die, if it pleases thee."
"Ay,"
said Skallagrim, coming back.
"perchance there is still a deed to do."
And, flinging down the axe, Skallagrim Lambstail the Baresark fell upon the floor and wept. But Eric did not weep. Only he drew Whitefire from the heart of Gudruda and looked at it. "Thou art a strange sword, Whitefire," he said, "who slayest both friend and foe. Shame on thee, Whitefire! We swore our oath on thee, Whitefire, and thou hast cut its chain. Now I am minded to shatter thee." And as Eric looked upon the great blade, lo, it hummed strangely in answer. "First must thou be the death of some, thou sayest. Well, maybe, Whitefire, but never yet did thou drink so sweet a life as hers who now lies dead, nor ever shalt again." Then he sheathed the sword, but neither then nor afterwards did he wipe the blood of Gudruda from its blade. "Last night a marrying, to-day a burying," said Eric, and he called to the women to bring spades. Then, having clothed himself, he went to the centre of the hall, and brushing away the sand, broke the hard clay flooring, dealing great blows on it with an axe. Now Skallagrim, seeing his purpose, came to him and took one of the spades, and together they laboured in silence till they had dug a grave a fathom deep. "Here," said Eric, "here, in thine own hall where thou wast born and lived, Gudruda the Fair, thou shalt sleep at last. And of Middalhof I say this, that none shall live there henceforth. It shall be haunted and accursed till the rafters rot and the walls fall in, making thy barrow, Gudruda." Now this indeed came to pass, for none have lived in Middalhof since the days of Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter. It has been ruined these many years, and now it is but a pile of stones. When the grave was dug, Eric washed himself and ate some food. Then he went in to where Gudruda lay dead, and bade the women make her ready for burial. This they did. When she was washed and clad in a clean white robe, Eric came to her, and with his own hand bound hell shoes on her feet and closed her eyes. It was just then that a man came who said that the people of Gizur and of Swanhild had burned Gudruda's ship, driving the crew ashore. "It is well," said Eric. "We need the ship no more. Now hath she whom it should bear wings with which to fly." Then he went in and sat down on the bed by the body of Gudruda, while Skallagrim crouched on the ground without, tearing at his beard and muttering. For the fierce heart of Skallagrim was broken because of that evil which his drunkenness had brought about. All day Eric sat thus, looking on his dead love's face, till the hour came round when he and Gudruda had drunk the bride cup. Then he rose and kissed dead Gudruda on the lips, saying: "I did not look to part with thee thus, sweet. It is sad that thou shouldst have gone and left me here. Natheless, I shall soon follow on thy path." Then he called aloud: "Art sober, drunkard?" Skallagrim came and stood before him, saying nothing. "Take thou the feet of her whom thou didst bring to death, and I will take her head." So they lifted up Gudruda and bore her to the grave. Then Eric stood near the grave, and taking dead Gudruda in his arms, looked upon her face by the light of the fire and of the candles that were set about. He looked thrice, then sang aloud: "Long ago, when swept the snow blast, close we clung in plighted troth. Many a year, through storm and sword song, sore I strove to win thee, sweet. But last night I held thee fairest, locked a wife in lover's arms. Now, Gudruda, in thy death rest, sleep thou soft till Eric come. Hence I go to wreak thy murder. Hissing fire of flaming stead, groan of spear carles, wail of women, soon shall startle through the night. Then on Mosfell, kirtle wearer, Eric waits the face of death. Freed from weary life and sorrow, soon will kiss in Hela's halls." Then he laid her in the grave, and, having shrouded a sheet over her, they filled it in together, hiding Gudruda the Fair from the sight of men for ever. Afterwards Eric armed himself, and this Skallagrim did also. Then he strode from the hall, and Skallagrim followed him. In the yard those horses were still tied that should have carried them to the ship, and on one was the saddle of Gudruda. She had ridden on this horse for many years and loved it much, for it would follow her like a dog. Eric looked at him, then said aloud: "Gudruda may need thee where she is, Blackmane," for so the horse was named. "At the least, none shall ride thee more." And he snatched the axe from the hand of Skallagrim and slew the horse at a blow. Then they rode away, heading for Coldback. The night was wild and windy, and the sky dark with scudding clouds, through which the moon peeped out at times. Eric looked up, then spoke to Skallagrim: "A good night for burning, drunkard."
"Ay, lord, the flames will fly briskly," answered Skallagrim.
"How many, thinkest thou, walked over thee, drunkard, when thou didst lie yonder in ale?"
"I know not," groaned Skallagrim, "but I found this in the soft earth without, the print of a man and a woman's feet, and this on the hillside, the track of two horses, ridden hard."
"Gizur and Swanhild, drunkard," said Eric. "Swanhild cast us into deep sleep by witchcraft, and Gizur dealt the blow. Better for him that he had never been born, than that he has lived to deal that coward's blow." Then they rode on, and when midnight was a little gone they came to the stead at Coldback. Now this house was roofed with turves, and the windows were barred so that none could pass through them. Also in the yard were faggots of birch and a stack of hay. Eric and Skallagrim tied their horses in a dell that is to the north of the stead, and crept up to the house. All was still, but a fire burnt in the hall, and, looking through a crack, Eric could see many men sleeping about it. Then he made signs to Skallagrim, and together, very silently, they fetched hay and faggots, piling them against the north door of the house, for the wind blew from the north. Now Eric spoke to Skallagrim, bidding him stand, axe in hand, by the south door, and slay those who came out when the reek began to smart them. But he went himself to fire the pile. When Brighteyes had made all things ready for the burning, it came into his mind that, perhaps, Gizur and Swanhild were not in the house. But he would not hold his hand for this, for he was mad with grief and rage. So once more he prepared for the deed, when again he heard a voice in his ear, the voice of Gudruda, and it seemed to say:
"Thine oath, Eric! Remember thine oath!"
Then he turned, and the rage went out of his heart. "Let them seek me on Mosfell," he said. "I will not slay them secretly and by reek, the innocent and the guilty together." And he strode round the house to where Skallagrim stood at the south door, axe aloft and watching.
"Does the fire burn, lord? I see no smoke,"
whispered Skallagrim. "Nay, I have made none. I will shed no more blood, except to save my life. I leave vengeance to the Norns." Now Skallagrim thought that Brighteyes was mad, but he dared say nothing. So they went to their horses, and when they found them Eric rode back to the house. Presently they drew near, and Eric told Skallagrim to stay where he was, and riding on to the house smote heavy blows upon the door, just as Skallagrim once had smitten, before Eric went up to Mosfell. Now Swanhild lay in her shut bed, but she could not sleep, because of what she saw in the eyes of Gudruda. Little may she ever sleep again, for when she shuts her eyes, once more she sees that which was written in the dead eyes of Gudruda. So, as she lay, she heard the blows upon the door, and sprang frightened from her bed. Now there was tumult in the hall, for every man rose to his feet in fear, searching for his weapons. Again the loud knocks came.
"It is the ghost of Eric!"
cried one, for Gizur had given out that Eric was dead at his hand in fair fight.
"Open!"
said Gizur, and they opened, and there, a little way from the door, sat Brighteyes on a horse, great and shadowy to see, and behind him was Skallagrim the Baresark.
"It is the ghost of Eric!"
they cried again.
"I am no ghost," said Brighteyes. "I am no ghost, ye men of Swanhild. Tell me, is Gizur, the son of Ospakar, among you?" "Gizur is here," said a voice, "but he swore he slew thee last night." "Then he lied," quoth Eric. "Gizur did not slay me. He murdered Gudruda the Fair as she lay asleep at my side. See!" And he drew Whitefire from its scabbard, and held it in the rays of the moon that now shone out between the cloud rifts. "Whitefire is red with Gudruda's blood. Gudruda slaughtered in her sleep by Gizur's coward hand." Now men murmured, for this seemed to them the most shameful of all deeds. But Gizur, hearing, shrank back aghast. "Listen again," said Eric. "I was minded but now to burn you all as ye slept. Ay, the firing is piled against the door. Still, I held my hand, for I have sworn to slay no more, except to save my life. Now I ride hence to Mosfell. Thither let Gizur come, Gizur the murderer, and Swanhild the witch, and with them all who will. There I will give them greeting, and wipe away the blood of Gudruda from Whitefire's blade."
"Fear not, Eric," cried Swanhild. "I will come, and there thou mayest kill me if thou canst."
"Against thee, Swanhild," said Eric, "I lift no hand. Do thy worst. I leave thee to thy fate and the vengeance of the Norns. I am no woman slayer. But to Gizur the murderer I say, come!" Then he turned and went, and Skallagrim went with him. "Up, men, and cut Eric down!" cried Gizur, seeking to cover his shame. But no man stirred. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 31 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 31. How Eric sent away his men from Mosfell. Now Eric and Skallagrim came to Mosfell in safety, and during all that ride Brighteyes spoke no word. He rode in silence, and in silence Skallagrim rode after him. The heart of Skallagrim was broken because of the sorrow which his drunkenness had brought about, and the heart of Eric was buried in Gudruda's grave. On Mosfell Eric found 4 of his own men, 2 of whom had been among those that the people of Gizur and Swanhild had driven from Gudruda's ship before they fired her. For no fight had been made on the ship. There also he found Jon, who had been loosed from his bands in the booth by one who heard his cries as he rode past. Now when Jon saw Brighteyes he told him all, and fell at Eric's feet and wept because he had betrayed him in his fear. But Eric spoke no angry word to him. Stooping down he raised him, saying, "Thou wast never over stout of heart, Jon, and thou art scarcely to be blamed because thou didst speak rather than die in torment, though perhaps some had chosen so to die and not to speak. Now I am a luckless man, and all things happen as they are fated, and the words of Atli come true, as was to be looked for. The Norns, against whom none may stand, did but work their will through thy mouth, Jon, so grieve no more for that which cannot be undone." Then he turned away, but Jon wept long and loudly. That night Eric slept well and dreamed no dreams. But on the morrow he woke at dawn, and clothed himself and ate. Then he called his men together, and with them Skallagrim. They came and stood before him, and Eric, drawing Whitefire, leaned upon it and spoke. "Hearken, mates," he said. "I know this, that my hours are short, and death draws on. My years have been few and evil, and I cannot read the purpose of my life. She, whom I loved,
has been slain by the witchcraft of Swanhild and the coward hand of Gizur the murderer, and I go to seek her where she waits. I am very glad to go, for now I have no more joy in life, being but a luckless man. It is an ill world, friends, and all the ways are red with blood. I have shed much blood, though but one life haunts me now at the last, and that is the life of Atli the Earl, for he was no match for my might, and he is dead because of my sin. With my own blood I will wash away the blood of Atli, and then I seek another place, leaving nothing but a tale to be told in the ingle when fall the winter snows. For to this end we all come at last, and it matters little if it find us at midday or at nightfall. We live in sorrow, and we die in pain and darkness. For this is the curse that the gods have laid upon men, and each must taste it in his season. But I have sworn that no more men shall die for me. I will fight the last great fight alone. For I know this, I shall not easily be overcome, and with my fallen foes I will tread on Bifrost's bridge. Therefore farewell! When the bones of Eric Brighteyes lie in their barrow, or are picked by ravens on the mountainside, Gizur will not trouble to hunt out those who clung to him, if indeed Gizur shall live to tell the tale. Nor need ye fear the hate of Swanhild, for she aims her spears at me alone. Go therefore, and when I am dead do not forget me, and do not seek to avenge me, for Death the avenger of all will find them also." Now Eric's men heard and groaned aloud, saying that they would die with him, for they loved Eric one and all. Only Skallagrim said nothing. Then Brighteyes spoke again. "Hear me, comrades. If ye will not go, my blood will be on your heads, for I will ride out alone and meet the men of Gizur in the plain and fall there fighting." Then one by one they crept away to seek their horses in the dell, and each man as he went came to Eric and kissed his hand, then passed thence weeping. Jon was the last to go, except Skallagrim only, and he was so moved that he could not speak at all. It was this Jon who, in after years, when he was grown very old, wandered from stead to stead, telling the deeds of Eric Brighteyes, and always finding a welcome because of his tale, till at length, as he journeyed, he was overtaken by a snowstorm and buried in a drift. For Jon, who lacked much, had this gift: he had a skald's tongue. Men have always said that it was to the honour of Jon that he told the tale thus, hiding nothing, seeing that some of it is against himself. Now when all had gone, Eric looked at Skallagrim, who still stood near him, axe in hand. "Wherefore goest thou not, drunkard?" he said. "Surely thou wilt find ale and mead in the vales or over sea. Here there is none. Hasten, I would be alone." Now the great body of Skallagrim shook with grief and shame, and the red blood poured up beneath his dark skin. Then he spoke in a thick voice.
"I did not think to live to hear such words from the lips of Eric Brighteyes. They are well earned, yet it is unmanly of thee, lord, thus to taunt one who loves thee. I would sooner die, as Swanhild said yonder thrall should die, than live to listen to such words. I have sinned against thee indeed, and because of my sin my heart is broken. Hast thou, then, never sinned that thou wouldst tear it living from my breast, as eagles tear a foundered horse? Think on thine own sins, Eric, and pity mine. Taunt me thus once more, or bid me go once more, and I will go indeed. I will go thus. On the edge of yonder gulf thou didst overcome me by thy naked might, and there I swore fealty to thee, Eric Brighteyes. Many a year have we wandered, side by side, and, standing back to back, have struck many a blow. I am minded to do this, to stand by thee in the last great fight that draws on, and to die there with thee. I have loved no other man save thee, and I am too old to seek new lords. Yet, if still thou biddest me, I will go thus. Where I swore my oath to thee, there I will end it, for I will lay me down on the brink of yonder gulf, as I once lay, when thy hand was at my throat, and call out that thou art no more my lord, and I am no more thy thrall. Then I will roll into the depths beneath, and by this death of shame thou shalt be freed of me, Eric Brighteyes." Eric looked at the great man, and he looked long and sadly. Then he spoke. "Skallagrim Lambstail, thou hast a true heart. I too have sinned, and now I put away thy sin, although Gudruda is dead through thee and I must die because of thee. Stay by me if thou wilt, and let us fall together." Then Skallagrim came to Eric, and, kneeling before him, took his hands and kissed them. "Now I am once more a man," he said, "and I know this: we two shall die such a great death that it will be well to have lived to die it." And he arose and shouted, "Ahai! Ahai! I see the foes pass in pride. Ahai! Ahai! Valkyries ride the wind. Hear the song of the sword. Whitefire is aloft, aloft. Bare is the axe of the Baresark. Croak, ye nesting ravens. Flap your wings, ye eagles. For bright is Mosfell's cave with blood. Lap, lap, thou grey wolf. Laugh aloud, Odin. Laugh till shake the golden doors. Heroes' feet are set on Bifrost. Open, ye 100 gates. Ahai! Ahai! Red runs the fray. Ahai! Ahai! Valkyries ride the wind.
Then Skallagrim turned and went to clean his harness and the golden helm of Eric. Now at Coldback Gizur spoke with Swanhild. "Thou hast brought the greatest shame upon me," he said, "for thou hast caused me to slay a sleeping woman. Knowest thou that my own men will scarcely speak with me? I have come to this evil pass, through love of thee, that I have slain a sleeping woman."
"It was not my fault that thou didst kill Gudruda," answered Swanhild. "Surely I thought it was Eric whom thy sword pierced. I have not sought thy love, Gizur, and I say this to thee: go if thou wilt, and leave me alone."
Now Gizur looked at her and was minded to go, but, as Swanhild knew well, she held him too fast in the net of her witcheries. "I would go if I might go," answered Gizur, "but I am bound to thee for good or evil, since it is fated that I shall wed thee."
"Thou wilt never wed me while Eric lives,"
said Swanhild. Now she spoke thus truthfully, and by chance, as it were, not as driving Gizur on to slay Eric. For now that Gudruda was dead, she was in two minds as to this matter, since, if she might, she still desired to take Eric to herself, but meaning that while Eric lived she would wed no other man. But Gizur took it otherwise. "Eric shall certainly die if I may bring it about," he answered, and went to speak with his men. Now all were gathered in the yard at Coldback, and that was a great company. But their looks were heavy because of the shame that Gizur, Ospakar's son, had brought upon them by the murder of Gudruda in her sleep. "Hearken, comrades," said Gizur. "Great shame is come upon me because of a deed that I have done unwittingly. For I aimed at the eagle Eric, and I have slain the swan Gudruda." Then a certain old viking in the company, named Ketel, whom Gizur had hired for the slaying of Eric, spoke.
"Man or woman, it is a niddering deed to kill folk in their sleep, Gizur. It is murder and no less, and small luck can be hoped for from the stroke."
Now Gizur felt that his people looked on him askance and heavily, and knew that it would be hard to show them that he was driven to this deed against his will, and by the witchcraft of Swanhild. So, as was his nature, he turned to guile for shelter, like a fox to his hole, and spoke to them with the tongue of a lawman, for Gizur had great skill in speech. "That tale was not all true which Eric Brighteyes told you," he said. "He was mad with grief, and moreover it seems that he slept, and only woke to find Gudruda dead. It came about thus. I stood with the Lady Swanhild, and was about to call aloud on Eric to arm himself and come forth and meet me face to face."
"Then, lord, methinks thou hadst never met another foe,"
quoth the viking Ketel, who had spoken first. "When of a sudden," went on Gizur, taking no note of Ketel's words, "one clothed in white sprang from the bed and rushed on me. Then I, thinking that it was Eric, lifted sword, not to smite, but to ward him away. But the linen wearer met the sword and fell down dead. Then I fled, fearing lest men should wake and trap us, and that is all the tale. It was no fault of mine if Gudruda died upon the sword." Thus he spoke, but still men looked doubtfully upon him, for his eye was the eye of a liar, and Eric, as they knew, did not lie.
"It is hard to find the truth between lawmen's brain and tongue," said the old viking Ketel. "Eric is no lawman, but a true man, and he sang another song. I would slay Eric indeed, for between him and me there is a blood feud, since my brother died at his hand when, with Whitefire for a crook, Brighteyes drove armed men like sheep down the hall of Middalhof, ay, and swordless slew Ospakar. Yet I say that Eric is a true man, and, whether or no thou art true, Gizur the lawman, that thou knowest best. Thou and Swanhild the fatherless, Groa's daughter. If thou didst slay Gudruda as thou tellest, say, how come Gudruda's blood on Whitefire's blade? How did it chance, Gizur, that thou heldest Whitefire in thy hand, and not thine own sword? Now I tell thee this: either thou shalt go up against Eric and clear thyself by blows, or I leave thee. And methinks there are others among this company who will do the same,
for we have no wish to be partners with murderers and their wickedness." "Ay, a good word," said many who stood by. "Let Gizur go up with us to Mosfell, and there stand face to face with Eric and clear himself by blows." "I ask no more," said Gizur. "We will ride to-night." "But much more shalt thou get, liar," quoth Ketel to himself, "for that hour when thou lookest once again on Whitefire shall be thy last." So Gizur and Swanhild made ready to go up against Eric. That day they rode away with a great company, 101 in all, and this was their plan. They sent 6 men with that thrall who had shown them the secret path, bidding him guide them to the mountain top. Then, when they were come thither and heard the shouts of those who sought to gain the platform from the south, they were to watch till Eric and his folk came out from the cave, and shoot them with arrows from above or crush them with stones. But if perchance Eric left the platform and came to meet his foes in the narrow pass, then they must let themselves down with ropes from the height above, and, creeping after him round the rock, must smite him in the back. Moreover, in secret Gizur promised a great reward of 10 hundreds in silver to him who should kill Eric, for he did not long to stand face to face with him alone. Swanhild also in secret made promise of reward to those who should bring Eric to her, bound but living, and she bade them do this, to bear him down with shields and tie him with ropes. So they rode away, the 7 who should climb the mountain from behind going first, and on the morrow morning they crossed the sand and came to Mosfell. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 32 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 32. How Eric and Skallagrim Grew Fey. Now the night came down upon Mosfell, and of all nights this was the strangest. The air was quiet and heavy, yet no rain fell. It was so silent, moreover, that, did a stone slip upon the mountain side, or a horse neigh far off on the plains, the sound of it crept up the fell and was echoed from the crags. Eric and Skallagrim sat together on the open space of rock that is before the cave, and great heaviness and fear came into their hearts, so that they had no desire to sleep. "Methinks the night is ghost-ridden," said Eric, "and I am fey, for I grow cold, and it seems to me that one strokes my hair." "It is ghost-ridden, lord," answered Skallagrim. "Trolls are abroad, and the god-kind gather to see Eric die." For a while they sat in silence, then suddenly the mountain heaved up gently beneath them. Thrice it seemed to heave like a woman's breast, and left them frightened. "Now the dwarf folk come from their caves," quoth Skallagrim, "and great deeds may be looked for, since they are not drawn to the upper earth by a little thing." Then once more they sat silent, and thick darkness came down upon the mountain, hiding the stars. "Look!" said Eric of a sudden, and he pointed at Hecla. Skallagrim looked, and lo! the snowy dome of Hecla was aglow with a rosy flame like the light of dawn. "Winter lights," said Lambstail, shuddering. "Death lights," answered Eric. "Look again." They looked, and behold! in the rosy glow there sat 3 giant forms of fire, and their shapes were the shapes of women. Before them was a loom of blackness that stretched from earth to sky, and they wove at it with threads of flame. They were splendid and terrible to see. Their hair streamed behind them like meteor flames. Their eyes shone like lightning, and their breasts gleamed like the polished bucklers of the gods. They wove fiercely at the loom of blackness, and as they wove they sang. The voice of the one was as the wind whistling through the pines. The voice of the other was as the sound of rain hissing on deep waters, and the voice of the third was as the moan of the sea. They wove fearfully and they sang loudly, but what they sang might not be known. Now the web grew and the woof grew, and a picture came upon the loom, a great picture written in fire. Behold, it was the semblance of a storm-awakened sea, and a giant ship fled before the gale, a dragon of war, and in the ship were piled the corses of men, and on these lay another corse, as one lies upon a bed. They looked, and the face of the corse grew bright. It was the face of Eric, and his head rested upon the dead heart of Skallagrim. Clinging to each other, Eric and Skallagrim saw the sight of fear that was written on the loom of the Norns. They saw it for a breath. Then, with a laugh like the wail of wolves, the shapes of fire sprang up and rent the web asunder.
Then the first passed upward to the sky, the second southwards towards Middalhof, but the third swept over Mosfell, so that the brightness of her flaming form shone on the rock where they sat by the cave, and the lightning of her eyes was mirrored in the byrnie of Skallagrim and on Eric's golden helm. She swept past, pointing downwards as she went, and lo! she was gone, and once more darkness and silence lay upon the earth. Now this sight was seen of Jon the thrall also, and he told it in his story of the deeds of Eric. For Jon lay hid in a secret place on Mosfell, waiting for tidings of what came to pass. For a while Eric and Skallagrim clung to each other. Then Skallagrim spoke.
"We have seen the Valkyries," he said.
"Nay," answered Eric, "we have seen the Norns, who are come to warn us of our doom. We shall die tomorrow."
"At the least," said Skallagrim, "we shall not die alone. We had a goodly bed on yonder goblin ship, and all of our own slaying, methinks. It is not so ill to die thus, lord."
"Not so ill," said Eric, "and yet I am weary of blood and war, of glory and of my strength. Now I desire rest alone. Light fire, I can bear this darkness no longer. The marrow freezes in my bones."
"Fire can be seen of foes,"
said Skallagrim. "It matters little now," said Eric. "We are fey folk." So Skallagrim lighted the fire, piling much brushwood and dry turf over it, till presently it burnt up brightly, throwing a light on all the space of rock, and heavy shadows against the cliff behind. They sat thus a while in the light of the flames, looking towards the deep gulf, till suddenly there came a sound as of one who climbed the gulf. "Who comes now, climbing where no man may pass?" cried Eric, seizing Whitefire and springing to his feet. Presently he sank down again with white face and staring eyes, and pointed at the edge of the cliff. And as he pointed, the neck of a man rose in the shadow above the brink, and the hands of a man grasped the rock. But there was no head on the neck. The shape of the headless man drew itself slowly over the brink. It walked slowly into the light towards the fire, then sat itself down in the glare of the flames, which shrank away from it as from a draught of wind. Pale with terror, Eric and Skallagrim looked on the headless thing and knew it. It was the wraith of the Baresark that Brighteyes had slain, the first of all the men he slew.
"It is my mate, Eric, whom thou didst kill years ago, and whose severed head spoke with thee," gasped Skallagrim.
"It is he, sure enough," said Eric. "But where may his head be?"
"Perchance the head will come,"
answered Skallagrim.
"He is an evil sight to see, surely. Say, lord, shall I fall upon him, though I love not the task?"
"Nay, Skallagrim, let him bide. He does but come to warn us of our fate. Moreover, ghosts can only be laid in one way, by the hewing off of the head and the laying of it at the thigh. But this one has no head to hew." Now as he spoke the headless man turned his neck as though to look. Once more there came the sound of feet, and lo! men marched in from the darkness on either side. Eric and Skallagrim looked up and knew them. They were those of Ospakar's folk whom they had slain on Horsehead Heights. All their wounds were on them, and in front of them marched Mord, Ospakar's son. The ghosts gazed upon Eric and Skallagrim with cold, dead eyes, and they too sat down by the fire. Now once more there came the sound of feet, and from every side men poured in who had died at the hands of Eric and Skallagrim. First came those who fell on that ship of Ospakar's which Eric sank by Westmans, then the crew of the Raven who had perished upon the sea path. Even as the man died, so did each ghost come. Some had been drowned in their harness dripped water. Some had died of spear thrusts, and the spears were yet fixed in their breasts. Some had fallen beneath the flash of Whitefire and the weight of the axe of Skallagrim, and there they sat, looking at their wide wounds. Then came more and more. There were those whom Eric and Skallagrim had slain upon the seas, those who had fallen before them in the English wars, and all that company who had been drowned in the waters of the Pentland Firth when the witchcraft of Swanhild had brought the Gudruda to her wreck. "Now here we have a goodly crew," said Eric at length. "Is it done, thinkest thou, or will Mosfell send forth more dead?" As he spoke the wraith of a grey-headed man drew near. He had but one arm, for the other was hewn from him, and the byrnie on his left side was red with blood. "Welcome, Earl Atli!" cried Eric. "Sit thou over against me, who tomorrow shall be with thee." The ghost of the Earl seated itself and looked on Eric with sad eyes, but it spake never a word. Then came another company, and at their head stalked black Ospakar. "These be they who died at Middalhof," cried Eric. "Welcome, Ospakar! That marriage feast of thine went ill."
"Now methinks we are overdone with trolls," said Skallagrim. "But see, here come more."
As he spoke, Hall of Lithdale came, and with him Koll the Half-witted, and others. And so it went till all the men whom Eric and Skallagrim had slain, or who had died because of them, or at their side, were gathered in deep ranks before them. "Now it is surely done," said Eric.
"There is yet a space,"
said Skallagrim, pointing to the other side of the fire,
"and hell holds many dead."
Even as the words left his lips, there came a noise of the galloping of horses' hoofs, and one clad in white rode up. It was a woman, for her golden hair flowed down about her white arms. Then she slid from the horse and stood in the light of the fire, and behold, her white robe was red with blood, a great sword was set in her heart, and the face and eyes were the face and eyes of Gudruda the Fair, and the horse she rode was Blackmane, that Eric had slain. Now when Brighteyes saw her he gave a great cry. "Greeting, sweet," he said. "I am no longer afraid, since thou comest to bear me company. Thou art dear to my sight, ay, even in yon death sheet. Greeting, sweet, my May. I laid thee stiff and cold in the earth at Middalhof, but, like a loving wife, thou hast burst thy bonds, and art come to save me from the grip of trolls. Thou art welcome, Gudruda, Asmund's daughter. Come, wife, sit thou at my side." The ghost of Gudruda spake no word. She walked through the fire towards them, and the flames went out beneath her feet, to burn up again when she had passed. Then she sat down over against Eric and looked on him with wide and tender eyes. Thrice he stretched out his arms to clasp her, but thrice their strength left him, and they fell back to his side. It was as though they struck a wall of ice and were numbed by the bitter cold.
"Look, here are more,"
groaned Skallagrim. Then Eric looked, and lo! the empty space to the left of the fire was filled with shadowy shapes like the shapes of mist. Amongst them was Gizur, Ospakar's son, and many a man of his company. There, too, was Swanhild, Groa's daughter, and a toad nestled in her breast. She looked with wide eyes upon the eyes of dead Gudruda's ghost, that seemed not to see her, and a stare of fear was set on her lovely face. Nor was this all, for there, before the shadowy throng, stood two great shapes clad in their harness, and one was the shape of Eric, and one the shape of Skallagrim. Thus, being yet alive, did these two look upon their own wraiths. Then Eric and Skallagrim cried out aloud, and their brains swam, and their senses left them, so that they swooned. When they opened their eyes and life came back to them, the fire was dead, and it was day. Nor was there any sign of that company which had been gathered on the rock before them. "Skallagrim," quoth Eric, "it seems that I have dreamed a strange dream, a most strange dream of Norns and trolls."
"Tell me thy dream, lord,"
said Skallagrim. So Eric told all the vision, and the Baresark listened in silence.
"It was no dream, lord," said Skallagrim, "for I myself have seen the same things. Now this is in my mind, that yonder sun is the last that we shall see, for we have beheld the death shadows. All those who were gathered here last night wait to welcome us upon Bifrost's bridge. And the mist shapes who sat there, amongst whom our wraiths were numbered, are the shapes of those who shall die in the great fight today. For days are fled, and we are sped."
"I would not have it otherwise," said Eric. "We have been greatly honoured of the gods, and of the ghost kind that are around us and above us. Now let us make ready to die as becomes men who have never turned back to blow, for the end of the story should fit the beginning, and of us there is a tale to tell."
"A good word, lord," answered Skallagrim. "I have struck few strokes to be shamed of, and I do not fear to tread Bifrost's bridge in thy company. Now we will wash ourselves and eat, so that our strength may be whole in us." So they washed themselves with water and ate merrily, and for the first time for many months Eric was merry, for now that the end was at hand his heart grew light within him. And when they had put the desire of food from them, and buckled on their harness, they looked out from their mountain height, and saw a cloud of dust rise in the desert plain of black sand beneath, and through it the sheen of spears. "Here come those of whom, if there is truth in visions, some few shall never go back again," said Eric. "Now what counsel hast thou, Skallagrim? Where shall we meet them? Here on the space of rock, or yonder in the deep way of the cliff?" "My counsel is that we meet them here," said Skallagrim, "and cut them down one by one as they try to turn the rock. They can scarcely come at us to slay us here so long as our arms have strength to smite."
"Yet they will come, though I know not how," answered Eric, "for I am sure of this, that our death lies before us. Here, then, we shall meet them." Now the cloud of dust drew nearer, and they saw that this was a great company which came up against them. At the foot of the fell the men stayed and rested a while, and it was not till afternoon that they began to climb the mountain.
"Night will be at hand before the game is played," said Skallagrim. "See, they climb slowly, saving their strength, and yonder among them is Swanhild in a purple cloak."
"Ay, night will be at hand, Skallagrim, a last long night. 100 to 2. The odds are heavy, yet some shall wish them heavier. Now let us bind on our helms." Meanwhile Gizur and his folk crept up the paths from below. Now that thrall who knew the secret way had gone on with 6 chosen men, and already they climbed the watercourse and drew near to the flat crest of the fell. But Eric and Skallagrim knew nothing of this, so they sat down by the turning place that is over the gulf and waited, singing of the taking of the Raven and of the slaying in the stead at Middalhof, and telling tales of deeds that they had done. And the thrall and his 6 men climbed on till at length they gained the crest of the fell, and, looking over, saw Eric and Skallagrim beneath them. "The birds are in the snare, and hark, they sing!" said the thrall. "Now bring rocks and be silent." But Gizur and his people, having learned that Eric and Skallagrim were alone upon the mountain, pushed on. "We have not much to fear from 2 men," said Gizur.
"That we shall learn presently," answered Swanhild. "I tell thee this, that I saw strange sights last night, though I did not sleep. I may sleep little now that Gudruda is dead, for that which I saw in her eyes haunts me."
Then they went on, and the face of Gizur grew white with fear. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 33 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 33. How Eric and Skallagrim Fought Their Last Great Fight. Now the thrall and those with him on the crest of the fell heard the murmur of the company of Gizur and Swanhild as they won the mountainside, though they could not see them because of the rocks. "Now it is time to begin and knock these birds from their perch," said the thrall, "for that is an awkward corner for our folk to turn with Whitefire and the axe of Skallagrim waiting on the farther side." So he balanced a great stone, as heavy as 3 men could lift, on the brow of the rock, and aimed it. Then he pushed it and let it go. It smote the platform beneath with a crash, 2 fathoms behind the spot where Eric and Skallagrim sat. Then it flew into the air, and, just as Brighteyes turned around at the sound, it struck the wings of his helm, and, bursting the straps, tore the golden helm-piece from his head, and carried it away into the gulf beneath. Skallagrim looked up, and saw what had come about.
"They have gained the crest of the fell," he cried. "Now we must fly into the cave, or down the narrow way and hold it."
"Down the narrow way, then," said Eric, and while rocks, spears, and arrows rushed between and around them, they stepped on to the stone and won the path beyond. It was clear, for Gizur's folk had not yet come, and they ran nearly to the mouth of it, where there was a bend in the way, and stood there side by side.
"Thou wast at death's door, then, lord,"
said Skallagrim. "Headpiece is not head," answered Eric, "but I wonder how they won the crest of the fell. I have never heard tell of any path by which it might be gained."
"There they are at the least,"
said Skallagrim.
"Now this is my will, that thou shouldst take my helm. I am Baresark, and put little trust in harness, but rather in my axe and strength alone."
"I will not do that," said Eric. "Listen, I hear them come." Presently the tumult of voices and the tramp of feet grew clearer, and after a while Gizur, Swanhild, and the men of their following turned the corner of the narrow way, and lo! there before them, ay, within 3 paces of them, stood Eric and Skallagrim shoulder to shoulder, and the light poured down upon them from above. They were terrible to see, and the light shone brightly on Eric's golden hair and Whitefire's flashing blade, and the shadows lay dark on the black helm of Skallagrim and in the fierce black eyes beneath. Back surged Gizur and those with him. Skallagrim would have sprung upon them, but Eric caught him by the arm, saying: "A truce to thy Baresark ways! Rush not and move not! Let us stand here till they overwhelm us." Now those behind Gizur cried out to know what ailed them, that they pushed back.
"Only this," said Gizur, "that Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail stand like 2 grey wolves and hold the narrow way." "Now we shall have the fight worth telling of," quoth Ketel the Viking. "On, Gizur, Ospakar's son, and cut them down."
"Hold!" said Swanhild. I will speak with Eric first."
And together with Gizur and Ketel she passed round the corner of the path and came face to face with those who stood at bay there.
"Now yield, Eric," she cried. "Foes are behind and before thee. Thou art trapped and hast little chance of life. Yield thee, I say, with thy black wolf-hound, so perchance thou mayst find mercy even at the hands of her whose husband thou didst wrong and slay."
"It is not my way to yield, lady," answered Eric, "and still less, perchance, is it the way of Skallagrim. Least of all will we yield to thee who, after working many ills, didst throw me in a witch sleep, and to him who slew the wife sleeping at my side. Hearken, Swanhild, here we stand, awaiting death, nor will we take mercy from thy hand. For know this, we shall not die alone. Last night, as we sat on Mosfell, we saw the Norns weave our web of fate upon their loom of darkness. They sat on Hecla's dome and wove their pictures in living flame, then rent the web and flew upward and southward and westward, crying our doom to sky and earth and sea. Last night, as we sat by the fire on Mosfell, all the company of the dead were gathered round us, ay, and all the company of those who shall die today. Thou wast there, Gizur the murderer, Ospakar's son. Thou wast there, Swanhild the witch, Groa's daughter. Thou wast there, Ketel Viking, with many another man, and there were we two also. Valkyries have kissed us, and death draws near. Therefore talk no more, but come and make an end. Greeting, Gizur, thou woman murderer! Draw nigh! Draw nigh! Out sword! Up shield! And on, thou son of Ospakar!" Swanhild spoke no more, and Gizur had no word. "On, Gizur! Eric calls thee!" quoth Ketel Viking, but Gizur slunk back, not forward. Then Ketel grew mad with rage and shame. He called to the men, and they drew near, as many as might, and looked doubtfully at the pair who stood before them, like rocks upon a plain. Eric laughed aloud, and Skallagrim gnawed the edge of his shield. Eric laughed aloud, and the sound of his laughter ran up the rocks. "We are but two," he cried, "and ye are many. Is there never a pair among you who will stand face to face with a Baresark and a helmless man?" And he tossed Whitefire high into the air and caught it by the hilt. Then Ketel and another man of his following sprang forward with an oath, and their axes thundered loud on the shields of Eric and of Skallagrim. But Whitefire flickered up and the axe of Skallagrim crashed, and at once their knees were loosened, so that they sank down dead. "More men! More men!" cried Eric. "These were brave, but their might was little. More men for the Grey Wolf's maw!" Then Swanhild lashed the folk with bitter words, and two of them sprang on. They sprang on like hounds upon a deer at bay, and they rolled back as gored hounds roll from the deer's horns. "More men! More men!" cried Eric. "Here lie but 4 and 100 press behind. Now he shall win great honour who lays Brighteyes low and brings down the helm of Skallagrim." Again two came on, but they found no luck, for presently they were also down upon the bodies of those who went before. Now none could be found to come up against the pair, for they fought like Baldur and Thor, and none could touch them, and no harness might stand the weight of their blows that shore through shield and helm and byrnie, deep to the bone beneath. Then Eric and Skallagrim leaned upon their weapons and mocked their foes, while these cursed and tore their beards with rage and shame. Now it is to be told that when the thrall and those with him saw Eric and Skallagrim had escaped their rocks and spears, they took counsel, and the end of it was that they slid down a rope to the platform that is under the crest of the fell. Thence, though they could see nothing, they could hear the clang of blows and the shouts of those who fought and fell, ay, and the mocking of Eric and Skallagrim. "Now it goes thus," said the thrall, who was a cunning man. "Eric and Skallagrim hold the narrow way, and none can stand against them. This then is my rede, that we turn the rock and take them in the back." His fellows thought this a good saying, and one by one they stood upon the little rock and won the narrow way. They crept along this till they were near to Eric and Skallagrim. Now Swanhild, looking up, saw them and started. Skallagrim noted this and glanced over his shoulder, and that not too soon, for, as he looked, the thrall lifted sword to smite the head of Eric. With a shout of "Back to back!" the Baresark swung round, and ere ever the sword might fall, his axe was buried deep in the thrall's breast.
"Now we must cut our path through them," said
Skallagrim,
"and, if may be, win the space that is before the cave. Keep them off in front, and I will mind these mannikins."
Now Gizur's folk, seeing what had come about, took heart and fell upon Eric with a rush, and those who were with the dead thrall rushed at Skallagrim, and there began such a fight as has not been known in Iceland. But the way was so narrow that scarce more than one man could come to each of them at a time, and so fierce and true were the blows of Eric and Skallagrim that, of those who came on, few went back. Down they fell, and where they fell they died, and for every man who died Eric and Skallagrim won a pace towards the point of rock. Whitefire flamed so swift and swept so wide that it seemed to Swanhild, watching, as though three swords were aloft at once, and the axe of Skallagrim thundered down like the axe of a woodsman against a tree, and those groaned on whom it fell as groans a falling tree. Now the shields of these twain were hewn through and through and cast away, and their blood ran from many wounds. Still their life was whole in them, and they plied axe and sword with both hands. And ever men fell, and ever, fighting hard, they drew nearer to the point of rock. Now it was won, and now all the company that came with the thrall from over the mountain brow were dead or sorely wounded at the hands of black Skallagrim. Lo! One springs on Eric, and Gizur creeps behind him. Whitefire leaps to meet the man, and does not leap in vain, but Gizur smites a coward blow at Eric's uncovered head, and wounds him sorely, so that he falls to his knee. "Now I am smitten to death, Skallagrim," cries Eric. "Win the rock and leave me." Yet he rises from his knee. Then Skallagrim turns, red with blood and terrible to see. "'Tis but a scratch. Climb thou the rock, I follow," he says, and screaming like a horse, with weapon aloft, he leaps alone upon the foe. They break before the Baresark rush. They break, they fall, they are cloven by Baresark axe and trodden of Baresark feet. They roll back, leaving the way clear, save for the dead. Then Skallagrim follows Brighteyes to the rock. Now Eric wipes the gore from his eyes and sees. Then, slowly, and with a reeling brain, he steps down upon the giddy point. He goes near to falling, yet does not fall, for now he lies upon the open space, and creeps on hands and knees to the rock wall that is by the cave, and sits resting his back against it, Whitefire on his knee. Before he is there, Skallagrim staggers to his side with a rush. "Now we have time to breathe, lord," he gasps. "See, here is water." And he takes a pitcher that stands by, and gives Eric to drink from the pool, then drinks himself, and pours the rest of the water on Eric's wound. Then new life comes to them, and they both stand on their feet and win back their breath. "We have not done so badly," says Skallagrim, "and we are still a match for one or two. See, they come. Say, where shall we meet them, lord?" "Here," quoth Eric. "I cannot stand well upon my legs without the help of the rock. Now I am all unmeet for fight." "Yet shall this last stand of thine be sung of," says Skallagrim. Now finding none to stay them, the men of Gizur climb one by one upon the rock and win the space that is beyond. Swanhild goes first of all, because she knows well that Eric will not harm her, and after her comes Gizur and the others. But many do not come, for they will lift sword no more. Now Swanhild draws near and looks on Eric and mocks him in the fierceness of her heart and the rage of her wolf love. "Now," she says, "now are Brighteyes dim eyes. What, weepest thou, Eric?" "Ay, Swanhild," he answered, "I weep tears of blood for those whom thou hast brought to doom." She draws nearer and speaks low to him. "Hearken, Eric, yield thee. Thou hast done enough for honour, and thou art not smitten to the death of yonder cowardly hound. Yield, and I will nurse thee back to health, and bear thee hence, and together we will forget our hates and woes." "Not twice may a man lie in a witch's bed," said Eric, "and my troth is plighted to other than thee, Swanhild." "She is dead," says Swanhild. "Yes, she is dead, Swanhild, and I go to seek her amongst the dead. I go to seek her and to find her." But the face of Swanhild grew fierce as the winter sea. "Thou hast put me away for the last time, Eric. Now thou shalt die, as I have promised thee, and as I promised Gudruda the Fair." "So shall I the more quickly find Gudruda and lose sight of thy evil face, Swanhild the harlot, Swanhild the murderess, Swanhild the witch. For I know this, that thou shalt not escape. Thy doom draws on also, and haunted and accursed shalt thou be for ever. Fare thee well, Swanhild. We shall meet no more, and the hour comes when thou shalt grieve that thou wast ever born." Now Swanhild turned and called to the folk. "Come, cut down these outlaw rogues and make an end. Come, cut them down, for night draws on." Then once more the men of Gizur closed in upon them. Eric smote thrice, and thrice the blow went home. Then he could smite no more, for his strength was spent with toil and wounds, and he sank upon the ground. For a while Skallagrim stood over him like a she-bear o'er her young, and held the mob at bay. Then Gizur, watching, cast a spear at Eric. It entered his side through a cleft in his byrnie and pierced him deep. "I am sped, Skallagrim Lambstail," cried Eric in a loud voice, and all men drew back to see giant Brighteyes die. Now his head fell against the rock, and his eyes closed. Then Skallagrim, stooping, drew out the spear and kissed Eric on the forehead.
"Farewell, Eric Brighteyes,"
he said.
"Iceland shall never see such another man, and few have died so great a death. Tarry a while, lord, tarry a while. I come, I come."
Then crying,
"Eric! Eric!"
the Baresark fit took him, and once more, and for the last time, Skallagrim rushed screaming upon the foe, and once more they rolled to the earth before him. To and fro he rushed, dealing great blows, and ever as he went they stabbed and cut and thrust at his side and back, for they dared not stand before him, till he bled from 100 wounds. Now, having slain 3 more men and wounded 2 others, Skallagrim might no more. He stood a moment swaying to and fro, then let his axe drop, threw his arms high above him, and with one loud cry of "Eric!" he fell as a rock falls, dead upon the dead. But Eric was not yet gone. He opened his eyes and saw the death of Skallagrim, and smiled. "Well ended, Lambstail," he said in a faint voice.
"Lo!" cried Gizur, "yon outlawed hound still lives. Now I will do a needful task, and make an end of him, and so shall Ospakar's sword come back to Ospakar's son."
"Thou art wondrous brave now that the bear lies dying," said Swanhild.
Now it seemed that Eric heard the words, for suddenly his might came back to him, and he staggered to his knees, and thence to his feet. Then, as folk fall from him, with all his strength he whirls Whitefire round his head till it shines like a wheel of fire. "Thy service is done, and thou art clean of Gudruda's blood. Go back to those who forged thee," Brighteyes cries, and casts Whitefire from him towards the gulf. Away speeds the great blade, flashing like lightning through the rays of the setting sun, and behold, as men watch, it is gone, gone in mid-air. Since that day no such sword as Whitefire has ever been known in Iceland. "Now slay thou me, Gizur," says the dying Eric. Gizur comes on with little eagerness, and Eric cries aloud, "Swordless I slew thy father. Swordless, shieldless, and wounded to the death I will yet slay thee, Gizur the murderer," and with a loud cry he staggered towards him. Gizur smites him with his sword, and Eric does not stay, and while men wait and wonder, Brighteyes sweeps him into his great arms, ay, sweeps him up, lifts him from the ground and reels on. Eric reels on to the brink of the gulf. Gizur sees his purpose, struggles and shrieks aloud. But the strength of the dying Eric is more than the strength of Gizur. Now Brighteyes stands on the dizzy edge, and the light of the passing sun flames about his head. And now, bearing Gizur with him, he hurls himself out into the gulf, and lo, the sun sinks. Men stand wondering, but Swanhild cries aloud,
"Nobly done, Eric, nobly done! So I would have seen thee die, who of all men wast the first."
This then was the end of Eric Brighteyes the Unlucky, who of all warriors that have lived in Iceland was the mightiest, the goodliest, and the best beloved of women and of those who clung to him. Now on the morrow Swanhild caused the body of Eric to be searched for in the cleft, and there they found it, floating in water and with the dead Gizur yet clasped in its bare grip. Then she cleansed it, and clothed it again in its rent armour, and bound on the hell shoes, and it was carried on horses to the seaside, and with it were borne the bodies of Skallagrim Lambstail, the Baresark, Eric's thrall, and of all those men whom they had slain in the last great fight on Mosfell, that is now named Ericsfell. Then Swanhild drew her long dragon of war, in which she had come from Orkneys, from its shed over against the Westman Isles, and in the centre of the ship she piled the bodies of the slain in the shape of a bed, and lashed them fast. And on this bed she laid the corpse of Eric Brighteyes, and the breast of black Skallagrim the Baresark was his pillow, and the breast of Gizur, Ospakar's son, was his footrest. Then she caused the sails to be hoisted, and went alone aboard the long ship, the rails of which were hung with the shields of the dead men. And when at evening the breeze freshened to a gale that blew from the land, she cut the cable with her own hand, and the ship leapt forward like a thing alive and rushed out into the red light of the sunset towards the open sea. Now ever the gale freshened, and folk, standing on Westman Heights, saw the long ship plunge past, dipping her prow beneath the waves, and sending the water in a rain of spray over the living Swanhild, over the dead Eric, and those he lay upon. And by the head of Eric Brighteyes, her hair streaming on the wind, stood Swanhild the Witch, clad in her purple cloak, and with rings of gold about her throat and arms. She stood by Eric's head, swaying with the rush of the ship, and singing so sweet and wild a song that men grew weak who heard it. Now, as the people watched, two white swans came down from the clouds and sped on wide wings side by side over the vessel's mast. The ship rushed on through the glow of sunset into the gathering night. On sped the ship, but still Swanhild sung, and still the swans flew over her. The gale grew fierce and fiercer yet. The darkness gathered deep upon the raging sea. Now that ship was seen no more, and the death song of Swanhild as she passed to doom was never heard again. For swans and ship, and Swanhild, and dead Eric and his dead foes were lost in the wind and the night. But far out on the sea a great flame of fire leapt up towards the sky. Now this is the tale of Eric Brighteyes, Thorgrimur's son, of Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter, of Swanhild the Fatherless, Atli's wife, and of Unand, named Skallagrim Lambstail the Baresark, Eric's thrall, all of whom lived and died before Thangbrand, Willibald's son, preached the White Christ in Iceland. End of chapter and end of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Recording by Brett Downey.